Day 3 of competition here at the Asian Surfing Championships 2024 was huge. We had every single division compete today. We had our first knockout round. Everyone was surfing absolutely amazing. Thulusdhoo really put it on for us today. That's a wrap. A huge day of surfing here at Thulusdhoo. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to some of our competitors, but we said hello to round 3. Don't go anywhere. Day 4 coming up tomorrow. Day 3 of competition here at the Asian Surfing Championships 2024 was huge. We had every single division compete today. We had our first knockout round. Everyone was surfing absolutely amazing. Thulusdhoo really put it on for us today. That's a wrap. A huge day of surfing here at Thulusdhoo. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to some of our competitors, but we said hello to round 3. Don't go anywhere. Day 4 coming up tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day number 4 of the 2024 ASF Asian Surfing Championships. I cannot believe we are already on day 4. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Giada Legati. How are you this morning?
I'm really good. I just, on the way here, I saw the waves and it's looking like it's absolutely firing today. So it's going to be an incredible day of competition.
I think so too. I mean, we're starting off this morning with our last repechage round, which is our open women's round 2. I only have to run 2 heats of that this morning. Then we're rolling on through to another main round 3 of the open men and the open women. It's going to be a really action-packed day because from here on out, it's straight knockout.
Yep, that's exactly right. There is no more repechage, no more safety net. So now it's do or die practically.
Yep, it's do or die. So let's take a look at who we've got in the first heat this morning. Yasaman Hossein in the red, Jasmine Michelle Struder in the blue, and Yuswatag Senuri from Sri Lanka in the green. So the first ever Sri Lankan woman competing here at the 2024 Asian Surfing Championship. So bit of history in the making right now for Sri Lanka.
That's right. So it's going to be a really good day. The tide is filling in. We've seen this wave actually favor the high tide. So it's just going to get better and better from here.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a really great day to have a competition run. Usually around the mornings we do have a little bit of wind puffing up. It's kind of been that consistent theme these last 4 days, but today we rocked up, we get here and it looks so fun, so absolutely pristine and clean conditions. So I'm excited to see how the women take on these almost perfect conditions this morning.
That's right, and we've been told that actually our women from Sri Lanka is preferred Sanuri, so we're going to call her Sanuri for those of you watching on screen. And there we have the beautiful Cokes lineup. Look at that, peeling right now. I see my left forming as well.
It's definitely there. It's definitely forming. I mean, the swell has picked up a little bit today from what we saw yesterday. I mean, it's seeming like it's going to be a pretty great day of action. We shouldn't have too much trouble today. And there's a wave on your screen just now. So reeling off there. That is such a perfect right-hander. It's also barreling today. I've already seen a few barrels this morning. Looking like a few of our competitors potentially caught inside or maybe paddling back out from a wave. We're not sure, but we'll have to kind of catch up with a replay if we can. But you are good friends with Jasmine. Obviously, she comes from that Indonesia kind of world. What more can you tell me about her?
Yeah, that's right. I was just spending some time with Jasmine. We had a surf together in Penang just before coming. So she is in the Penang Cup as well. She's in the main round. She was out there, catching a few bombs. It was great to see her charging. She is part of the team Indonesia. It's she's a charger, man. She's good in many conditions and she's a feisty girl. She knows what she knows what she wants. So when she's out there, you're gonna definitely see her face looking out at the lineup and just wanting to catch waves.
Oh, I feel like she's definitely going to be one to watch in these early rounds, especially because these conditions are looking more like typical Cokes. I mean, I feel like the last few days we've had a few sectiony kind of peaks. We've had that deeper peak. We've had that wider peak. I definitely think we do still have that today, but potentially more consistently along that one peak. Looking like our Sri Lankan surfer out the back right now. So she's finding her way out there, loving these drone angle shots. Kind of gives you that pullback view of, you can see kind of on that little island there, just to the right of the island. That is that little wooden platform we've been talking about all event. It's where the teams get to set up. It's where everyone gets to support their members. Coaches get to go there with flags and kind of direct their surfers around the lineup, because you and I both know it is kind of easy to get lost out here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's easy to just get that current to just drag you way past the point. But today it's looking a lot more lined up. So hopefully we'll be seeing some really good 3-4 maneuver waves come through. That is Sanuri on your screen right now. Not sure where Jasmine and Yasaman are, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing a few waves being ridden. So we're going to be starting off with the round 2. That is 20-minute heats, but as we go back to the main round, we're going to be right back into those 25-minute heats. So plenty of time for these surfers to get their game on, get their groove in, and catch hopefully some barrels.
What does it mean to you to have that kind of extra 5 minutes in a heat? Because I know when 25 minutes roll around for me, I'm like, yes, let's go.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Every time they give us those extra 5 or 10 minutes, because sometimes back in Indo, we even have like 30-minute heats just because the lineup is so large and the paddle back takes a long time. So it doesn't sound like much for someone who isn't a surfer, but those 5 minutes is, can make or break you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I feel like as well, especially in conditions like this, just to be out there with a lineup with 2 other girls out for 25 minutes, like what an absolute dream. So we'll see how these ladies can pan out the rest of this heat. We're over 10 minutes in, so there's 13 and a half minutes on the clock. No scores locked in. One thing Afri, our co-commentator, did mention to me, he surfed this morning. He said there is a strong current. So I feel like it could potentially be easy to get yourself caught off guard, caught out of rhythm out there. So I think lineups are super important, but these ladies, they're having to paddle wide. The paddle out, you do have to paddle from the outside of the reef and make your way back in. So potentially that little bit harder to find yourself in the right position, because now 12 minutes into this heat, we've had no scores locked in. And still just looking at those drone angle shots, you can see it is really low tide right now, but we are on that incoming tide, so it's only going to get better from here. Would love to know what that sweep does on the different tides. Does it get stronger? Because the last few days when we've been surfing, although it has been pretty calm, pretty easy to navigate that sweep, there definitely has been a little subtle under drag, kind of pulling you out of position ever so slightly.
Yep, that's right. And it's looking like our surfer from Indonesia, taking a look at this one, will she be catching the first wave of the heat? And she does. So look at this wave. It's looking incredibly fun out there. She gets her first turn in. I love that one. Straight into the second one. Will she finish this one off? And decides to pull off just before she gets into that shallow shelf of reef. But that was a really good wave from Jasmine Studer.
Yeah, how fun does that board look too under her feet? It is so lively. That first turn, really nice. She's pushing really hard off that back foot. She is navigating a few little injuries as well. Unfortunately, got a bit of a reef cut to her knee, so she found herself in our medical centre here. She's also had a few interactions with some of the sea urchins out there.
Yeah. It was apparently it was pretty bad. She had to go to the hospital and get all the sea urchins out, but she's looking strong. She's looking like she's pretty ready to compete. And funny thing that you mentioned about her board, her dad is actually Luke Studer, so one of, I would say, Bali's most famous shapers. So it's great to be able to have your dad as your shaper as well, to be able to really have that confidence to say what you like and don't like about the board. So it's a great thing for her, and I'm sure Luke is out here listening and watching. So all the best for Jazz.
I think as well, it's so important to have that relationship with your shaper where you can be like, this worked, this didn't. And it's also important to have a shaper. It's not important, but it adds to the factor if you have your shaper close by. You can interact with them in person, really be like, the rail felt good here, but up here I'd bury it a little bit more, or there was too much foam here, not enough foam here. And to have that in the form of her dad, I mean, that is so incredible. Like, what a cool experience you get to have. And I'm sure they work on a lot of different models together, but that board looking super fun under her feet, and I didn't even realize it was her dad's model.
That's right. And I don't know about you, Jess, but I'll be honest, I don't know much about surfboard shaping and all that. Even though I should know more, it's just such a complex world. So with my shaper, I just tell him how I felt. I'm like, oh, the board felt like this, and I wanted to feel more like faster or lighter. So I'm guessing like having your dad as a shaper might give you that extra confidence to really tell you how you feel without wanting, like without offending anyone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I actually spent a little bit of time getting to know that surfboard realm, getting to know that surfboard industry. I actually worked at DHD Factory for 2 years and just kind of immersed myself in the world of surfboards because I thought I wanted to know more. But at the start, I was this I think any information you can give back to your shaper on how your board feels, where it feels good, what kind of waves it feels good, it's just an asset for them for when they do make that next board. But then when you break it down, the complexity of surfboards is mind-boggling. Like, it is out of this world how much goes into what we ride.
Yeah, that's right. I was talking to a few shapers while I was in Mentawai just now, and they said that they shape the boards, but then the glassing, the sanding is like a whole different world as well. So I remember I was talking to a shaper, and he was like, I don't even get into the glassing. So here is Jazz Studer again. Unfortunately, goes down on that turn, but a 5.33 to open up her account here in the round 2 of the Open Women's. We will be going straight into the main event of the men again. We're going to be doing 12 heats of the men, so a big day of action.
Yeah, huge day of action, and then we're actually going to roll into another 6 heats of the Open Women. So we'll see these ladies competing twice today. That was that 5.33, the first wave of Jasmine, and then this one, great looking wave, but just got to the party a little bit late on that turn, so she goes down. Even though she's kind of went down her second wave, she's the only one with a good score locked in right now. I haven't seen our surfer in red out there in the lineup yet, but Sanuri, she's trying really hard. Saw her paddle for a wave before. Loving this drone angle shot. Just kind of showing that beautiful reef that we get to surf on and compete on. And yes, Sanuri's going to make her way back out there, try and find another one of those waves. But yeah, everyone is trying to challenge themselves today, a little bit bigger, a little bit low tide right now. But I mean, you look at those waves that Jasmine have had, it's definitely contestable, and it looks seriously fun out there.
Yeah, and we have mentions that you don't want to be in these repechage rounds, but if you think about it, if you are, I mean, that's one extra heat for you to be out there, to understand the wave, to be alone in that lineup, because it's so different to surf a wave when you're only with 3 other people out, whereas if there's an entire crowd, usually when it's crowded, you kind of know where to sit because everyone's sitting there, whereas when you're alone, it's so easy to get lost. So I guess this could be a bit of an advantage for Jasmine and Sanuri, as well as Yesaman if they pass, that it's there we have a little bit of a wave to the drone. But yeah, it could definitely be an advantage. The more you surf, the more comfortable you are with the wave, the more you're going to be able to find the ones that you're really looking for.
Looking like our Maldivian team sitting up on that wooden platform that we've been talking about so much. But Giada, I couldn't agree with you more. I feel like a lot of the time we see winners come through the repechage round. It is a big deal to represent your country. It is a big deal. It takes a certain type of athlete to be able to go out there and have no nerves. So if you get knocked in the first round, it is really exciting to have this second chance and really prove yourself in this second round. We've seen the caliber of Jasmine, and we know she's an incredible surfer, and it's one of those names that you probably scratch your head a little bit and be like, wow, I didn't see her being in this second round, because she is one of the best surfers coming out of Asia. So the fact that she's in this round just shows that sometimes the nerves get the better of you. Sometimes you can't find your rhythm. That's the nature of our sport. Unfortunately, we have that other factor of Mother Nature that can throw a curveball every now and then, but you can tell she's finding her groove, she's building her confidence, and now when she surfs another heat this afternoon, she's going to be feeling extremely confident in her own ability.
Yep, that's right. And there is Jasmine Studer right now on a great looking wave, opens up really nicely, carves it back, giving that variety, showing the judges that she has what it takes to pass this heat, and decides to pull off. So she's definitely going to be getting rid of that 1.10. So here's a quick replay of that wave. Bit of a high line. I really like that first turn. She jammed it in the pocket, wraps it around here, giving those extra points and just extending her lead.
Yeah, this wave, it was really tidy, really nicely put together. No real downtime from start to finish, which I think is a really great attribute to Jasmine. She's comfortable on surfing reef breaks, so I feel like she was able to really capitalize on every single steep section that came her way. We've just passed the 5 minutes mark, so 5 minutes left in this heat. Can our friend Sanuri find herself a wave? I really hope so. Unfortunately, Yasaman not looking like she's out there in the lineup representing Iran, so Sri Lanka and Indonesia are kind of battling it out right now, but yeah, Jasmine just escaping with a couple good scores. We've got another good score going to lock in for Jasmine too, and I think it's pretty safe to say she's through this heat.
Yeah, and just as we were mentioning earlier about those repechage rounds, at the top of my head, since we have an Indonesian surfer, I remember, I think it was 2 years back, Rio Waida doing the ISA in Huntington Beach, lost first round, and he managed to surf around 12 or 13 heats and actually made the final.
Wow.
I think he got second or third in that event, so an incredible job from Rio. So I'm sure that he will be tuning in a few times to be watching his team here. He is currently in Fiji for the last CT event. But yeah, that was a big congratulations.
Yeah, that's a really cool experience. Here we go. Sanuri up and riding, gets her first wave in this heat. So she is going to have a score on the board with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Taking off well up the point there, a little bit too deep, but no matter what, she's got a score on the board. And right now, it's without our third surfer out in the water, just because she's got that score on the board, she's going to make it through this heat. So unless we can find Yasaman in this last 3 minute 20 seconds, it's probably looking like blue and green are going to make their way through. But look at this set rolling through this lineup right now. No one on it. Wow. It is pumping out there.
It's firing. I'm excited to hopefully get a few waves this afternoon for ourselves as well. I will be hoping to get the energy to get out to chickens.
Holding on for dear life to surf chickens.
It's been, 5 days we've been here and I still haven't got myself over there.
I know. But you know what? We have a day after the event that we can explore, go surf so many waves around here. I'm actually interested in surfing that Lohi's wave as well. I've had a look at that. It's a left. Keep your eye on it.
Oh, right. You already, you got me there. I'm coming.
I'm coming. I'm there.
I'm attached to your hip now, so you can't get rid of me.
We're going. So, I mean, there's so many waves. It's just such an incredible part of the world. There is nowhere else like it in the world. Look at this drone angle shot. So that's actually chickens. So we are on the atoll across from where the drone is right now, and chickens looks fun today. Look at that left, reeling off a little bit more swell, and I can just see Giada going to town right now.
Me, or is there no one out? I know there's one guy. I see one person, but there's not a lot of people out here right now.
There's barely anyone out. Wow.
Oh, look at that left.
You know what? Even if you do get knocked in the repechage, guess what? Chickens is cooking today.
Yeah, straight from your heat to chickens. So, unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to quite a few athletes today. But, you know, yeah, it's not that bad if you're in Maldives. You just get a boat. There's so many waves all around the island. I heard there's another island with a wave called Hunkies that left. Mm-hmm. Sultans, Jailbreaks is close by.
So fun.
So it's not too bad to be knocked out in Maldives.
No, it's actually a pretty good place to lose at. If I'm being honest, it is a tropical paradise here. I mean, unfortunately, we've had a little bit of rain, but it hasn't stopped paradise from being paradise. We have 1 minute left in this heat, so keeping our eye on our competitors. Jasmine locking in a 617 on her last attempt. She looks like she's up and riding, but unfortunately, it goes down there. 50 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure if our friend Sanuri is back out the back, but she is keeping the dream of Sri Lanka alive right now.
Oh, look at this wave from Jasmine Studer. Unfortunately, something happened there, but that was going to be a really nice score for her. A 617 and a 563. Clearly, I'm pretty sure she's going to go first. We're going to reach the last 30 seconds of this heat and going straight into heat 3 of the repechage round 2 women's, and then straight into main event men.
Yeah, so our last heat of the repechage repechage.
It's early.
Yeah. And our last heat of second chances is coming up next. This heat, it's looking like Jasmine, Sudha and Sanuri from Sri Lanka moving on through, so keeping Sri Lanka's dream alive. We're going to go to a bit of a heat recap, have an ad break and come back for the last repechage heat of the event. Don't go anywhere, guys. More action coming right up. Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 4 of the Asian Surfing Championships. It's a big deal here in Thulusdhoo in the Maldives. Jessie joined in the booth by Afri. Afri, welcome back. You have a big day today.
Today's a full day.
Yep.
I woke up at 5 a.m., waxed my board, went to Cokes to check it out. Pretty good conditions.
Great conditions.
Now we have a full day of commentary because we have many heat. That day is pumping and we want to make use of that. Right now we are looking at the Open Women Round 2. And it's quite important. Well, all the events, all the categories are important, but especially men and women in this ASF Asian Surfing Championship, we will have a close look because they are fighting for the slots for the Asia Games 2026. So in heat number 3, you'll see Shazia Said from Team Maldives in red against Filipino surfer Susan Escanilla in blue, and from Chinese Taipei in green, we got Chen Wan Yu.
Yeah, so good looking heat for this one, but I'm more talking about the fact you're competing today as well.
For
you
sure.
have a massive day today.
Well, you know what I'm looking forward to most?
Tell me.
That's the session, the free surf session after the event. It's gonna be a full day and a good start for our surfer in blue from the Philippines. 2 carves there, couldn't finish it at the end, but she still has 18 minutes and 30 seconds to try to make it at least in the into one of the first 2 positions in here, because it's ranked position number 1 and 2 that will proceed to round number 3, and we have to say goodbye to the 3rd position. Also, Chen Wan Yu from Taiwan on her first wave you saw in the replay, and here's the wave that we just witnessed before.
Yeah, so that is Susan from the Philippines. Really love her style. I kind of love that wide arm approach. She keeps her nice and balanced. Kind of Alana Blanchard-esque. I see Alana really use her arms for balance. I'm not sure if you've come across an Australian surfer called Kobe Enright. She has that same sort of style. So it's really cool. It's kind of, it's quite a technical style, you know, keeps you really balanced. But Susan, I love that first turn on that wave. The second turn, unfortunately, that wave hitting her with a little bit too much power and knocking her off. But Chen, she went for it for one big maneuver. Unfortunately, it didn't go her way, but she should bring that attitude to the rest of her heat, because that's what we want to see. We want to see big turns in the critical part of the wave.
I'm a big fan of using my arms and pretty much every part of my body to just have more leverage on the turns. So why not using it?
Yeah, why not? I mean, you've got them. You may
There
as
you
well
go.
use them. But yeah, so this is our last repechage heat. I keep saying repechage. I'm not sure why. I'm just having one of those one of those mornings this morning. But our last repechage heat of the event. This is our last second chance heat. The safety nets are gone after this. It is straight knockout. So today we are actually going to say goodbye to a lot of athletes. But Giada and I were just saying it's not a bad place to get knocked out at. I mean, there are so many world-class waves around here. It's crazy.
You're absolutely right. And that's the good thing about it. Right now, when it started to pump now with the big swell, even if you're not in the competition anymore, you have, well, paradise for yourself and your friends. You have chickens across the channel, ninjas, sultans, probably my favorite wave, together with Jails, another super long right-hander, and all are in boat distance, like 20 minutes driving. So it's not the worst time to say goodbye.
No, Jails is actually, I was lucky enough to surf Jails last year. It was the first wave I've ever surfed in the Maldives, and it was so much fun. I absolutely loved it. It was a really great first experience actually surfing over here in this beautiful part of the world. It was 2-3 foot, really fun right-handers with some of my best mates. It was great.
And the Maldivian surfer in red on her first wave, Shazia Said, more like a drop. But already dropping in this waves is not that easy, because you can see it's not only shallow but also powerful.
It's super powerful today. We have had that kick in the swell, and you can see this wave had a really steep wall ahead of it, unfortunately breaking on the back of her tail, so forcing her to fall backwards. She looks like she's going to be okay. She's going to get straight back out there, and I mean, if anyone is familiar with this wave or this region, it's her. She's one of our local surfers. She's representing Team Maldives. So we'll see how she pans out the rest of this heat. That actually has a bit of team support on the wooden deck there on our little island. So, I mean, it always has to feel good to have people there cheering you on, waving you in the right direction. It's a really unique thing, a unique attribute that this event has.
And it's, for her, a big asset, not only to have people cheering for her, but obviously also all the local knowledge that the coaches bring into this. So Chen is on her second wave here. She is going for rather smaller one, but was capable to do two nice maneuvers. Didn't really finish the third one, but already for that beginning wave she will, I assume, get a better score than the 1.33 she already has.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those first two turns, they were nice. And like you said, it was a smaller turn, but it had a really nice bowl, that wave. And I feel like at this point in the heat, when there is such low scores on the board, it wasn't a bad decision. She's going to be able to get back out there, try and find a slightly bigger one, but you can hold the score that she's just taken as a backup score.
Right. And with only 20 minutes in that heat, you can't be too picky. Plus, 3 people in this heat, that means you will have the chance to surf a couple of more waves, so just go with whatever looks good to you, and that's what Chen did. And actually it was enough to take the lead with a 4.17 on her last wave. She's now leading this heat number 3 of the round 2 with a total score of 5.5. Susan from the Philippines in blue has priority and a 2.5 still waiting for her second wave. But also Shazia is absolutely capable and has the chance to still stick in this competition. The only thing she needs right now is a little bit more than a 1.3, and she would get the second position, which would be enough to proceed to round number 3.
Yeah, so I feel like this heat, it's going to be a pretty good matchup. We're going to see a couple back and forth before the end of the heat. I know Team Philippines, they are such big supporters of their team. They travel as a big family. They are one of the funniest teams that are here. They are so fun and loving, and just, you can always feel the good vibes coming from Team Philippines. So I know that they'll be supporting their girl Susan out there. Team Indonesia, Now coming in, so that is Jasmine. She took out that last heat. I'm sure we'll see her for a chat with Giada or Oni very soon. But yeah, she was looking really impressive. Unfortunately, has come into contact with the reef a couple times, so is nursing a few injuries. But she didn't look like it in that heat. She was surfing really strong.
Well, coming from Indonesia, you are used to the reef. You are also used to powerful, perfect waves. So I think the better the conditions are, the better scores the Indonesians and also the Philippines will get, because they are used to surfing barreling waves, powerful waves. I do think it's a big advantage for all these participants from those countries.
Yeah, well, this is what we've been talking about all event, right? I mean, in those grindy conditions, we do see our Japanese team really rise to the occasion. As we've said all event, they train in any single condition. They are such a consistent team. They have great surf technique, great competition strategies. I mean, they travel, they look like a really fun family team. But then when we get to conditions like this, I feel like that's when we see teams like Indonesia, teams like Philippines, teams like Maldives really rise to the occasion and meet that same energy, that same match as Team Japan does. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Team Japan are trying to defend the team title this year, right?
Exactly. In the women's, it was Team Japan on first and third position last year. And for the male, it was actually Team Indonesia who got the first position, but Japan got 2 and 3. Let me tell you more about last year's event, but before, let's listen to Giada and her interview.
All right, I'm here with Jasmine Studer, the winner of the first heat of the day. You know, first heat, it must be a little nerve-wracking. Tell us a little bit about your routine and how you managed to keep those nerves down.
I came down here an hour before the comp started, and I was doing just some warm-up with my coaches and watching the waves, listening to some music.
All right, so you told me it's a little bit hard out there. It's hard to find your positioning. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the first 5 minutes, me and the girl in green were kind of just duck diving the whole time. I thought we were at the back, but it turns out we weren't, and we got so many good sets on the head.
All right, so what do you tell yourself to keep yourself calm after you made a little bit of a mistake in a heat?
I just breathe and, keep paddling, find my position, and yeah.
So me and Jessie were mentioning that you're riding your dad's boards. Tell us about your relationship with you and your dad and all your boards.
Yeah, all my boards come from my dad. He's a really good shaper. I've never really ridden any other boards besides my dad, and the funny thing is, he doesn't tell me when he's going to make me a board, and it turns out magic usually. And then whenever I ask for a board, specifically, I want this, I want that, it turns out like, but yeah, he's a really good shaper, and I love him.
All right, that's epic, and I'm sure he's watching, and all of your fans at home as well. Is there anything you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you to my family and the national team of Indonesia for supporting me, and I'm very grateful to be here competing in the Maldives, and yeah.
All right, congratulations and good luck in your next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Giada. Thank you, Jasmine. I find that so funny that her best boards are when she doesn't know they're coming. And then when she asks for what she wants, she can have the confidence to say to her dad, I don't like this one. I think that would be a really humbling experience if you're a dad and your daughter's shaper. That is brilliant. I don't think there's many relationships like that around the world.
Right. So, hey, I was telling you about last year's event, last year's ASF Asian Surfing Championship, and was pumping. From day one to the last day, we had perfect conditions. So this is why I am really looking forward for today, because it's pretty much the same conditions. The tide is filling up, the wind is going to shift a little bit further north, which is offshore here, and if you can trust the forecast, even the swell will increase. So this day is maybe gonna be a 5 stars day.
Ooh, 5 stars day, absolutely. I mean, I feel like I said this in the last heat actually. I feel like in the mornings it looks a little bit windy. It looks a little bit rough around the edges, especially when we're walking from our hotel. But this morning didn't have that energy. It was a lot calmer. The sky was calmer than yesterday was. We haven't had any rain yet. And then I walked across our little bridge to get to our commentator and judges tower, and I was like, oh, we are on today. The waves look so incredibly fun. The tide is coming up too, and it's kind of like this wave might favor the high tide. It definitely looks like our surfers are more confident and comfortable on that higher tide. So I think we're going to have a great full day of action. There we have our teams, our local team, hanging out down on the beach there. Hey, everyone.
I was actually having a really nice session with these boys yesterday after the event. Also, Team Japan was there for like 30 minutes or so before it got dark. We were like just smashing the new swell. It was good fun being out there with them.
Oh, so incredible. I mean, these waves, how could you not want to surf before and after work? You are absolutely dedicated. I saw you come in from your heat the other day and you were like, chickens, and you ran straight off for another surf. I was like, I'm going to go out here, but you have fun. It was just, you are such a frother. I absolutely love it. You've got Aussie energy about you when it comes to that way.
How can you not? I mean, look, I'm in paradise right now. If you were just talking about the bridge coming to here, looking left and right, you just see beautiful coral reefs. Actually, this morning when I got back, I was, a little bit too tired to just paddle against the current, so I went over the reef, and there was a black-tipped reef shark, like 2-3 meters away from me, just probably doing the same thing. We're probably too lazy to paddle against the current. It's just paradise in here, and it's not only the beauty that is surrounding us, but obviously the high-class waves. So, man, I don't really have the energy for surfing that much, but I just have to do it.
Yeah, you gotta do it. I mean, Giada actually has seen her first ever shark in her entire life here at this event. I was like, you've never seen a shark before? She was like, no, never. I just seen my first one. I was like, what? That is crazy to me. And it's a gorgeous little reef shark. I actually saw some of the ladies paddling out for the first heat, and they were yelling back, they're like, there's a shark. But they're really friendly sharks here. They're nothing to be worried about. But we're coming down to that 5-minute mark in this heat. So still Chen in the lead off the back of that 4.17. So that is the strongest score in this heat so far. Susan with a 2.5 basically for one turn. She does that turn twice. She's going to get herself a 5. And Shazia losing priority there. So potentially paddled for a wave and lost first priority. Someone's having a look out the back. Oh, Susan, unfortunately going down. That was on its way to looking like a good wave too.
True. Now with that, she lost priority. So Chen, surfer in white, is not only in lead, but also has first priority, 4 minutes and a half to go. So it looks good for her to proceed here. But since it's pumping, everything is possible for all surfers in this heat. Here in the replay, you can see that, it was almost a jump there, a small free fall. So she wasn't able to go down on her knees and, couldn't surf that wave. So now she needs to paddle back and try to get another one.
Yeah, unfortunately, too much on that hillside rail, which made it a little bit hard for her to keep her balance. Though Susan, she's a really talented surfer, so a little bit uncharacteristic from our friend from the Philippines. Potentially maybe getting into that wave a little bit too late as well, so she'll readjust. She'll find herself on another great wave. Look at these wider rights peeling off as well. So there is plenty of waves out there today. It's a massive playing field. I mean, you can paddle up the point, you can paddle down the point, probably find yourself a bank to yourself at least once in a heat. So with 3.5 minutes to go on this heat, we are in for action packed. I'm hoping that these ladies all get at least one more opportunity in the back end of this heat, but look at that tide. It's already filling in from when we rocked up this morning.
Yep. And for sure, fingers crossed for Shazia to have at least one more score. The whole island is there to support her, cheering for her. So, it would be amazing to see them, on the beach, just supporting her athlete. So, go and paddle hard, Shazia. You can do it.
Yeah, we love to see the locals get through. Our host team, really showcase what they can do here at their home. So Hoping to see Shazia get herself another wave. She is stuck on that inside there, but I'm sure she's going to find her way back out. Look at these sets rolling through. Wow, no takers just
There you
yet.
go. Somebody paddling for it. Susan. But that wave was probably too fast, and maybe she was sitting a little bit too much in the inside there.
Yeah, so looking like Shazia, unfortunately, she is stuck on that inside section, so she's going to have to find herself in some of that deeper water where she can really put her head down, get herself back out there. It's 2 minutes to go. Looking like maybe there could be a lull right now, so if she could find herself in a good part of deep water, she can get herself out. The challenge is paddling back up the reef against that current. So she might have to readjust and maybe sit on that wider bank and try and find a wider one away from her competitors.
Or maybe go all in, go for the shallow section, and just, 2 minutes to go, put everything on that one maneuver, or maybe even score a barrel. I think if she can manage to get in and out a barrel, that would be more than enough to take the at least second position here.
And this is the last heat of the Open Women Round 2, so we will be rolling into the Open Men Round 3. It is straight knockout from here on out. 25-minute heats to round out the rest of the day. So we have 12 heats of the Open Men Round 3. Then we are rolling into 6 heats of the Open Women Round 3 as well. So massive day today. We're not going to finish until just before 5. We have a full day of action. For anyone watching on back home, please do not go anywhere because we are going to be action-packed all day. That open round, we're going to see our top seeds surf again. We're going to see the people who made it through the repechage come back and surf with less nerves, more momentum. It's going to be a really exciting day, and I feel like that first round, it's out of the way. That second round, it's gone. Third round, we mean business. Let's bring it on.
So last minute in this very last repechage round of this event, Open Women round number 2, Shazia is trying to stay in this competition. What she needs is 1.73, 1.74. So it is absolutely possible for her to get that score, but she really needs to make sure to get a wave now. And unfortunately, it looks like there isn't too much going on in the horizon right now. So if it will stay like this in the last 15 seconds, we unfortunately have to say goodbye to the local surfer.
Yeah, and it's looking like, unfortunately, it might be that way. We can hear the beach announcer count this one out, but looking like Chen getting up before the end of this heat, unfortunately can't pull off a turn at the end there. We are going to go to a heat recap. Don't go anywhere. The Open Men Round 3 are kicking off right after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live here in the booth in Thulusdhoo, ASF Asian Surfing Championship 2024. We will start with the Open Men Round 3. Together with me, Afternoon Amu, my friend and famous surfer, crazy surfer, barrel hunter from Indonesia, Oni Anwar.
All right, good morning, everyone who's watching live. Right now, just another beautiful day in Maldives, and I'm just so blessed to be here. As you can see on the screen right now, our surfer in red, Dani Widianto, representing Indonesia, and of course Haris Mutu from India in blue. And green, we have our surfer from Malaysia, Nora Zuan bin Matlin, sorry, excuse my pronunciation. And of course, Julian Al Husseini from in white. All right, there you go. Up and riding already.
The
As-
current champion,
Yeah.
Danny. He was the winner of last year's event for the men, so now trying to defend his title. Second surfer on his board, the surfer from India, on a quick dip. What can you tell us about Danny?
Danny is a really fast and aggressive surfer, but he's a really humble young man. He is growing up in Kuta Beach, but originally from Java. Right now, he is the star. He's look at him right now, staying busy. He knows what to do in a contest. Look at that turn. Throws a lot of spray. 2-turn combination, top to bottom, right after another. As you can see, our surfer in blue right now answer back. Unfortunately, the wave just runs off on this one. Yeah, that is Danny. He's a good competitor, really great man. So that's all I know about him.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's his wave understanding, reading of the wave are definitely next level. You saw it on his first wave, and here Malaysian surfer on his first wave, 3 maneuvers, backhand, backside surfing, going for some carves there. So the thing about Danny is, it seems like he's anticipating the whole wave. He knows what to do on the wave before he's actually going into the maneuver. It feels like, once he takes off, he's not only thinking about the next section, but all the other sections. So it's incredible to watch him surfing and be so precise on this wave.
Yeah, exactly. As our surfer in green right now, answering back, medium-sized wave, and looks like there is so much cleaner today. As I can see our surfer in white on this one. Look at that wave, it's so fun. I was walking toward our judging tower today. The waves are so clean, so rippable. And speaking of Danny, he's probably been watching this since this morning with his coach and understanding this wave because he was here last time and he won it. So this wave is so like he knows exactly what to do. So it'll be some good surfing for our surfing red that right now is 21 minutes to go. Some gonna be good action.
So his home break, Kuta Beach, with obviously you could hear it from the name, is a beach break. Nevertheless, I'd say it does have some similarities to what we are seeing right now, because Kuta Beach, it's almost a closeout. It's not, but it is almost. That means it's often a barreling wave where you have to be super duper fast. So do you feel like his knowledge from Kuta Beach is of good use in here?
Look, I know he grew up in Kuta Beach when he was a Grom, but these guys right now, once they enter the professional surfing career, they cannot surf Kuta Beach all the time. They have to explore around and go to Karamas, similar to Medewi. We have this variation of wave in Indonesia that Danny is actually hunting every day. So I'm sure him and his coach are working closely toward before this event. 3 months before the event, they already say, okay, we are going to Maldives and there's going to be a wave called Coke. And we're going to just practice exactly the same wave. And growing up in Kuta Beach, that wave is so playful. When it's small, good for the kids. When it's big, the sandbank can just create a nice right and left point break. Kind of really fun beach break. That's what I used to surf when I was a Grom as well.
Ah, nice.
So
And you have 3 amazing reefs right next to it, right? Kuta Reef, airports, middles, and then Kuta, right? Obviously, right-hander. So
airport right.
airport, sorry, exactly. So pretty spoiled there, right?
Yeah, like you just need to get on a boat. I think that takes you about 10 minutes to get out there back with a boat. Pretty fun, and you can see the plane landing there. So yeah, so back in action right now. We're still waiting for that score, but as we speak, the score is in now. It's a 6-point ride for our surfing red. Really quick 2-turn combo for our surfing red. This is a 6-point ride. Looks like bang right there. Throw a lot of spray. And
that's what I mean. Like the second maneuver obviously wasn't like a huge thing, but for him, coming from his first wave and immediately goes up again, that shows that he was really anticipating the whole wave.
Yeah, he actually shows this. We're speaking about our surfing green right now. He shows the judges he has that commitment, the power, and the flow. So Danny is showing the other competitor that he has that, and not right now only a short disappeared the wave. There's not much wall on that wave, but the way he surfed it, really smart. He's using every part of the wave because the wave is running off him. So there's not much time to actually do a big bottom turn and come back around all the way to the pocket, because you can see that top to bottom really quick. If I was saying that, and there's no as technical bottom turn on that one, you can see him like snap to another.
Right.
But the judges liked it because the speed and power he has.
6.5 minutes in heat number 1 of round 3, open men. Danny Widato in the first position with a 6-point score, but all the other surfers already had their first wave too. Second position currently the surfer from Malaysia. And third, Indian surfer Harish Mutu in blue, who has also the first priority. And Julian Al-Hosseini with second priority, and a 1-pointer gives him the fourth position. And he, of course, will try to do the same as the other two male participants of the Lebanese, and that is try to get at least first or second position in this round to be able to proceed to round number 4. But all the Lebanese surfers so far are still in this competition, and it's going to be interesting to see if the performance of Team Lebanon will be enough to get one of the slots from the regional qualification. Here you can see Indian surfer in blue up and riding, pumping his way through, but decides to kick out because this wave was just too fast. So yeah, I was talking about it. This event, the ASF Asian Surfing Championship 2024, is not only the continental championship, but it's also a qualifier, the first qualifier for the Asia Games 2026. Interestingly, it's not only the first time that the Asian Championships is going to do a qualifier for the Asia Games, but it's actually the first time ever the Asia Games is doing any qualifier. So sort of double history moment. And one way to get qualified in this event is to be the best ranked country in your region. So the Asian Council of Olympic Countries divided Asia into 5 regions, Western Asia being one of them. This is where Lebanon is trying to compete against the other mainly Arab countries. Then we have Central Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia, and South Asia. So from all this region, they will get 1 slot, and after that there will be 7 more slots handed in this event to the best scored countries. And same thing will happen in next year, in next ASF Asian Surfing Championship. So it's one more reason for all the surfers to try their best and to score as many points as possible for their country.
Wow, sounds amazing, you know. Sounds all fair and there's a huge opportunity for every Asian region to compete, you know. So, and also thank you for explaining that. I'm sure everybody's watching need to know that, because this event is so special for that. And yeah, thank you.
My pleasure. Yeah, Asia Games is a huge thing. It's pretty much the Olympics for the Asian continent, and it's first time that surfing is part of it. So obviously in the Asia Games they're trying to have as many sports that are in the Olympic Games also be included in the Asia Games. So in 2026 will be in Japan, 2030 will be in Qatar, and 2034 in Saudi Arabia. And well, after the big success of surfing and in the last Olympic Games in Tihaupu, I'm quite sure all the big events like Asia Games and Pan Am Games, which is the equivalent in the Americas, will make sure to keep surfing in their repertoire.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because it's so good that actually Asia is growing in their surfing, because in the last couple of years I know Australia, America, Brazil are taking over the surfing world. So right now it's so good to see our Asian region is bringing the whole team, you know, all over Asia. So things the other countries should be watching out for this one.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just great to see that finally the biggest continent in the world with the most population in the world slowly, take the position it should have also in the surfing world, because it's not only the size of the continent and the population, but also surf breaks. Like in Asia, you have some of the best breaks in the world. We are witnessing right now the beauty of the Maldives, Cokes, one of the nicest right-hand reef breaks you can ask for. But obviously it's not just Maldives, it's your home country, Indonesia, it's Philippines, people are talking about Taiwan. And also there's so much more coast to explore. I mean, think of China, think of India. I'm sure there are still so many secret spots out there. So finally, Asian surfing is there where it should be.
Yeah, it's interesting when you say that, because in Indonesia, my family known, like if you live on the beach, it's just scary. They're all looking for living on the mountain or away from the beach. But right now, because surfing has become a sport and into the Olympic, now everybody want to be a beachfront. If you ask Indonesian, where would you like to live, on the beach or in the city, they'll choose in the city. And now it's changing. Like if you ask Westerner going, oh, I want to live on the beachfront, but Indonesian don't want to do that. But as you can see right now, a surfer from in white from Lebanon, and he's doing great turn here. So it's nice. Can he finish it? Julian Al Husseini.
Exactly. Living in Dubai. His mother, if I'm not mistaken, is from Lebanon. So he is proud to represent that part of his family. His second wave, so it will definitely go into his score now. And before we continue with this heat, we will go to Jessie and let her interview the winner of the last heat from the women.
Yeah, guys, I am with Chen from Chinese Taipei. I'm going to ask her questions in English. She is going to respond in her own language. Chen, how was your heat out there?
我觉得我冲的还可以，然后但是很开心可以拿到分组第一，希望下次可以冲得更好。
What is it like to represent Chinese Taipei?
我参加国家选拔队，然后取得资格。
And is there anything you want to say to your fans back home watching and your family?
谢谢国剧的支持，然后还有家人以及台湾的朋友帮我加油。
Amazing, congratulations. Thank you so much, Chen. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Jessie. That was a good interview for a surfer from Taiwan. We've been surfing Taitung. It's really nice to see them surfing there, and I've seen them since they were little kids. Now they're bringing the flags here, and it's good to see. Things are growing, and look at this wave right now.
The climate and the beaches in Taiwan, they're pretty similar to Indonesia, right?
Yeah, it's their winter is kind of like a little bit chilly, but not as bad as like Australia or Western kind of countries. But it's still cold. Yeah, but right now I think the season it's about to start in Taiwan. So
Are they also surfing the typhoon swells like they do in Japan and Korea?
Yeah. Yep, that's our surfer in white advance, but currently right now we have 10 minutes to go in this heat. Danny Widianto still in first place with that single score. Will he get another wave? I think there.
Yeah, judging by the speed, that must be Danny. Look at him. Wow, he's not a surfer, he's a Formula One driver.
Yep, going too fast, Ferrari.
Yeah, I would love to hear your insights on the replay. It's what I said. Danny has the technique, has the reading skills. What is he doing there?
Yeah, this wave didn't offer him much wall, but he's trying to find if there. I think right there he didn't want to turn on air, so he's a bit confused because the wave doesn't give him enough time to think about it. So he just did a quick turn there and kick out because the wave are kind of confusing him a bit, because it thought it would be a walling up because maybe the tide changing a little bit. So
I mean, obviously you get scores for maneuvers, and there wasn't a lot of maneuver potential there. I will talk about that in a sec. But before we see second wave from Malaysian surfer Nurezuddin bin Matlin, he is going out of this one, trying to get another wave. Maybe that was already enough to keep him in the second position, but the Indian surfer, currently in fourth, is actually having a nice wave here. Definitely the best wave so far for him. So that could be maybe already the second position. Wow, look at this. He's putting a lot of maneuvers in this wave and clean finish. So best wave so far for the surfer in blue. Yeah, but back to Danny. Again, like on that last wave, obviously there was not really like a major maneuver done, but nevertheless you could see his technique in the way he was generating speed. It was incredible how fast he got. That was not only the right technique, but again, reading skills, understanding where to be on the wave to be able to maximize the speed.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think right now, Danny Widianto is having a little bit of frustration because the waves are pumping, but he could not get the right section that he wants to hit. And then, as you can see, our surfer in blue having the right wave. This is the wave that he's actually looking for. Damn, that was a nice turn for our surfer in blue. So this could be like the second wave of the set, or the bit deeper. So right there, good finishing right here. Bang, good finishing for our surfer in blue. Definitely put him in the game now from fourth, maybe up to second place soon. And this is our surfer in white. That was a better wave selection too. So you kind of see the surfer in white right now having the rhythm of that first wave that he has. Okay, I need to look for a wave that has not much wall. That's what Danny would want to do now. And here we go, our surfer in red.
Danny once again showcasing his brilliant surfing skills. This time he is actually able to have an open face to work on it. I highly doubt that anybody will take the first position in this heat from Danny because, as I said, the winner of last year's event, look at him. Technically you can't say anything. It's the amount of spray he creates with his waves, with his style of surfing says it all. So for sure Danny will again be one of the favorites of winning this event. And last year he was actually the only male surfer for Team Indonesia. This year Indonesia has a stacked team, full team, 3 participants in the males, 3 participants in the women. So great to have this big surfing nation showing their full potential in the ASF Asian Surfing Chip 2024.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Danny Widianto right now, I don't think he's opened up all his potential in his surfing skills. I know he's just trying to figure things out there. Sometimes when he's not showing much, he's observing a lot for his next round. So he's preparing now for the next round, maybe round 4. How is that when you win to go to round 4? And as you can see, the next heat, John Mark Dokong and a couple other names that I cannot pronounce. But I know Ahmad Agil, our local surfer. I know that name for sure. So that will be next heat number 2. And here's a replay for our surf in green. Wow, just got caught up there. Bigger set, good wave selection.
5 minutes 45 to go for this first heat of the men's round 3. It is an elimination round. That means we have to say goodbye to 2 in this heat. So far, if the score will stay like this, it would be the surfer in white from Lebanon and from India, Harish Mutu. But they still have plenty of time. Harish actually has first priority, so he can wait for one of the clean bombs and show what he's capable of. And the Indians are capable of incredible stuff, man. It's amazing to see them, though mainly surfing beach breaks in Chennai, still ripping in this reef break. So everything, at least when it comes to second position, is still in reach for all the 3 surfers. But as we said, Danny is sort of surfing in his own arena, on his own level right now. But you know what? You don't have to become first in this heat. Second is all you need to proceed to round number 4.
Yep, that's right. And there's 4 minutes 30 seconds to go. As we can see, there's some sets coming back, but I don't think it's gonna break right where all the surfers sitting right now. So there's 2 sections out there that every athlete get to choose. You can either go deep and get the section to yourself, or you can sit with the group. What would you do?
You know what? Depends on which position you are. For Danny, I guess, probably he can just surf whatever he wants there, have some fun. So let's talk about the others. So the Malaysian surfer in green has got, compared to surfers in third and fourth position, quite a good first score with a 3.33, but he still needs a backup score to, not risking losing his position. So for him, since it's 3 minutes 45 to go and he's got fourth priority, maybe he wants to sit further to the left and get, a smaller one, just to at least have a backup score, or wait until the others would get a wave and then just paddle out there as to the outside and try to get one of the bombs. So there's still enough time, since the ocean is pumping right now. There's a good pulse coming. For Julian Al Hosseini, if he wants to get the second position, right now he would need a 2.34, so that is only 0.01 point more that he has right now. But obviously the chances of the Malaysian surfer getting a second score is quite big, so he should really focus on trying to put his best surfing out there to make sure to get the second position. And actually we just see a change of position. Harish Mutu, with first priority, has got the second position now, and his last score was a 5.33, so that pretty much changes everything for a surfer in green and white. Now even for the Malaysian surfer, it's not sufficient to just get a medium wave, but he actually has to show us his A game now to be able to advance to the fourth round.
Yeah, there's time. There's 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. As you can see, all the surfers in the line for the some wave, but that was nice. Quick check turn for our surfer in blue. But having that 2 minutes left and everybody in the lineup, will be there some sets coming though for the situation change.
The surfer in second position right now, surfer in blue from India, doing a nice turn there with the lip. Just a one maneuver wave there for him, but he just needs to get rid of his backup score of 1.5, and I do feel like this maneuver was enough to do so. So that even creates a bigger gap for surfers in green and white, if for them to be able to get the second position. So 1.5 minutes to go. Danny has got first position, he's got priority, so very comfortable lead for him. And now it's on the Lebanese and the Malaysian surfer to put on the next gear and try everything in their abilities to make it happen, to stay here in this competition, in this qualifier of the Asian Games, the ASF, Asian Surfing Championship 2024, organized by the ASF, the MSA, and the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation.
Yeah. So right now, we just mentioned all our sponsors and our supporters, and there's 45 seconds to go in this heat. Dani Widianto with a 7.5. Here we go, up and riding for our surfer in white. Just got behind.
What a pity. He tried it. He really wanted to make sure to go to the open face, because that wave had the potential to give him a big score there, but unfortunately for Julian, that was it. It will not be possible for him to paddle back in the remaining 15 seconds to get another wave. So that means first participant of Team Lebanon we have to say goodbye to. That is Julian Hussein. And in 5 seconds, time will be over. So that means also now it's official. Also surfer in green from Malaysia. Well done participating here, but at least for this year, that's the stop. He can continue and focusing now, enjoying the waves here. Go to Chickens, go to all the other world-class spots. But Indian surfer Harish Mutu in blue and Dani Widato from Indonesia in red, they will proceed to the next round. So for them, that means no free surf, but instead keep your eye on Cokes and work on our skills to be able to get the best scoring you're capable of. We will have another small recap of this heat, and then we'll proceed with round number 3, heat 2 of the men.
All right, good morning everyone who's watching live. That was great surfing for our Surfing Red, Dani Widianto from Indonesia, and follow up with our Surfing Blue from India. And congratulations, you're advanced into the next round. But right now, we have Giada Lejadi, and we're gonna watch heat number 2.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We're back into the main round of the men's. It's back to 25-minute heats. The waves are firing. So let's just see who is in this heat today. This is heat 2 of the day. So we have John Mark Tokong in red. We have our Sri Lankan surfer, which I will, these names are pretty long, but we have been given some nicknames for them, or what they would rather be called.
And here we go. John Mark Tokong is up and down. The waves just feel some sets came through on that first couple of minutes on the heat. And looks like some exciting action because there is some potential of like rippable waves out there to do some turns, some airs. And yeah, so here we go. Replay again for our Surfing Red. Look at this first turn. Boom. That was a nice turn, but unfortunately coming in stuck. But yeah, Surfing Wide representing Sri Lanka. Sorry.
Actually, this is
Sorry,
Ahmed
Ahmed,
Agil,
sorry.
our Maldivian
Our favorite surfer. Apologize for that for everyone who's watching, but it's a lot of surfers to read. So Ahmed Agil is known as a big wave surfer out here, our local hero. And here is our surfer from China. All right. Xing Zhuang Zhang. Sorry, guys, for our pronunciation. Zi Yuang Zhang. So, and here we go is a replay for our Surfing Red. That was a nice cutback. I don't know what it's called, Larry, into another one. Whoa, he's going really fast. Who let that finishing? Whoa.
That was John
All right.
Mark Tokong, also known as Marmar, our surfer from the Philippines, opening up this heat incredibly. He already has a 1.17 and a 0.67, but he knows that's not going to be enough. So here are some replays. We have Zeyuan Zhang from China. Unfortunately, couldn't get around that first section. This is John Mark Tokong. big first layback Larry there. Sets it up for the second one. In the pocket, super tight. And I love this finishing. Super critical. He manages to ride out of it. Looks back at the beach. He knows he's got a pretty good score under his belt right now.
Yeah, he's just having that rhythm and that attitude right now. So just be careful. John Mak Tokong is a good competitor. That was a really nice Larry, we call it, into another one. That's a tricky one to do because there's a lot of bump and then finish it off right there. John Mak Tokong from the Philippines. It's already showing some good action. Answer back after looking at Danny Vidianto last heat. So both surfers are wearing red and now is in first place, but there's only just the beginning of our time. There's 19 minutes to go. Our surfer in green, can they ride out? Not coming and stuck on that one.
Yep, so some great surfing already. This is a replay of our Chinese surfer in green, Zhe Yuan Zhang. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of that one, but he has plenty of time to get back out there and have another chance. We are waiting for a few scores to come through. I'm pretty excited to see what John Mark Tokong is going to get. Marmar was ripping on that wave. He finished it off so strongly. He gave that variety. He really followed that lip line on that last turn. It was very critical, so it's exciting.
Yeah, the Filipino team, let's go. Clap hands together, everyone. As we can see right now, John Mak Tokong is in front and followed with Ahmad Agil, our local hero, our local surfer here from the Maldives. There you go. Scores are in for our last rev, 8.33. And now here go our surfer in blue, answered back. Looks like a really nice turn. That was good tile slide into another one. So this is a bit kind of like hard wave to serve, but he is trying to get everything complete to get the score. There you go. Good ride out. Sketchy part right there. As a surfer here from white, Ahmad Agil. Should have been watching. The whole family came down to watch him. So it's good to have that family team and the vibes and energy here. He's currently in third place. He haven't got many waves yet. There's a lot of current out there when you paddle back Al Jadah.
Yep, there is quite a bit of current there today. So this is our Sri Lankan surfer, Kavindu. Good first, like opening carve. Really pushed the tail on the second one as well. There's a lot of whitewash on this face, so it's not easy, but he managed really nicely to ride out of this one. And right behind him, our local surfer, Ahmed Agil from the Maldives. Good looking wave. Wraps it around nicely here. A bit of a setup turn. This wave really stands up for him. A nice critical section there, and unfortunately comes down here, but that was going to be a pretty good score for our local surfer. A few scores to come in for blue and white. So we're going to have a little bit of a change of situation, but John Mark Tokong, an 8.33 to start off this heat. That is incredible.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Right now, John Mak Tokong, he is looking to replace that 1.17. But while we're talking about the scores, we'll go down for our last heat winner.
Guys, I'm here with the current title holder, Asian champion and last heat winner, Danny from Team Indonesia. Danny, it's always a pleasure to watch you surfing. But you know what? I feel like you're still holding back, man. I still have those images in my mind from last year with your airs and barrel riding. Tell us, was that part of your strategy to play safe?
No, like I do my surfing like safety first, like because low tide and yeah, step by step.
I mean, it was more than enough. I think even, if you surf relaxed, you can easily go very far with this. But everybody out there is still looking forward for, your A game. Tell us, last year you were alone for Team Indonesia. This time you have a full team. Also on your side, one of the legendary surfers from Indonesia, Dede. How much is it, an asset for you to have like your whole team, A+ surfers on your back surfing with you here in this event?
So good. Like have coaching, Dila, Daddy always talk to me like how you're feeling, or in the morning make me a breakfast like a banana, like sandwich, and yeah.
All right. Happy for you getting the banana sandwiches. Is there anything you want to say to your friends watching here right now?
Terima kasih buat dukungannya. Mungkin nanti cewek main round 3, dukung semua tim Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Congrats, bro. See you in the next heats. Back to you guys.
Alright, thank you so much. Terima kasih untuk Dani Widianto. Selamat Anda sudah masuk di round ke berikutnya, di mana sekarang ada John Mark Tokong, Ahmed Agil, and of course I don't know how to pronounce that full name of Kavindu and Jing Zhuang Zhang in green, currently in 4th place, but there is 14 minutes to go. There's plenty of time in this heat, so yeah.
That's a really, really well done pronunciation. Look at that lineup. That is looking so much fun, Oni. So Zhe Yuan Zhang takes a look at that wave. Unfortunately, isn't able to get it. Loses priority, goes to priority number 3, but he really wants to start, getting into the rhythm in this heat. He only has a 097 and 140. Kavindu opens up his account with a 4.33, and Ahmed Agil last wave a 4.17. Even though he didn't complete it, that's a pretty good score. He wants to get rid of that 150. He knows he has Kavindu really close behind, so it's gonna be a pretty intense way to finish off this heat. We have reached round 3 of the men, so there is no more rapid charge after this. We're gonna go straight into elimination round.
Oh, wow. That is our local surfer, Ahmed Agil. He knows his wave, but that one unfortunately doesn't come out. But at the back, we are surfing red. He answers back. He knows his wave. This guy is dangerous. John Mark Tokong, top to bottom surfing, really nice. Into another one, rides out perfectly. Wow. And goes in the air. Whoa! What is going on in the lineup right now, ladies and gentlemen? Now you are just watching the round 3 of Heat 2. Really showing our Filipino surfer in red are really trying to show everybody, bring their A game in. So I'm sure everybody's watching now live in the Maldives. This is the show begin.
Yeah, that was an incredible wave by John Mark Tokong. He's been waiting a while to be out in this heat. He passed straight to the round 3. Wow. Already just the few turns in the beginning of the wave were incredible. Here's the replay of our man in white, Ahmed Agil. Unfortunately not able to ride out of this one, but let's take a look at this wave. So big first carve here to start it off. Super critical 2 turns here. It's right in the pocket. Big fan of spray out the back, but here we go. He takes to the air, rides out of it. I'm not sure if that's going to be considered complete or not, but it was very impressive nonetheless. And right behind him, Zhe Yuan Zhang unfortunately gets his rail a little stuck on the way down there, but a few scores to come through.
I want to see a slow motion on that John Mark Tokong air.
Yeah.
Our surfer in red, that really freaky turn. And here we go, answer back for our surfer in blue. Right now in 3rd place, looking to take down our surfer in white. But there's a couple turn already. Wow, and can he finish this one?
Ooh.
Unfortunately not. So it's a really dangerous position. As you can see in the live, there is our surfer in white. Into the barrel, come out. Perfect ride out for our surfer in white. Nice answer back. This is already the show. It's answering by our surfer in white there. Man, I think that is good. I think really, really is exciting right now. Ahmad Agil, our local surfer from the Maldives, he knows what to do because he needs to stay in 1st and 2nd place to make the next round.
That was some incredible surfing we are seeing in this Heat 2 of the day. So let's start off with a replay of Kavindu. Some really nice turns here. Wraps it around super strong, pushes the tail all the way around. slices this one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of it. Just pushed a little too hard. Gets, thrown out the back. But here, this is what we've been waiting for. Beautifully well done. He just really holds his line. He doesn't make it quick. He stays back in. You can see him kind of slow back down. This is our local Maldivian surfer showing that he knows what he's up to. He knows what he's doing. So some big scores to come through for a few of our surfers in this heat.
Yeah, here we go. I love this part because we're gonna do a nice slow motion of the air. Look at this, he's launched it and looks in his tail pad on his back foot right there. That landing though, wow, he rides it out. I would say that's complete, but let's see. I love that. For me, it really is a complete, but some of the judges can be really technical about that. I don't know. So that's even this one, a really nice barrel riding for our surfing white. So this red and white really dominating out there, but blue and green still on the back. But look at this calf right here for our surfing in white. Ahmad Agil, I'm sure his son and his whole family is watching this. Really gonna be a whole lot of cheering on the beach.
Yeah, so Ahmed Agil showing his skills in the barrel. He really threaded it really nicely, and he came out of it with so much speed that he kind of had to do a little bit of a check turn to kind of wash off that speed. I'm super excited to see some of the scores come through.
Yep.
It's going to be curious what they give John Mark Takong, because some people might consider that complete, others might consider that incomplete. But
I love that slow motion though.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the media who's doing that. Really nice effort on that. So this is the channel to paddle out for the heat. There's every flags there, Japanese, Maldivian flag. Yeah, they are just sitting there cheering for the surfers. You can see the lineup for next heat. There's someone's paddling out there. And who is going to be on this wave? Nobody.
All right, so big scores to come through. The judges having to take a really long, hard, think about this, because it's a pretty critical moment. Here is the replay of John Mark Takong's wave. Beautiful opening turn, too critical, upside down. I love this second turn as well. Boom.
Wow, that turn is nice.
Yeah.
And this one right here, whoa. It's like no thinking kind of surfing. He's just going for it. There's no something. He's just having fun. He doesn't care if he make it or not. He's just gonna do it.
I think this is my favorite wave. I love this. He was about to come out, but he slowed back down. He stayed in the barrel. Wow, they're just so different. John Mark Takong's wave and Ahmed Agil's wave. They're both incredible waves, but really, really impressive stuff from both of them. I'm excited to see the scores.
Imagine being blue and green right now, looking at that, hearing, wow.
All right, so there we have it. John Mark Takong's last wave comes in at a 9.17, so they did consider it complete. And here he goes again, not wasting any time. He heard his score. Oh. He's just having fun out there at this point.
I love it. Bring it on. What a score total. Look at that, 17.50 for ASF in the red, up and riding again. Look at this guy staying busy. That nice turn there into this. Oh, this is wow. Oh, wow. So imagine that paddling back out for our next heat. What is this guy doing? What is he doing? Doing some crazy airs like this? Are you allowed? So
look at this. I think this is a replay again. Oh, look at that.
Wow, John Mark Takong is the air show begins right now. So everybody is watching. Think there will be some nice action coming the next couple of heat. Are you excited, Jada?
I'm super excited. This heat has passed by so fast already. 5 minutes and a half remaining. We are still waiting for the last wave of Ahmed Agil and Kavindu. So Few scores still to come in, but 917 for John Mark Takong. That is some incredible surfing that he did.
Yeah, there you go. So time is only 5 minutes to go right now. And our surfer in blue right now just getting the medium-sized wave, trying to catch up with our surfer in white. Nice surfing. But will that be a good enough score? Because you can see our surfer in white before. Oh, that was a replay of before. Sorry. So, yeah. It's going to have to stay busy. Surfing white right now, staying busy. Second place. Not a nice turn here. Airdrop that. Coming on stack. So there's a 7.33 for all surfer in white. That barrel, Giada, that one you like, the judges really rewarded that. So, and back it up with a 4.17. They are feeling really comfortable out there.
Yeah, so they must be feeling pretty good right now. This is Zeyuan Zhang right now on his backhand. One good first backhand turn, wraps it around here for that second one. Decides to pull off, the wave not offering too much. This is a replay of our local surfer Ahmed Agil from the Maldives. Good, pretty critical first turn. Here he goes for that second one. Unfortunately gets his rail stuck on the way down, so isn't able to ride out of it. But he's sitting on a 7.33 and a 4.17, so that's a pretty good score. The last of Kavindu comes in at a 5.17. So Kavindu and Zeyuan have a little bit of a catch-up game going on here. They have 3 minutes 40 seconds to do it. It's not game over just yet, but John Mark Takong with a healthy lead.
Yeah, so right now all eyes are on red because everybody's like, all other teams, okay, John Mark Tokong is the opponent to actually be watching out for. So every other surfer from Japan, Indonesia, Philippines now are just regrouping. Okay, the scales are higher now. Here's the one you get a 9-point ride. So, and having this, our surfing from the Maldives, they know this wave really well. So that strategy of having a local knowledge is gonna be also a dangerous thing to do. But a surfer from the Sri Lankan as well, Gavindu, currently in third place. 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. They really need to go to work here for Zeyuan Zhang. Of course, Giada always laugh at me every time I pronounce people's name. But excuse me, everybody. My pronunciation not perfect, but keep your eyes on the high rise because there's some crazy action out there. We all here to watch our surfers and our team and all team together supporting each other. And what a great effort for that. And 2 minutes to go in the water. Who will make through this heat? Will Ahmed Agil stay in second place? Can Gavindu fight back? As Gavindu now have priority too. So having the priority is a really high of advance to an opportunity to come back and fight. So the gate is still open for our surfer in blue. So third priority, our surfer in fourth place in green. 1.4 and a 2.83. Pretty low score. But our surfer in blue has a huge opportunity.
All right, so if you were surfer in blue right now, Oni, and you were out there, what would you do right now?
Oh, catch some bigger wave. Look at this one. This is a smaller wave. He probably won't get any because you can see Ahmed Agil already have the score of 7.33. So you can either divide it into two, get a mid-range fives. But I don't think this wave will allow him to get the score. He's surfing really good. It's all about that wave selection. But right there, boom. He's feeling the nerves and trying to complete the wave. But, yeah. So if I was him, I would wait for that set. And surf it probably and ride out perfectly for the finishing. For the judges to give a good reward. Because Ahmad Agil already posting some 7.33 and a 4.17 now. Really comfortable in second place.
Yeah, so we will be reaching the last 20 seconds of this heat, and this is your current heat leader going for the barrel. Will he make it out of
Wow,
the
what is going on here?
Oh my goodness.
That is impossible to ride out. Will he another alley-oop?
Oh!
Whoa, 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 whoa. What a great way to finish. Thank you so much, John Mark Tokong. Really shows us how great of a surfer he is, and really excited. And what
Our man in green.
what happened?
Oh, he caught one more wave as well. So that was an incredible way to finish off this heat. Look at this. This is John Mark Tokong, everybody, the man of the hour. So deep, completely disappears. He still manages to come out of it, and here he goes for the air again. Look at this. Unfortunately, isn't able to land it, but it doesn't matter. He's sitting on a 917. Look at that. That was an incredible, incredible wave.
That's a huge air.
That was huge. If you imagine if he landed that, that would have been a 10. Are you kidding
I
me?
would give him 20. 19.5. Well, congratulations for our surfing red. Second place, our local surfer from the Maldives. Congratulations, we advance into the next round. Unfortunately for our surfing blue and green, good luck next time. But we're going for the quick heat recap. Pew.
All right, guys, welcome back to the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here in Maldives. We had an incredible last heat. You know, Maramar or John Mark Tokong absolutely killing it. He got barreled. He had this crazy alley-oop. Also, our local surfer, Ahmed Akil, getting a sick barrel and doing some crazy turns. Welcome back in the booth, Jessie Starling.
Thanks. It's a good heat to come back in. I mean, that last heat, the energy on the beach, it all erupted for the local surfer, for Marimar. I mean, everyone was screaming, everyone was whistling. I was like, oh, this is cool. I like being here. It was really fun.
Yeah, it was super exciting. I mean, even here, me and Oni were like screaming and hooting, and maybe it would have come a little loud out on the live screen, but we were excited, so it is all good. So in the water currently is Tin Johnson in the red. We have blue Natakron Sayu from Thailand, Ismail Rashid in green from Maldives, and Mohammed Manan from Bangladesh in the white. So let's see what the boys will bring. You know, they did see that last heat, and I'm sure they're going to be wanting to bring their A game after that heat. Incredible stuff. There we have Ahmed Akil meeting his team on the beach. Crazy stuff. So it's so great to be able to come in on, I'm sure that's his kid.
Oh, that was pretty sweet. All right, getting this heat started, Natakon from Thailand. He has surfed a lot of heats. He is in both divisions here. He's in the junior men. He's also in the open men. And, you know, for such a big guy, and he's quite tall, and he's got a really strong stature. He's really calm and put together and softly spoken, and he's just this really beautiful human being. And it's looking like Smiley, our local surfer, getting started. So Ismail is his name. Everyone knows him by Smiley. He had an incredible repechage heat yesterday. He looked fired up and on. It seems like he's attacking this heat with that same energy, laying back on that first turn there. He designs all his board with ninja sprays, so he's looking ninja-like in this heat. And then now Natakhan really showing us his form, his power, and his flow just on that one turn there.
Yeah, you're totally right. He is a tall guy. So Natakhan from Thailand. We have a few scores to come through. So a good...
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be a great heat, and looking like on screen, that's our sports and youth minister. I'm pretty sure they're going to be in the booth later, I've been told. Rumour has it that they might come in and have a little chat to us later, so excited to see them come here, get amongst the action, maybe call a heat or two, see what they think about this event that we are so lucky to have them put on. So our organisers, thank you, Asian Surfing Federation, Maldives Surfing Association, and Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. We honestly wouldn't be here today celebrating the Asian Surfing Championships 2024 here without those guys. So definitely need to get them in the booth, pick their brain on a few things.
Yeah, but it's going to be super great to get their insight and, you know, even show them a little bit of what surfing's like and how it works out here, because it's such a different sport to everything else. I've experienced this a little bit when I spend some time in Italy and I'm with the Olympic Committee and I meet people from other sports. It's just so different, and I'll get right back to that as we see John Mark Tokong right now with his team on the beach. That is Team Pilipinas. So they're cheer there. Oh, just Jada's left.
Live on screen, we have our surfer from Bangladesh, Mohammed. He's going left. We've been calling it Giada's left all event. It has actually been awarded to Giada. So he's been listening to us ramble off about it, how fun it looks. I mean, this wave, it's got a really cool wall to it. Look at it go.
I'm telling you, that wave is high quality stuff. There is our man in white. This is Mohammed Manan from Bangladesh, getting a go at the left. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, you know, many other sports tend to be just, you know, for example, swimming or running, the first one who gets their wins. Whereas there's just so many factors to surfing. There's the luck factor, you know, the judging. There's just some days it's just not your day and you end up not catching the waves, and it's a very different sport, and we're just so dependent on nature and waves and weather.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's so much that goes into it that probably a lot of outsiders don't actually take into consideration. You know, if someone isn't really aware of how surfing works, knowing what equipment, you know, what works, what doesn't, fins, board lengths, board width, and then you have, you know, how you train, how you prepare for this. Okay, if it's windy, am I going to be riding an epoxy or a PU? Like, There is so much that goes into our sport, and it's second to none for us because we've grown up doing it. All of these competitors have grown up doing it. Surfing becomes your whole lifestyle. So for someone to come in and be a part of our sport who might not have the same experience that we have, it could be a really big eye-opener for anyone who isn't a surfer to know how much we as surfers actually put into this sport.
Yeah, that's right. And I know it's the most cliche sentence in our sport is surfing is a lifestyle, but honestly, it is. Every time, well, I think I speak for both of us. Every time we have a few days of holiday or every time we're organizing a trip, it's always to go surf. I mean,
always.
I don't think I've ever organized maybe once or twice a holiday to just walk around and not bring my boards, but usually I want to go surf on my holidays.
I'm going surfing on my holidays, that's for sure. Oh, unfortunately, Tin Johnson, he's just falling off there. So we have another Thailand surfer, so 2 representatives from Thailand in this heat. But I'm the same. I never book a trip where there isn't waves. I mean, I would become a nuisance if I didn't surf or didn't have the opportunity to surf for a couple days. So yeah, I definitely think anywhere we go in the world, as soon as surfing becomes your life, it becomes your life. You want to travel to new surf spots, meet people who are surfers. I mean, everyone you meet who is in this sport, they are so incredible. And I feel like it's just one big happy world of surfers out there.
Yep, that is absolutely correct. And this is Smiley Rashid. Good wave here from him. This was a replay of his first wave. I liked here how he finished it off, kind of like hacks into it, finishes it off really nicely. So that was really well done from Smiley. But right behind him, Mohammed Manan, our surfer from Bangladesh, sitting on a 3. We are waiting to see the score for the left. So
yeah, definitely.
I'm curious to see if the judges are really going to put into account, like, to show, because this is how it's going to really show, like, we accept lefts or we don't, you know?
I have a feeling they're probably going to go with we don't. You know, this is, as amazing as that left is, and you and I both love it, these rights, that's what they've got their eye on. There's barrel opportunity. We saw Marimar take to the air. Muhammad getting 2 nice turns on this wave, but Smiley, he's going, look at these lefts. His backhand is his weapon. So Smiley, actually from this island, Thulusdhoo, but works over a few atolls just down over at Lohis, which is actually a left. So spends a lot of his time on his backhand. So to come here, he's adjusting, he's on his forehand, but forever just chasing those lefts, as you can tell by that last wave. And a little interesting fact as well about Muhammad from Bangladesh. Our Bangladesh surfers only get swell 4 months of the year, which is absolutely mind-boggling to me. They only get to surf 4 months of the year unless they travel outside of Bangladesh to find waves. So the fact that these guys have so much talent, so much ocean knowledge, and then to come here and perform on one of the world's biggest stages, it's incredible to me.
So a few waves being ridden right now. We are seeing our surfer in blue and red. Both are surfers from Thailand. So from the distance, that wave from blue was actually looking really good.
Yeah, that wave from the distance from the start definitely did, but tapered off a little bit for red. But blue, Natsakon getting what he needed to do, getting to work. But looking like we're going to go down to Oni for an interview with the winner of that last heat.
All right. So, guess who we got right here? The Monster Man, Mr. John Maktokong. Congratulations, man. You made my day. So, tell me, how does it feel to be out there? You showed us how it's done.
Well, to be honest, the wave was so fun. And, like, when the waves today, it's remind me Cloud9. You know, it's just so perfect. And against with local boys, too, I was like, okay, I better safe than sorry. Because these guys has local knowledge. You have to be careful. So, yeah, I'm so stoked to meet it here, and with the local boys also, so happy for these guys. Like, I saw his barrel. I mean, it's like, yeah, I was like cheering for him because I was so stoked he's getting a barrel. So, yeah.
Look like you're at Cloud9 out there. When you got that air and then turn and then you power back out, you got that barrel and you ride out. What are you feeling? Do you feel like you're at home?
Oh, yeah, it is. It is like feel like at home because, like, in Cloud9, it's just straight here, you really have to like cheese, just keep going and keep going, and then like okay, go first before the wave stop. So yeah, so stoked to made it that barrel.
Yeah, because I know in that barrel, looked like the first barrel you came out, I thought you're gonna get pinched at the next one. So that's a really good skill what you did there. So congratulations. We're looking forward to do what's John Mark Tokong's bring in the next round. I'm sure everybody here is watching, and thank you so much for the great show, man. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, family.
Those two are so cheeky together. Oh my gosh, they call each other their long lost brothers.
I mean, they look alike. The only real difference I would say is the height, but they're the same.
They are the same human. They have that same cheeky smile. Speaking of cheeky people, Ismail Smiley, he is cheeky and he found himself another good wave. He doesn't attack that end section, but got a little bit of work done before then. So looking at some scores, so right now with waves to lock in, Smiley out there in the lead. He has a 4.5 and a 2.57. Then Muhammad in second, just with a couple of threes. Tin Johnson, a 3 has him in third, just a .067. So nothing crazy right now, but we're waiting on a score for Natacron, which I think will definitely filter in this heat.
All right, so this is a replay of Tin Johnson, our man from Thailand. A little bit stuck behind on that turn, but manages to ride out nicely, wraps it around here. It's a little bit of a smaller wave, but, get him into this heat. These are some replays. So Natacron right behind him, good-looking wave. Kind of just under the lip there. Nice turn. Unfortunately, gets his rail a little stuck. Here's your man, Smiley. Opening first turn. Sets it up for the second one. Kind of does a little bit of a layback there. Decides to pull off. So a few waves ridden. We need a few scores to come through. It is currently Smiley in first, a 4.5 and a 2.57. Natacron's last wave comes in at a 4. Looking like he got another score. So this is our man in white. Tries to pull in. Does a little bit of a John Mark Tokong and Ahmed impersonation, but unfortunately doesn't find the wave he's looking for.
Yeah, and Tin Johnson just going down there as well. So I feel like sometimes when the waves are so good like this, you can overcomplicate things for yourself. Tin, you didn't really commit to that section just how he should have, So Tin just needs to simplify it. We know he's a good surfer. We've seen him in plenty of heats now. He's pretty sure, actually, Tin is double dipping as well. He's in the juniors. So he just needs to kind of recompose himself, bring himself back to what the point of this heat is, and realize that he's surfing perfect waves right now. You sit, you find yourself one of those waves, and you are going to be well on for this heat. But looking like Natacron going to town on this wave, moving down away from our screen. There's the third turn, and he gets out before it gets a little bit too shallow there. So Natacron with a 4.8. So needs a 4.6, sorry. So needs that other score, but it's not a big score what he needs, and this was a good wave.
Yeah, so really like that first turn. It was really tight in the pocket, took that board all the way around. Good fan of spray out the back of this second one as well. So 3 really good turns there. That will back up his 4.8 really nicely. I think he could possibly go to the lead, but I'm no judge.
I know, it's always a little nerve-wracking kind of trying to make calls on waves. But you're right, he did go to the lead. That was a 5.67. So Natacron moving into the lead. We're looking at a pullback shot of our Indian surf team. So really talented. I mean, I spent a little bit of time in India last year, and I am gobsmacked of how fast that team has improved in just short 12 months. I mean, we've spoken about it. They've spent a lot of time training in Bali, and it's paying off because their surfers are looking sharp.
That's right. Just showing that if you really put that dedication in and that time, you can really go far. And Natacron's last wave is a 5.67, so it does push him straight into the lead. He will be wanting to get out there, and he knows how dangerous the other competitors are, so he wants to get rid of that 4.8. But something that could be happening maybe to Tin is when you see a heat like the previous one, you get really excited. The waves are good. You're going to want to show your A game. It kind of like inspires you. So sometimes it's easy to get those nerves in and try to go too big to what you're actually supposed to do. So it's good to just maybe take a step back, go back to basics, three to the beach, like they say. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially, I mean, Marimar just put on a performance. And I feel like sometimes you can take away from that fact of, yeah, it's actually a lot more simple than what us competitors make it, you know. At the end of the day, we just have to get 2 good waves in 25 minutes. Think about how many surfs you've had where you've got 2 good waves in 25 minutes.
That's exactly right. And it sometimes feels like 25 minutes is really quick, but you can do quite a lot in 25 minutes. You can catch quite a few waves. I mean, they did put the maximum wave total for 25 minutes, so I'm sure someone has gotten there at some point. But yeah, you're right. It's really simple at the end of the day when you're paddling out. You just need 2 good waves, and it's easy to just get into your own head when those nerves kick in.
Oh, for sure. But you know what? That 25 maximum wave count, I was thinking to myself the other day, who would challenge that? What kind of surfers in the world would challenge that 25-minute wave count? And I was like, oh my gosh, simple, Italo Ferreira. If he was told he could have only maximum 25 waves in a heat, I reckon he'd get there.
100%. I mean, especially with all the Red Bulls he drinks. I heard he has 5 coffees every hour or something.
That is crazy. I would literally be out of this world. But coming down to 6 minutes 50 on the clock, so Nathokron kind of separating himself from the rest of the field. That 5-6-7 has a bit of a hold on this heat right now. The next best would be from Smiley, our local surfer here from Thulusdhoo. So he's looking to back up that score, that 267. It's looming over him right now because with surfers and talent like Muhammad and Tin, ooh, it is close. It is anyone's game. And 6.5 minutes, that's a lot of time left in this heat. But I'm loving just seeing all these boats travel up and back all day along this break. It is so cool here how everyone just gets around by boat. Like, what a cool part of the world.
That's right. And just on this island, we only have 3 cars. Talking about Thulusdhoo, here is Smiley on a good-looking wave. Good first turn, really tight in the pocket. Sets it up for this second one. I think this is going to be throwing away that 287. So 2 turns and decides to pull off. It's still pretty shallow on that inside, so you don't want to be pushing it too hard, especially this is only around 3. You don't want to give your all just yet. So a replay of Smiley's last wave. I really like this wave. It was tight. It was neat.
Yeah, he got 2 turns there and then he decided to not hit that end section. For the viewers watching, it is very, very shallow in there, so I understand. And if a local's doing it, then, I mean, what are we supposed to do? And wow, 1 big turn there from Muhammad. He likes it. Gives us a bit of a fist pump. Says, all right, I'm feeling it. So maybe that 1 big turn, that's the push. That's the little pep in the step he needs to get his flow in these last 5 minutes.
Here we have the replay of that last one. Good first turn. Gets a little wobble on the way down, but manages to get back onto his feet, lays right back into it. He was stoked. You could see it was like the no claim.
Yeah, I know. He was definitely feeling it. But this is what I mean. He just did a layback. That is not an easy turn to pull off, right? Bangladesh surfers surf 4 months of the year. Sorry, what? How he manages to have this amount of talent as well. There's 2 Bangladesh surfers here. They are both so incredibly talented and they both have an impeccable read on the ocean. So I'm really surprised about how well their surfing is and how their competition skills have developed with only surfing such a short amount of the year. So I feel like taking away the fact that we actually are surfing for a spot in the Asian Games, there are so many cool little inside facts about each region, each country that's here representing. So, yeah, I feel like Bangladesh, they're definitely a standout for me.
Do you know which months of the year it is that they surf?
Ooh, I don't. I'll find out.
Yeah.
I'll report back.
Maybe I'm seeing a little bit of a surf trip there.
Ooh, maybe we'll make our way over to Bangladesh.
Something different. Novelty waves.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Go chase swells. Oh, looking like we've got a paddle here from our Bangladesh surfer right on cue. This is Mohammed Manan. Carves back to the pocket here. A little bit of a slow carve there and then really pushes hard in that section. So he needs to get a bit of work done. We still have that last wave score to lock in for him. Smiley does better his situation, a 3.57, and then Tin, I think, just overcomplicating it for himself right now.
Yeah, I think he needs to just maybe take a step back and go back to basics, just one turn at a time, one wave. Sometimes just resetting in the middle of the heat is actually okay. Like you kind of relax a little bit more. This is the replay of our surfer from Bangladesh. Good first turn, a little bit of whitewash on the face of this wave, but he handles it pretty nicely. Right behind him, Tin Johnson looking a little on his, I don't know, looking a little nervous. So yeah, maybe a step back won't be too bad for him. Could be something to maybe look forward to. He is doing the under 18 juniors as well, so he will get another chance.
He is such a talented surfer, so it's actually really hard to watch when a competitor who has the talent like Tin does not find his groove, not find his feet, and it's so frustrating to be in that position and know you have the talent, but sometimes you can tell when a surfer's too much in their head, and he definitely is. But look at this set wave. This is Smiley. Oh, not committing to that turn, and now out the back, our surfer from Thailand, strong goofy footer here. Love that first carve. I love the way he pushes really hard off his back foot right at the end of his turns. Kind of gives his turns a bit of extra pizzazz at the end there. And Natakron, getting a bit funky with it.
Just trying to let go, let loose. Wants to get rid of that 480, but nicely done from Natakrong. That was a pretty solid wave. You know, he's a tall dude, so if this wave was big on him, it would be like triple overhead on us.
Yeah, he definitely towers over you and I, so that's a really good point. This is a pretty solid wave, so that swell still building, but it's really turned on here today at Cokes. I mean, surfers just maximising these opportunities. Marimar, I mean, what a show he put on in that last heat. We can't wait to see more of that through this round. Here's the replay of Smiley. So kind of waited a long time down the bottom of the wave for that turn, and then I think that was a bit of a self-eject button. He definitely had the potential to really pull that carve all the way through. So right now he's in a progressive spot. So he can kind of look back at that and be like, all right, if I get an opportunity like that again, let's capitalize.
That's right. So practically as we reach the last 45 seconds of this heat, all eyes on white and red. They will be wanting to get their wave soon to advance. I'm pretty sure this might be, couldn't really see the color from here, but last 30 seconds, and it's looking pretty good for Natakrong and Smiley to be passing on to round 4 of this event. I think that was a little bit of a victory lap for Natakrong right now. Here we have the big man from Thailand passing pretty comfortably in first place. He did improve his score of 5.20 on that last one. And as I'm hearing the beach announcer count this one down, we're just going to watch a quick replay of Natakrong's last wave.
Yeah, looking like, wow, nice turn in the pocket. And again, back to back. I like the big man from Thailand call. That was cool. But yeah, like Giada was saying, that is the end of this heat. So looking like Thailand and our local surfer Smiley moving on through. We're going to have a heat recap and a little ad break. We'll be back from our action very shortly.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back to ASF Asian Surfing Championship 2024, the first qualifier for the Asian Games. Surfing will be represented there for the first time. I am Afridun Amu, and together with me, Jessie Starling.
Hey, it's great to be here. We've had a fun morning of action this morning. I mean, that standout heat with Marimar. Let's talk about that for a second. What a heat.
Incredible. Amade going deep for the barrel. And John, are you kidding me? Going for crazy snaps, ending the wave on an alley-oop, and then next wave is a barrel coming out doing an air reverse? What was going on there?
That's what we're here for, and that's what we want to see in this heat too. We have Liu Ming Zhang in the red, Iko Watanabe in the blue, Chen Zhang Wang in the green, and Essa Alessa in the white. So we have... I love the heats where we have a surfer from 4 different regions. I don't like the heats where we see regions match up. I know we'll get there in the end, but while we're in those earlier rounds, I love when we see all the regions get to compete against one another, and starting off with a tube and snaps that one in the pocket. Wow, great surfing here.
From the Japanese, definitely one of the favorites. Second time surfing in the Asian Surfing Championship. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this guy makes it all the way to the very last rounds, because Team Japan is always a favorite in the Asian Championships, but this young team of theirs, they know how to surf in every condition. We were talking about it a lot, that the better the conditions get, the more of a good chance do the Indonesians, the Maldives, and obviously the Philippines have, as we were witnessing. But that doesn't mean that the Japanese don't know how to surf perfection. On the contrary.
Oh, no way. I mean, I feel like the Japanese surfers, we've talked about it all event, they can surf in every single condition. There is no condition I don't think the Japanese can't thrive in. They practice and practice and practice. They are so dedicated to their craft, so dedicated to their sport. They are really a true testament to what an athlete should be like in this sport. And I mean, this is just showcasing the time spent out here from our Japanese surfer. Starting this wave off with a barrel, floats that section, air drops out of it. I love that carve, really strong in the pocket. Gets a finishing snap and he's out of there. So,
and you could really see his experience and skill in surfing the barrel, because at the beginning, you know, having the high line, pumping the way through, once he was in the barrel, it was constantly shifting from generating speed to stalling with the hand, generating speed, stalling with the hand. And that is, I'd say, the fine art of surfing a barrel properly. This instant change of speed, you know, accelerating and stopping. And there you can see Issa Al-Issa from Kuwait. First time the Kuwaiti is surfing in the Asian Surfing Championship. First participation of Kuwait. The West Asian surfers, they are trying to get their slots for the Asia Games. So Kuwait is trying to get the regional slots. I will explain later on how you can actually get one of the slots here in the Asian Surfing Championship. So nice first wave for the surfer in white.
yeah, Essa, I mean, he's surfed a lot of heats now. He's been pretty impressive so far, but looking at this score from Iko Watanabe, a 6.83 has him out in the lead on his very first wave. That's how you want to start a heat. Has a 1-point ride back up, but I am sure that in the next 19 minutes, that one is going to be long gone.
For sure. So, one more time explaining how you can get qualified for the Asia Games. This ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2024 will be the first qualifier. We will have 12 slots for each gender. Each country has got the opportunity and the possibility of having 1 slot per gender. So the maximum of slots is 1 in here. And the way you get the slot is with your team points. So the team that has most of the points per region will have 1 slot directly for the Asia Games 2026 in Japan. And the regions, you have 5 of them. One is East Asia, we got West Asia, Southeast Asia, and Central Asia. Once those 5 slots are gone, we have 7 more slots remaining from the best ranked countries. That's the way That's the first path to the Asia Games 2026, and the second qualification, the second qualifier will be next year's ASF Asian Surfing Championship.
This is exciting. This is the pathway to the Asian Games. Looking like the Yu Ming Jiang up and riding right now. This is our Chinese Taipei surfer. So he's finishing off his first ride. I would also like to say how pleasantly surprised I've been by all of the China athletes this year. They are looking sharp. They're looking revved up, competitive, technically good. I wasn't expecting what I've seen so far this year from the Chinese competitors, as well as our Chinese Taipei. These guys have been doing a lot of work. I obviously was in Jinzhou Harbour at the end of last year in that Chinese Taipei region, and the level from then until now, the level of the Chinese Taipei surfers rapidly lifted.
Crazy, huh? Yeah, they put a lot of work into their surfing. When 2016, the Olympic Committee announced surfing to become an Olympic sport in the Tokyo Games 2020, that changed surfing for so many countries. Obviously, you know, the traditional nations, Australia, your home country, or the US, Brazil, a couple of European countries, they were always focused on the surfing. But since 2016, there are so many countries all over the world, especially in Asia, that really started to work on their surfing scene, and definitely China being on the forefront of those countries.
Here we go, looking like our Japanese surfer up and riding, racing down this next section. He's already got 2 turns done out the back. That's a good looking third turn. Airdrops. He wants more. Huge layback. I was thinking he might have fallen, but pulls it off. Wow. Our Japanese surfer, Iko Watanabe, looking on point this heat.
Even trying to do a finishing air in that last section, so you can see he's having fun out there. He knows how to surf this wave. That's, you know, if you have that kind of technique, you can surf so confidently. You don't have to overthink it. You just go and do what you feel like you want to do, and that's exactly what we see in here from the Japanese surfer. Let's have more of this from Iko, but before that, let's have an interview with last heat's winner.
All right, so I'm here with Natakran, the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. I know you just told me you saw Marmar's heat. You saw how good the waves were. What was going through your head when you were paddling out?
So I want to do good turn, right? Then if I saw the wave coming, I just paddle and get it and pray it. Yes.
All right, so you told me you're around 187, your height. Have you ever thought about playing basketball?
So I try, but I'm not like it. I think it's better for me. Yes.
How did you start surfing? Who taught you how to surf?
So the guy from Thailand teach me to surf.
Does your family surf?
No, my family not surf, but my mom surf.
Really? So did she start surfing with you?
No, I'm first.
Do you teach your mom how to surf sometimes as well?
Yeah, but mom not listen me.
All right. A little bit of a bittersweet moment because you came first, but unfortunately your teammate wasn't able to pass his heat. But what's the feeling with the team right now?
So I feel excited and I feel good. And I would like to say thank you on my team. Yes.
All right. And is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
So just same, I would like to say thank you. Thank you so much.
Anything in Thai?
ขอบคุณมากครับ
Awesome. Back to you guys in the booth.
Kopungkap to both of you. Thank you for the interview. I love hearing Natakran. You know, he's built like a bouncer, has all that energy, but is the sweetest guy when he does the interview.
He is so softly spoken. It's absolutely wild to me. Wow, 3 really solid turns there from our Chinese surfer, but getting back to your point in just a minute, because here is Esa Alessa. He's just kind of racing this one. I saw him get one. A pretty nice turn in here. This was all happening while we were in that interview. There we go. Gets his turn in and he hops out of that one. But, more action. No, I'm not getting to my point anytime soon. Look at all these waves surfed. This is our Chinese Taipei surfer wrapping this one round and working with a bit of foam on the inside section so he goes down. But as I was saying, Giada and I were saying about Nathakon when he was in the heat, he is probably one of the biggest competitors in this event. He is tall, he is strong, he's built like a bouncer, like you said.
He could be Optimus Prime, eh?
Seriously. And then when he gets to his post-season interviews, he's so softly spoken. He just seems like this gentle giant.
Maybe that's why his mom doesn't hear him saying anything when it comes to surfing. Eh?
Maybe, I don't know. He seems like a real sweetheart. I'm like, wow. He just, definitely seems like a gentle giant. He surfed so well in that last heat. But look at these scores right now, Afri. A 7-1-7 for that last wave of Eco has him out in the lead. Chen Zhen Wang kicking his campaign off with a 5.83. A 3.67 for Liu and Essa, a 2.17. So we have a heat on our hands.
For sure. We have 3 East Asian countries and 1 West Asian country surfing in the round number 3, heat number 4, open men. The first 2 will proceed to round number 4 and will still have the chance to get qualified for the Asia Games. And unfortunately for the 2 last ones here, position 3 and 4, we have to say goodbye. But there's still 11 minutes 20 seconds to go, so there's a chance for all the surfers to stay in this competition.
Yeah, there are no more second chances. We've had our repechage round. We've had our second chance round. There are no more. If you're not in that top 2 position, you are out. So these guys, it's stakes high. Everyone wants to keep progressing deep into this draw. That is our Korean surf team on camera, just hanging out, getting ready for some of their athletes to start competing soon. But I just love Team Japan. I mean, when we get that pulled back shot of the island, they are all there supporting this guy, and this is how he started off this heat. Great barrel, like you said, he has great read of acceleration, deceleration, but that turn, that was my favorite turn on this wave, and he backed it up so quickly too.
Going for the barrel, going for the calf, showing the snap, and it's not even one of the biggest waves there. So this is high technique, high abilities to read the wave, even, standing this maneuver, going for big sprays there. Wow, I mean, what can you ask more? Even going for the air at the very end. They couldn't land that one, but I think all the points were already made in the very first maneuvers. And talking about airs, after we witnessed this magic of an air game from John in heat number 2, I was there and asking him, because he not only was doing like 2 airs, it was actually 2 different sort of airs. First it was the alley-oop, and then he went for the air reverse, and he explained to me when is it that he goes for the alley-oop and when for the air reverse. So he said in the first wave he had so much speed and he was sort of late when he went up, and this is when he normally goes for the alley-oop, because he told me once he's in that movement there's no more change of direction needed. So this is why whenever he's so super fast, he just goes for the alley-oop. Whereas with the air reverse, since you still have that change of direction with your upper body, is something where you would need cleaner conditions. So technically speaking, the air reverse is more challenging, but that doesn't mean that you can't get excellent scores with the alley-oop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like obviously technique comes into play with airs so much, and the competitors who have their air game dialed, they would know what airs score higher in what parts of the wave. But the fact that these guys can pull tricks like that off under pressure in competition, representing their country, I mean, that is beyond incredible, and that is no easy task. Hours and hours and hours are put into making sure you have a completion rate of any type of air so that you can put it into play in events like this. So kind of just showing the caliber of Marimar and any guy who goes for airs or any woman that goes for airs. It's a real testament to how much time and training they put into their game and their professional sport.
Absolutely. And the fact that he was doing this after all the maneuvers, even the barrel in the second wave, shows that it wasn't so much about getting the high score for him, but he was just having fun there, because there was no need to do that. He was already having the scores and everything, but still for him to do that radical maneuver in pretty much shallow, powerful conditions like that shows that he's not only there to win, but also here to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a healthy balance of both, right? I mean, everyone wants to come here and win. I loved the interview with one of our Indian junior surfers, and he said, "I'm here to win."
Nice
Love
play.
the honesty. I mean, don't lie to us. We know you're here to win. You know, like everyone who says, take it heat by heat, like, no, you've come here to win, and we all know it. Who doesn't want to go home with that first place trophy? But to have that forward, I'm going to win, I'm going to show my best surfing attitude, it has to be counterbalanced with something of, wow, this is fun. I've just come here to coax. It is absolutely pumping. Let's put on a show. This is going to be fun. You know, there has to be a healthy balance of the two. And someone who's doing it beautifully right now is Iko Watanabe. He has 2 scores and a healthy lead across the rest of his field. And he's actually put 4th place in combination, unfortunately. So if Essa wants to get to the lead, he needs 2 new waves in total. 6 minutes 45 remaining. And a 6.83 and a 7.17. That's a pretty healthy lineup right now. The Yu Min Jiang currently in second with a 3.67 and a 3-point ride. So he's in second, but it's a little bit of dangerous waters right now for Chen Zheng Wang because Chen Zheng Wang has a 5.83. He doesn't need much. He needs less than 1 point to get himself up into that second place. Essa Alessa looking for a little bit more, but right now for me, all eyes are on our surfer in green from China, Chen Zheng Wang.
Hey, let's be honest here.
Yeah,
I do believe that Iko, nobody can take that first position from him. He's surfing on a different level. You know, he's a full professional. But that's fine because you still have the second position, and that would also allow you to stay here. So I'd say green, red, and white are actually trying their best right now to get the second position. We just saw Issa Al-Issa from Kuwait trying his best on that wave. You know what? Even if Issa won't make it, it's already a big achievement for him and his country to be part of the Asian Surfing Championship. That is actually the first event ever, international event ever in surfing for Kuwait. So it is their first chapter in international surfing, and I'm sure it won't be the last one.
Yeah, plenty chapters to go for Kuwait. Looking like our Chinese Taipei surfer now having a good read of this wave. Gets a little bit hung up there, and he's looking for the finish. And gets the nice finish there for Liu Mingjiang. But I'm not sure if you just saw that drone angle shot. Chen Zhen Wang absolutely went to town on his last wave. He's moving into second for sure.
And he's got a first strong scoring already with a 5.83. So, yeah, it feels like that could be enough for him to take the second position. There you see the Chinese surfer in red, going full speed, super compressed, on a challenging wave, a lot of white water there on the face, but he still managed it perfectly to make the best out of that mid-size range wave.
Yeah, and then here, this is our Chinese Taipei surfer. It's definitely not enough to get him back up into second because Chen Zhen Wang is definitely moving to second. 3 solid turns has got him enough damage, in my opinion, that he's going to get into second. Liu Mingjiang, he's going to need another score. I don't know if that last wave is going to be the score to get him back up in the second. So I reckon stand by for a situation change. We'll see Iko Watanabe in the lead and Chen Zhen Wang in second.
Jesse, you know what? We will have a special guest soon in here.
Ooh.
So all the people watching this right now, definitely stay tuned because you will not only witness this beautiful wave surfed by some of the best surfers from Asia, but we will actually have the Minister of Sports soon in our booth. And
wow.
Absolutely. So it's going to be an interesting one. But still 3.5 minutes to go in this heat. Japan, China, Chinese Taipei and Kuwait trying to do their best to win this heat and proceed to round number 4. Here's Issa Al-Issa from Kuwait once again, trying to find the right section to do his turn. And this wave is getting bigger and bigger, so he went for the exit there. I mean, Of course, Isa has less experience than, for example, Iko here, but that's fine. That's also part of Asia. We talked about it. Japan being one of the countries that is in the surf sports for ages. No other country in Asia was as long in the elite of surfing as Japan was. We had 3 male Japanese surfing in the Olympics this year. Also, last Olympic Games, Japan was there, so nobody expects this surfer in white to compete with the Japanese here. Instead, he is paving the way for the future generation of his country, so everybody can be proud of Isa Al Isa. You can see him here in the replay. Well done, my friend.
Yeah, Isa, just taking that first step for Kauai, I mean, that is a huge one too. This wave here, oh my goodness, did he go to town or what? Unfortunately, not getting the finish. It wasn't going to be the score to put him in first. Was it the type of surfing that was going to put him in first? Absolutely. The wave had too much foam on it. It was too small. But if he can adapt, take that surfing, put it on a bigger wave, I mean, it would have been a really close battle between our Japanese surfer and our Chinese surfer.
Right.
That type of surfing is incredible.
That's what the judges wanted to see. Absolutely. 11.83 total points for the Chinese surfer. Currently second position, Iko Watanabe from Japan in blue with priority and 14 points. And third and fourth are Chinese Taipei surfer Liu Mingjiang and Isa Al Isa respectively in fourth position with 4.1. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this heat. It's, well, I'd say there is still a chance for both third and fourth position, but they do need some swell to make it happen here.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit quiet out there right now. As we can see on camera, this is kind of a little fun hangout place for anyone coming down and watching it. Team managers, coaches, everyone kind of hangs out down there. A lot of the teams all have their camp kind of set up down there. So, and the paddle out point is actually around down there as well. So it's all happening on the beach. As much as it's happening out here on the water, there's a lot of action on the beach as well. 30 seconds to go in this heat. A little flurry of waves coming through, but I'm not seeing this first one be anything of substance. Maybe a taker on this second wave or the third. And our current heat leader, Iko Watanabe, floats this first section. Really, he's so strong. Wow, he's looking really comfortable in his surfing. And that ball just gets away from him, but really great surfing. He won this heat in flying colours.
No doubt about that. And even if that final wave of him that we are seeing right now in the replay won't make it to his final score, it was the best decision to do with first priority to make sure nobody else will be able to take the lead of this heat from him. We are going to have a small recap of this round, and then in the next heat, number 5, we are going to have the Minister of Sports with us.
Oh, how exciting. All right, let's get to this recap and let's get this minister in ASAP.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ASF Surfing Championships 2024. I'm Afrido Namu, and this is not only Anwar, this is our high guest, the Minister of Sports from the Maldives. Thank you so much to be here. Thank you so much to make this happen. It's great to have you in the booth and commenting the next heat with me.
Thank you very much for having me here. It was a great honor and pride actually to be here with you and with the community over here. Thank you.
Well, thank you once again. It's great not only that you, but also the Council of Thulusdhoo and the MSA make this happen, that we are having this incredible surf for the Asian Championships once again. And before we talk too much about that, let's switch into the heat. The next Open Man Round 3, heat number 5, we will see Indian surfer in red, Srikant, against blue surfer from Indonesia, I Madejoy Satriawana. In white, Filipino surfer Neil Sanchez, and of course, from Team Maldives, Ahmed Hisham Shahim. Looking forward to see what these boys have to show us. Dear Minister, are you surfing yourself?
No, but I'm with them.
I believe that. You have some of the best waves in the world, so you know what? You should definitely give it a go one time. We just saw the play of two surfers, first in red the Indian surfer and then surfer in blue, the Maldivian local, showing us how to carve his do a proper carve on this one. Second wave already for the Indian surfer, you can see, so it is on fire, the heat. Everybody is trying their best to get one of the 2 slots that will allow them to proceed to round number 4. Also, surfer in white pumping his way through to get the open face, to be able to put a turn there. Nice spray, but he couldn't finish that wave. So we will, wow, once again, Ahmad Hisham, the local surfer. He is actually surfing for Team Thulusdhoo. Wow, incredible spray. Ooh. The spray was nice, but the finishing wasn't complete. So we will see what score he will get for that. Interesting thing is, you can see him here surfing for Team Thulusdhoo. Thulusdhoo being the island we are in right now. And out of respect and out of all the great work that the MSA and the whole Maldives put into this, we at the ASF Asian Surfing Championship decided that they should also have a local team here. So, dear Minister, so many sport enthusiasts in your country. I mean, apart from surfing, there are plenty of other sports that people in here are interested in. Tell us, what are the other sports that the Maldivians really like to see, watch, and do themselves?
Yes, exactly. Maldives is actually a sport-loving country. We have different sports, including table tennis, basketball, football. Of course, soccer is very famous here, and badminton, etc., etc. So we are a sport-loving country.
I can absolutely see that, and you have so many islands in here. So obviously, all the water sports, it's a heaven to do them. Let's dig deeper into this, the possibilities that you have in your country with all the water sports, specifically surfing. But before that, let's listen to Jessie, who has the heat winner of the last heat, number 4, Open Man Round 3 with her. Jessie.
Yeah, guys, I'm with Iko Watanabe. Incredible heat out there. It's pumping. How was it?
Yeah, so very good. I like Point Cox. Yeah.
You look really good on your feet. What kind of board are you riding?
このサーフボードはシャープアイサーフボードで、ラウンド1とは違う77を使いました。
And how's it been traveling with Team Japan? You guys look like you're having the best time here.
もうチームの状態めっちゃ良くて、すごいいい環境でできてます。
And I'm sure you got a lot of fans back at home watching, a lot of other teammates back at home. Anything you want to say in Japanese back to your friends and family?
応援ありがとうございます。次のヒートもみんなを楽しませるサーフィンするので応援よろしくお願いします。
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Iko. Thank you, Jessie. And we do see this surfer in red for Team India going on his third wave, trying to go to the pocket. Nice carve there. going for the deep bottom turn. Another carve back to the pocket. And a third one for him. Now it's about the finish. Will he be able to finish that wave? Probably. Nice attempt there, but couldn't finish it. What is the local doing? Oh, actually, it's the Philippine surfer, Neil Sanchez, in white. Sort of a smaller wave here, but that doesn't mean that you can't get good scores for that. Nice finish for the surfer in white. So, I'm here with the Minister of Sports. We are watching surfing in the Asian Surfing Championships. Maldives is a rather small country if you look at the big countries in Asia, China and India being the one with the biggest population. Nevertheless, when it comes to surfing, Maldives is one of the biggest countries. The potential of surfing is incredible. So tell us, what are you working on right now with the surfing? Is it a goal to even further develop the surfing in Maldives?
Of course, yes. We believe we are a big country when it comes to surfing because for many reasons. One is, of course, we are actually blessed with these the excellent waves, and we have got the excellent areas or spots for the surfing, and our plan is actually to preserve in a sustainable way, to preserve these I would say one of a kind surfing natural arenas to be protected and kept it for our young generations across the globe to come and experience these waves in Maldives.
Well, I love hearing this, and I'm sure all the surfers, including Jesse, our commentator that you just saw on the screen, loves to hear that, because we surfers, our sport is happening in the ocean, and we are all obviously caring about the nature. It's nothing more exciting to be out there in conditions like this and enjoy the beauty of nature. And especially in a country like here in the Maldives, where you can see the vivid coral around you, the dolphins jumping around, the sharks, tip reef sharks, and all the others. That is the beauty, one part of the beauty of surfing, but obviously also high performance surfing, like you can see from the Indonesian surfer Imade Joy Satriawan on this wave. It's all what surfing is about. So please make sure that this beautiful country you live in, all these beautiful islands, will stay as beautiful as they are. We are here right now in the northern Mali region, surfing, cokes, watching people perform on cokes like the Indonesian does. But there's so many other spots around here. Chickens being just like a 1-minute boat drive. Then we have ninjas, sultans, lohis, pasta, jails. I'm sure I forgot many other waves, and that's only that small part of that beautiful country you're living in. You're surely blessed. Tell me, is there a region that you love to go in that hundreds of islands that you have in here in the Maldives?
Of course, yes. We've got a couple of more areas, and of course even more areas to be more explored, and also to establish facilities and train our young generation to be involved and bring this talent across the country.
Wow, and I see how you are doing really great work when it comes to the next generation. Last year already you had high-class trainers for specifically the juniors, but this year even, well, I'd say the next step with Ibu, the GOAT of Maldives surfing, being the head coach. So not only do the current generation of Maldivian surfers rip, but the next years will be definitely a different thing. So is it a goal to soon be in the world stage as one of the leading countries when it comes to surfing?
That's what we are hoping for. We always seek to see Maldives at the podium of great competitions ahead. So we are looking for it, and we are doing everything. I mean, from the government side, we are doing everything to support the association and also do things in affiliation with the international bodies to bring this sport as a sport of that brings proudness, that brings happiness to the country and the people across the whole area.
And you know what? You're just writing history in Asia, because this event that we are witnessing right now, ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2024, will be the first qualifier for the Asia Games 2026 in Japan. And I will talk more about that. But before that, in green, up and riding, Ahmad Hisham Shahim, local surfer from Thulusdhoo, on his backside, ripping, showing us some nice snaps there, trying to make one final maneuver, but exits there since the wave ended up in the shallow part. But let's get back to the qualifier that we are seeing right now. What does it mean for the Maldives to have the qualifier of such a big event here in your own country, in the beautiful waves that we are seeing right now?
Well, first of all, I would say I would like to thank ASF for hosting this monumental event, because this is the first of its kind that is happening in Maldives, and also we have a great opportunity to be a part of the international community, especially the Asian community, and this is the only the first of its kind of opportunity that Maldives has got a hope to be qualified in the Asian Games in 2026.
Yeah, and Asia Games pretty much being the equivalent of the Olympic Games in Asia. Almost all the sports that you have seen in last month in Paris 2024 will be part in the Asia Games. Up and riding, the replay of the surfer in white didn't manage to stay on that wave, but still has got 11 minutes to work on his backup score of a 1.27. Here you can see it once again, the replay going for a deep bottom there, but then wasn't able to stick on the wave. Current leader of this heat is Indonesian surfer E. Mardejoy. You see him in this replay on his last wave, doing nice pumps there to be able to carve with big spray twice on this wave and finish it with a nice snap there before he exits. Actually, no, doing one more carve at the end and then paddling back to be able to get some more scores. Back to you, dear Minister of Sports. When will it be that you are going to surf for the first time? Tell us. You have all the beautiful waves that you can ask for in the world. We are seeing it right now, the drone shot in Thulusdhoo. Look at this. Every surfer will, well, probably get goosebumps seeing swell like this coming into this island in this angle. So please tell us you are going to surf soon.
I would say I'm very close to the wave now, so it shouldn't be taking so much time to go into it and experience myself. Thank you.
Please, please, please. We are hopefully going to see you soon, experiencing that beauty and understand why all the surfers in the world dream to come to this place one day in their life. You know what? For me, it was last year that I came for the first time to Maldives, and I was so amazed and still am. The quality of waves is as good as it gets. Offshore condition, barreling waves, consistency. This is all you would ask for, but it doesn't stop there. As you can see in these images, you are surrounded by the most beautiful nature you can ask of. Wildlife is happening, good food, so it's a dream come true to come on this island. Everybody can be blessed to live here, so you should, all you listening to this, never been before to Maldives, you should definitely plan it soon to come to this country. And 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining for round number 3, heat 5. Position 1 and 2 will proceed to round number 4. Fortunately, we have to say goodbye to the 3rd and 4th position. Current priority stays with the local surfer. Here you can see a local shot. People watching the spot. Team Lebanon there with their flag. Everybody is having a close look who will qualify for the Asian Games 2026. This is the platform where most of the time the coaches and the supporting team are sitting in and trying to give some live advices, coaching tips to their participants. Normally the way they would do it is with their flags and hand signs, because as you can see the distance is quite a bit, couple of 100 meters, so it won't be too easy to communicate orally. But you don't need to. Normally, all the surfers, they did all their homework, so to speak, before, checked out the conditions, surfed the spot a lot. So there's just like some minor tips and tricks that they can get from their coaches team there. On the replay, surfer in blue going for a deep carve there. Hisham, the local surfer, you can see understanding the wave like no other. And that is the 7-point wave that we are seeing there. Big spray. Look at how high this goes, and manages to finish it properly. Actually goes for one more maneuver here. Another nice snap. It's incredible to see how much power he can generate even in the small part of the wave. And goes for one more nice maneuver, sticking out the top of his board before he finishes. So now we are watching 7 minutes left. Dear Minister,
Yes.
what is it that you hope for in the next couple of days that we are going to have the Asian Championships? We are right now in round number 3 of the men. Soon we will start the quarterfinals. Is there something you would hope for in this event?
Of course, hope never ends. We always keep our chin up, and we do pray for the best of luck to our Maldivian athletes as well as the other athletes who are participating. So my wish is let the best win, and then we go ahead. Sports is more than just going through a one heat to another, but it's more of participation and the enjoyment that brings. And of course, winning is a part of any competition. So we hope our athletes do their best and end up in a good position.
Great words from the Minister of Sports, not only cheering for his own athletes, but wishing the best to all the athletes. And good thing is, that is not the only qualifier for the Asian Games 2026, but there will be another chance next year in the next Asian Surfing Championships. But that doesn't mean that any of these surfers should relax. No, they have the opportunity to raise their flags and get their countries qualified for the event in 2026. The way it works is that each country can get one slot. There you can see Team Maldives together with Lebanon. Both of them still have plenty of surfers in this event, so both countries can get qualified. Indian surfer in red going out of this wave, since surfer in white from the Philippines had the higher priority, so that was a smart call for the Indian surfer to not intervene here. And meanwhile, Neil Sanchez is finishing this wave. Let's see if that was enough to get a better backup score of a 1.27. There once again, kicking out from that wave, the Indian surfer. And Neil Sanchez most probably gets the high backup score. And we have less than 5 minutes remaining in this heat. So let's make use of our high guest, the Minister of Sports, to ask him some more questions. So, apart from Thulusdhoo Island, is there any other surf spot that you have seen in the Maldives? Any other spot you witnessed our sport?
Of course, yeah, the closest is, of course, Mali, the Ralagan area, which we call, and of course in Noon Atoll as well. There are several other areas which I have seen. Now what is left is to jump into the wave.
Nice. Would you say there's a big difference in culture, tradition, and maybe even nature between the different atolls in Maldives?
Yes, I mean there is a great connection, because we have seen surfing in a different way back in Maldives. I have seen in 80s, 90s. We do it. I did it at that time,
nice.
But not in the way that we have seen now. It's only a wooden plank at that time we used.
Interesting.
And then we just do whatever possible way to maintain the ride, and that's all.
Well, that's great to hear. This is all surfing sport, right? At the end of the day, is moving with the wave on the board, being wooden, being PU, what we do right now. But it's interesting to see the evolution of surfing. You talked about it. It's the different boards that we are using right now. But it's not only that. It's also the evolution of the competitive surfing. Since surfing has become Olympic 2016, it was announced in the Rio Games, so much change, especially in Asian surfing. One of the proof is Team India. They participated in the ISA Games first time in El Salvador 2022. First time Asian surfing participation was last year, and now we see them once again. The neighbor of the Maldives in the north, one of the South Asian countries, trying to get qualified in the regionals here. So this is the replay of Surfer in Red. 2 minutes 30 seconds left. First priority right now with the local Ahmad Hisham. Will he get the 6-point ride, almost 6-point ride that he needs to stay in this competition, because it's the second position that he would need if he wants to advance to round number 4. He has the priority, he has the fans, as you can see. So what he needs now is a good wave and some good surfing on that wave. What is next for you, dear Minister? What is the next big sports event in the Maldives?
Next is actually yet to start today afternoon. I would say the South Asian Surf Championship, which is happening in Nepal. Our under-20 team is right there, and they have their first match today in the afternoon. So I'm just looking for a good result.
Wow. So a lot of sports you are going to watch in the next couple of days. One being this event, and then obviously the one in Nepal. And we do see up and riding surfer from India again on a faster wave here, going for 2 nice carves there, but can't finish the last wave. So the question is, was that more than a 4.84 to advance into round number 4, get the second position? Or will Neil Sanchez stay there, up and riding in blue? Imadijoy Satriawan from Team Indonesia on a comfortable first position here, works his way through on the face of this wave. Nice carve there, still is able to stick on the wave and finish it with... Yes, I would say, I'm not a judge, I'm the commentator. I would say that was a complete ride. Let's see what the judges will say. 40 seconds left. So, do we see a change in position in the last 30 seconds or not? That's the question. Up and riding. White, Neil Sanchez coming up from the barrel, doing a nice carve there. Second carve, and happy with his performance there. It looks like that was more than his backup score of a 3.83. And with the last 10 seconds, I would like to say a big thank you to the Ministry of Sports, not only for being here as a guest, but obviously to making this happening together with the MSA. It's great that you share the beauty of your country, of this island, of this waves with everyone. Last words from you, anything you want to tell all the people watching this in the world?
I would say thank you very much. Maldives, welcome to the international community. Those who are participating, thank you very much for all the athletes who have been here. And I wish good luck to all of you, and especially to Maldives. I wish best of luck to the team Maldives.
Thank you so much. And with this, we are having a small break before we continue with the next heat.
All right, we're back live. What amazing surfing for our last heat. That was a good interview for everyone here. Good to know what's going on in Maldives, and yeah, like so we had a quick break with Jada. So how are
Yep.
you, Jada?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
I'm super excited to be back. We have a great heat ahead of us. We are currently in heat 6 of the day. So in red, we're seeing from Japan, Kaisei Adachi. Wow. We get right back to that. So a little bit of action out the back. So heat 6 we have in red Kaisei Adachi, in blue John Chan, in green Kanoa Palmiano, and in white Anik Kailani bin Rahmat.
See that? This is drop in. There's gonna be the interfering call. I don't know what's going on. There was a battle. Let's see what's going on there. Looks like our surfer in green and blue, if I'm not wrong.
All right, so on your screen again, there are your 4 surfers in this open men's round 3 heat 6. We have had a big day of competition, some crazy waves being ridden. It's firing out there. It's an incoming tide, and it's just going to get better from now. So looking like we've had a little bit of an interference here. So Kanoa, on the back, and it's looking like John Chan just dropped in on him. So might be seeing some interference there.
Yeah, that paddling interference. But look at this. He's way at the back. Kanoa is coming from at the back. So and John just kind of tackled underneath. I don't know if he paid attention to that, which is really risky things to do. You got to pay attention to what's around it. It's not just going surfing. Actually, just need to know if the other surfer, especially the start of the heat, then nobody owns the priority yet. So everybody can fight for the first wave. But once everybody get a wave, that's when the priority controls in the heat. So that's gonna be half of the score of our surfer in blue be taken down. If I'm not wrong, but we'll see.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a full interference call because there is no priority system just yet, but it will probably be half of his second score.
Okay.
If I'm not wrong. We will just leave that call up to the judges. We'll see what they think about that. But yeah, you're totally right. It's you have to be really aware of what's happening around you in those moments, because even though you're filled with adrenaline and nerves and excitement, it's easy to not realize what is happening and who's behind you. So maybe John not realizing that Kanoa was able to catch that wave, and this wave kind of just running away from John. So here we have the few scores coming in. We're gonna wait for what the judges think. So there we have it. There has been a priority call made. This is John Chan right now on a pretty good looking wave. Unfortunately, his nose just getting a little stuck on the way down to that one. So quickly starting off his heat. He wants to stay busy. He wants to get those first 2 scores up pretty quickly. You can see he still has those booties on, so we are all fully aware of how many sea urchins are out there. It's a little bit of an issue sometimes, but with this incredible team we have in the keyhole, they were actually able to get rid of some of the sea urchins so that the surfers could paddle out without a problem.
Yeah, also just like while on my break, I was actually sitting around the competitors area down the beach. There's so many other international people coming here for holiday, and I was talking to them, one of them from Argentina, and it's pretty cool what they see here. They asked me a lot of questions about what event it is. Yeah, so it's cool to be here mixing up with all other athletes and also just another tourist too. Tourists just coming here for their holiday. Well, yeah, speaking of the sea urchin, I love eating that sea urchin.
That's right. Oni's sea urchin hunter number 1. This is Anik on your screen right now. One good first turn, unfortunately just falls off on that second one, but plenty of time, just 19 minutes and a half remaining. He, unfortunately, Anik earlier on in the week had a surf accident. I think his fin actually hit his forehead, so he actually ended up losing that fin, but had to get around like, I think it's like 6 stitches or something. His dad told us that you could actually see his skull when that happened. But he got a CT scan. He's back out. He got the okay to go surf, so he's back out there.
Yeah, I have so much respect that he's still fighting in this event and not giving it up to other people for. So yeah, I think that injury can happen anywhere in the world, wherever you go, especially if you're doing like surfing as an extreme sport. As you can see, I'll surf in red from Japan, Keisei Adachi. Nice second turn right there, looking really smooth and stylish, and that's what I like to see right now. So here's a replay.
Yeah, here's the replay of our man in red. Good first turn and sets it up straight into the second one. Just 2 turns. He finishes it off really nicely. And with that, we're going to head. Before that, we're going to watch this wave of John John. 2 turns, a little bit of a smaller one. Isn't able to ride out. So we're going to head down with Afri and the winner of their last heat, Made Joy.
Jada One, I'm here with one of your compatriots, another reef break expert, Joy. He was incredibly successful in his last QS event in Nias, also right-hander, and then again in his last heat. He showed us this guy knows how to surf right-hand reef breaks. Brother, you are from Patma. I think you mainly, or at least started to surf beach breaks. What was it that gave you the ability to surf these right-hand point breaks, right-hand reefs?
Where I come from, it's from a beach break. It's not really super hard to surf. Pretty much, I grew up also with Rio, so I see Rio going surf at Keramas and Ulu's like reef break. So I start to follow him on a 15 years old, trying to get slowly, and yeah, hopefully I can be like him.
Talking about Rio, one of the best Asian surfers, role model in Indonesia, 2 times Olympian from Indonesia. You told me that this is one of Rio's boards, right?
Yeah, it is actually Rio and Shapai gave me to try his board. This is his Rio board from J-Bay or from Australia, I don't know, but it felt really nice for me. The thickness and all the surfboard that Rio use is actually pretty useful for me. So
great! It's awesome to see how all this knowledge that all the surfers in Indonesia have are shared with the next generation. Joy, it's a pleasure to watch you surfing here. Any words for Rio who might watch this right now?
Terima kasih kepada Rio dan juga Shapai setelah memberikan dan mencoba papannya. Dan saya juga mau berterima kasih kepada Kemenpora, PSOI Surfing Indonesia dan juga Timnas dan juga teman-teman dan Coach Dylan dan Coach Dedi. Mudah-mudahan tim Indonesia maju sampai final dan pasti juara.
Terima kasih. Best of success for the next heat. And back to you guys to the booth.
All right, that was a nice interview. Congratulations, Made Joy. He shows the power of Indonesia and carry his team behind him. As you can see, our surfer in green, that was really nice turn into this turn. Really hard to land, and he made it out. Wow, that is Kanoa representing Korea. Surfing really great there for surfing green. We'll have to wait for the score. But yeah, Rio is really spreading the surfing, and even his board is around here right now. Made Joy is riding it. He's ripping. Made Joy has been highlighted as a free surfer the last couple of days, and carrying the flag for Indonesia. And I love how he's so calm and so confident. You can see the way he's talking, the body language. So he's ready to fight.
That's exactly right. It's great to see Mare Joy out here after an incredible run at the NIAS Pro QS 5000. You know, he was definitely a standout there. He is here. He's looking confident. He likes the rights. And talking about going right, here is Kaisei Adachi on a good-looking wave. 2 nice turns here. This wave is going to stand up for him. He slashes this one. Will he finish it off? And he does. He's going to be backing up that 667 pretty nicely after that one. We're waiting for a few waves or scores, to come through. So this is a replay of our man in red. Good looking set. Love that turn, you know, really smooth, really powerful. A little bit of variety here. This one goes a little sharper in the pocket. I love his finishing. A little bit of a float, so it's going to be a pretty solid score.
Yeah, I agree. Our Japanese server been really stand out in this event, and of course, first place is doesn't look like unusual for them, and just also having John is in the second place right now with the 0.65 and a 3.67. Don't know if that's gonna stay there for any longer because our surfer in green surfed really well that wave, so we have to wait for the score. I love this slow motion here for our surfer in red. Look at that bottom turn, really love flowing, carving through, just flowing into the speed, throwing a lot of spray. How's his timing in here? See this bottom turn, staying really low. His knees and his chest is reaching really low in here and just flow through, carving, throwing the spray. And he's not surfing any more than 100% here. He's probably just 80% because all he's doing is just timing. Look at that bottom turn right here. Bang, throw sprays. And then of course he's looking to finish. It happens a lot in this section. That's really hard to do in this end section here because the waves kind of close out really quick. So for him to just manage to do a quick float, it's a huge bonus.
That's right. We've seen it time and time again. These surfers just not really making that last end section. But here is another replay of our man in blue. A nice turn. Unfortunately, gets a little bit stuck off the top there. Wraps it around here. He's going to be taking this one all the way down to the inside. Let's see his last finishing section. Manages to get it done. So unfortunately, he does have an interference. It means that I think his score will be cut. One of his scores will be cut in half. So it's not a full interference. He is currently in second, but we're still waiting for a few scores to come through. I'm excited to see what Kaisei's last wave is going to be. You know, I totally agree with you. He's not doing anything absolutely crazy like maybe John Mark Takong was, but he's surfing smart, he's surfing safe, and there we have it. His last wave comes in at a 7.33. So we're going to watch a quick replay of our man in blue. This is John Chan.
Yeah, also I saw there's a change of a situation right there while he was saying the score of a surfing red. Surfing green now in second place with a 5.33 for that 2 turn. And yeah, so this is our currently heat leader. That's the replay of that same wave before. You know, this guy has the flowy, I don't know, I think he's riding epoxy out there. Board really has a speed where he can just feel comfortable to control his turn. That's why it looks so smooth.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's looking smooth and comfortable. And yeah, just not pushing it too hard. This is only round 3. We have a few more rounds before getting to that final that everyone wants to get to. So it's going to be pretty exciting to see Kaisei Adachi just proceed into the next few heats and maybe seeing him turn it up a notch a little more every time. So it's looking like Kanoa right now on his backhand wants to get rid of that 0.67. Manages to stick with it. That was a really well surfed wave by Kanoa. You know, that was a tricky section. He kind of airdropped it and leant back, almost fell, but made it.
Yeah, I just love how this guy's surfing. He's been training a lot and he's living in America, but representing Korea. Look at that float. He shows that been doing a lot of training, fitness in San Diego, San Clemente, And shout out to Kanoa's dad at home. He'll be probably watching right now. And Kanoa have been improved a lot in his surfing career. As you can see, that turn and that landing is really hard to make. Most people slide out and fall off in that wave. But you can see here in a slow motion, that bottom turn goes straight into the pocket right there. Throws a lot of spray. I love that. And he kind of just ride out nice and easy in this one. And this is the turn that's really difficult for most people because the wave runs off right there. That's kind of like airdrop that thing. Wow. Whoa, whoa. It's just scary in a way. Like that, you can break your knees in that kind of turn. But he managed to ride out perfectly. So maybe that would definitely replace his... oh no, he got a 4.73 for that one. So that extended his second position. Now makes it John Chan looking to replace his 1.83. Yeah, so our surfer in white though, he's the only one single wave. I wonder if he has a second priority right now. Jada, so 8 minutes to go in the water. Our surfer in red having control of 14.00 in this heat. Cruising, chilling. Maybe he's definitely looking to replace that 6.8, 6.67. And of course, Kanoa fighting back. He's probably looking to get in that first place again. This would be exciting because our surfer in red is so dangerous. But Kanoa, he doesn't want to be in second place. He wants to win. So
that's exactly right. So Kaisei is sitting on two pretty good scores. He has first priority, but look at his positioning. You know, he's sitting towards the left. He's not at the very top, so he's looking pretty in control of the situation. He has two really good scores. Now he probably would just want to, you know, start to let go. We might see him kind of push his surfing a little more in the next few waves he catches.
Yeah, looks like there is some good wave. The wind still stays nice and offshore. The weather still good. And here we go, up and riding our surfer in blue. This is John Chan from Taipei coming unstuck. There is another setback. Who is going to be on this one? Looks like Red, our currently heat leader. He's trying to pull in the barrel. Oh, this is really nice coming, riding out. Really nice and clean. Covering through this one really smoothly. Will he have a good finish on this wave? Maybe air, maybe turn. Nice tap, okay. So he definitely probably replacing that 6.67 or maybe better his best score. We'll wait and see. As a 6 minute and 30 seconds to go, and Kanoa now would probably require a bigger score to go in first place.
Yeah, so here are a few replays. So unfortunate here for our man in blue. He gets a little bit stuck on the rail. That was John. But this wave, our current heat leader, threads through that first section and the second one. Incredibly well done. Washes off a little bit of speed here and then gets a few turns in. This is definitely going to be improving his score. I really enjoy this wave from our surfer Kaisei Adachi from Japan. His style is so precise. It's so clean. He really has everything under control here.
Yeah, I love his stalling, staying high on this barrel. It's really hard to get barrel out here because there's a lot of bump on that wave. Just to manage to ride out on that one, it's just a skill of our surfing red. Look at this, setting up for the turn here. Nice, staying low on his bottom turn. Open his arm, ready to carve through. And manage to throw spray there, coming around. Solid surfing, smart, super smart for our surfing red. The way his timing is on point right here. Boom. Right there. Just missed timing to throw a lot of spray. Maybe hit it a little bit too late on there. But because this end sections, you can end up hitting it really late because the wave kind of comes to you straight away super fast. But there, his timing is more. You can see the spray come out the back. All right, there we go. 8.17 for our last wave of red. now just extended his lead. Now makes it our surfer in green now require big score. But our surfer in blue in third place only have a 4-point ride as a big score. He need to replace that 1.83. Here we go, Jada.
So this is John Chan. Pushes it a little too much there on that first turn, but unfortunately goes back down. He is sitting on a 4 and a 183. He got a little bit of an interference in the first part. So here is our man in red. Really, really nicely done. This is a replay again of that wave. I'm excited to see what the judges think of the score because he was really, really precise in his surfing. It's, as Oni said, it's really not easy to get barreled out here. So it was a really well done. And there we have it. Kaisei's last wave comes in at an 8.17. So that solidifies his lead. He's a little bit more in control. Now Kanoa looking for a pretty big score to get into that leading position. But John and Anik, a little quiet, need to start maybe getting more into rhythm.
Yeah, I think he's just figuring out what kind of wave that he needs to catch for a bigger score, because he knows that a 5.33 and a 4.73, it's kind of mid-range set wave. So he's probably waiting for that bigger set like Keisei Adachi caught, and now he has first priority. I think that's the strategy that actually our surfing green Kanoa is waiting for, to extend his second place or reach out to first place right now. So he's a really smart competitor. He's not looking for second. He's always looking for that first place. He come in here to not mess around. So, but our surfing blue still in third place, and white, of course, they need to go to work to stay on this event. Otherwise, it'll be 2 minutes to go. They still have time to get back into the game.
Yep, that's right. Still plenty of time to catch 2 back-to-back waves if the ocean decides to cooperate. It's looking like we're going to be heading into a bit of a lull as we reach the last 2 minutes of this heat. But, Kaisei really showing dominance, really showing control from start to finish. He got a 6 for the first wave, the 7.33 for a second wave, and an 8.13 for the third wave. So it just shows how he has been improving every step of the way in this heat. So here is a set approaching. We'll see what the surfers are going to be doing now.
Yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Who is going on this wave? Looks like our surfing red. Nope. They don't gonna go. Look like a really fast closing out wave on this one. Really good choice of not catching that wave, Jada. I think a minute to go right now. Time is ticking down for our surfer in blue and white, but comfortably in front red with a 7.33 and a 8.17. Not a bad score to make through the next round. 15.5.
Not a bad score. I'd be pretty stoked on that.
Yeah. But you compare to John Mark Tokong this morning,
True.
He's really setting the bar really high. I'm sure all these surfers they have a super competitive mindset. They're not here to kind of going easy with it. So yeah, 50 seconds to go. I think time is ticking down that not many sets are coming. Maybe there is a wide one, but John probably really thinking about that first wave. He thought that he lost priority. Sorry, with the priority situation.
Yeah, so a little bit of an unfortunate event there for John Chan in the beginning. Does get a priority interference call. This is him trying to get back into that second position.
Wow.
Unfortunately, a quick up and out for John. We'll see a replay. But it is going to be our men in red and green who will be advancing into the round 4 of the men's. There we have Team Thailand on the beach waving hello to everyone. What's up, guys? All right, and with that, we're gonna be heading into a quick recap of the heat, and we'll see you guys in Heat 7. All right, guys, welcome back to the ASF Surfing Championships here in Maldives. I'm Jada Likati, and in the booth with me is Jessie Starling.
I'm back.
She's back.
Been out and around a little bit, getting the vibe of all the teams, and now I'm back, and Waves still looks so fun. I'm loving it.
Yep, this is definitely the best day of competition that we've had since we've started the event. It's been firing all day, and it's looking like it's just going to continue going that way all afternoon. And right now we have reached Heat 7 of the day. We have Made Pajar Ariana in red. We have Han Tsung Ling in blue. We have Zihao Wu in green and Hassan Nasi in white. So exciting times ahead, Jessie.
Yeah, we do have a really exciting matchup here. I mean, this guy right here, Pajar, he has been on point. His first round heat was super impressive. I am so sorry. I just really jinxed him. But this is our local surfer from the Maldives here in the white. So it's really cool to have a local surfer up against someone in the form of Pajar who is so strong. I mean, Indonesia is one of the strongest regions here. And then we have our Chinese and our Chinese Taipei surfers. So the Chinese team has been on point today. They have been looking razor sharp, and surfing like this is just adding to my thought that China, they're a threat this year.
He was stoked. We're stoked. That was an epic wave from Zihao Wu. I actually think that was probably the best of that exchange. He surfed that wave really nicely, in control. It was all timed pretty perfectly. So I think that's going to be a pretty decent score for our man from China, Zihao Wu.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like those 3 turns were super crisp in the pocket. He was feeling pretty lively on his feet, and I feel like when a team's having such a good run like China is, you want to match that energy. You don't want to be the guy that fumbles the bag or that isn't lifting to the game of the rest of their team. And Zihao showing us that, no, he's here. He's ready to show up. But Pajar, I mean, I was talking about it before. His first heat was incredible. I'll get back to that point in a second because this is Zihao, so that first turn crisp in the pocket. A lot of the Chinese team on sharp highs, I've noticed this year, really solid second turn there. That was a hard third turn to make. I mean, there was no easy make on that one. There was a lot of power coming back towards him, and he loved it. We loved it too.
Yeah, it was a great wave from Zihao. And talking about great things, we're going to go down with Oni Anwar and the winner of the last heat.
All right, thank you guys. We are here with the last heat winner. Man, you're rapping. I love the flow of your surfing. Can you explain to me your timing on your top turn and that barrel?
Just feeling, for my surfing flow. I'm not much the surfing flow, but just feeling I do surfing.
Okay, so your feeling is on point today. And what board are you riding? What size?
I like Slater design. I'm riding 5'8".
And it's epoxy?
Poly.
Okay, poly. So you want to say thanks to your sponsors and your team in Japan and everyone's watching? In Japanese, 大丈夫。
応援ありがとうございます。自分のサーフィンしてもっと頑張ります。
Alright, there you go, guys. Congratulations, and I will see you next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Oni. Congratulations to our Japanese surfer. Ouch, sorry. Winning off. So Zihao Wu comes busting out the gates with a 6.17 and Hassan Nasi a 3.33. Pajar a 1.17. You know, you mentioned earlier his first heat was incredible. I asked him, I was like, man, it looked like you were surfing in a final. He was like, nah, that wasn't a final. He was like, I got more in the bag. I was like, all right.
Let's see what he's got. He's up and riding right now. This is Pajar. Yeah. Wow, really strong first turn. Pushes hard on that second one. This is what we want to see. This is the type of surfing that is gonna get you excellent scores here. Oh no! Why did I do that?
Every time, Jess. That's second time.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go quiet through his next wave.
Here we have it, Pajar on an incredible looking wave. I love his style. I love his bottom turn. Just such a low stance. This turn was really nice as well. Unfortunately, got his rail a little stuck on that. He wasn't able to ride out of it, but I don't think it really matters. I think most of the points were done on the outside of the wave.
Oh, yeah.
Might alter the score slightly, but it's still going to be a pretty good score.
I think when it's that inside kind of last tap, not so much tap but snap, it really shouldn't matter too much because a 7.17 beautifully rewarded for Pajar. But you represent Italy, but you grew up in Bali. These guys are your family. Indonesia are literally your family. What more can you tell me about Pajar? Where would he be training? Who would he be training with?
So I'll get right back to that as we're going to watch Han Sung Ling on a pretty good wave. A little bit of a wrap. A 1 foot stance for a second there.
Yeah, looked a little off balance.
Yeah. Here is that replay. But yeah, so Pajar is actually from the Serangan Board Riders, but he is I think he's a really big name in Indonesian surfing, and especially the past few years, his name has really come up a lot. I remember the first time I was really impressed with Pajar surfing. We were on Nias Island, and we were doing this local international contest, and he was absolutely killing it. He ended up winning the event.
Oh, wow.
So it was great to watch him. He trains with the national team a lot. He said he was surfing Kramas quite a bit before coming here because of those rights. So he's definitely a name to have in your radar the next few years because he's super dedicated, he's young, and I think he has the talent that you need and the dedication.
I mean, the talent is one thing, but yeah, like you say, that dedication, it's a completely different thing. But talking about that, I mean, Indonesia, they have had rapid success over the last few years. I mean, Oni, he was such a big part of kind of getting that underway, but now we have Rio, who is representing Indonesia on tour, and then Ketut, you know, he is such a standout from your region as well. He's consistently placing in high results. He's been on the Challenger Series. He's represented your flag all around the world. Would you say Pajar is like on his way up to being with those guys?
100%. Pajar is definitely on the way there, and he puts the time in. He puts the training. I see him training with Dylan and Dede, and I think he's definitely going to be up there with the Rio, with Ketut, and with those boys as inspiration. You know, I think they're going to lead him in the right path and help him out. We already saw Joy in the last heat saying that Rio gave some of his old boards to him to try out, Sharp by helping him out as well. So they're a really vital part of the surfing community in Indonesia, and I think Pajar is going to be part of those big names as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, with surfing like this, it's interesting for me to see that he hasn't gone further, you know, in those big QS events, but this might be the event for him. He might have a breakthrough event because he is so talented, so powerful. You can see how hard he's pushing off that back foot. Look at that technique, touches the rail, puts that hand in the water, uses his whole body to drive himself back up to the lip. I mean, this wave was textbook goofy foot surfing. I mean, he's looking really comfortable in his own skin.
That's right, and not only is Pajar a super talented surfer, but he's a kind human. He's quiet, but he's well-spoken, and every time he's around, he always has a smile on his face.
He does.
He sees me, he always says hello, so I think that's another vital part about, you know, making it to those bigger stages is having confidence, and I see Pajar with that. He lets his surfing do the talking. He's not super loud, so I think that's a great value from him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, whenever you can, I think, translate, if you're more of a shy person, not shy, but someone who isn't super outspoken or just likes to keep to themselves a little bit more, when you use that phrase, he lets his surfing do the talking, you know that they put their heart and soul in that, you know, like they have so much passion behind their surfing, and it really shows in Pajar's surfing. This guy, though, Han Sung Ling, he is from the Chinese Taipei region. This is a better looking wave for him. Really nice, tight carve in the pocket for his second turn and wraps it all the way back around. That wave prior to this one, that 2-point ride he got, he was shuffling his feet around a lot. Maybe there was a leg rope in the wrong spot, but that wave looking way more put together. Wow, huge turn. And again, wow, Pajar looking solid. I'm going to not talk for the rest. Oh, yes. Okay, I did it. Amazing.
That's right. So with that incoming tide, we're seeing these waves, I think, really open up a lot more. The wall is just asking to be hit by these surfers. This is going to be an incredible afternoon of surfing here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Just showing the quality of waves that we have. So here are a few replays. This is our man in blue, the Chinese Taipei. Nice first turn, sets it up for the second one. A little tighter in the pocket there. We'll see this wave kind of taper off a little bit for him, but he manages to just stick with it. A little, you know, pat of the dog there to just get out of the whitewash. And right behind him, Pajar from Serangan on his backhand. Good first turn. As this wave just stands up a little more for him, that turn was incredible, super critical, and in the pocket. I love his finishing. Pulls off, completes it. So that's going to be backing up that 717 really nicely.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have a good command on this lead. And another thing I want to pick your brain about, we are calling him Pajar. There is also Made Joy. A lot of people call them Joy. Why? Can you explain to the viewers, and me as well, actually, why you don't usually refer to them as Made?
So in Bali, depends what number child you are assign like a name. So both of them are Mare. I don't really remember the number of child that is, but there's Wayan, Ketut, the typical names that you hear when you're in Bali. So there's so many. Everyone really goes by their nickname usually. But I call Mare Joy Mare Joy.
He's Mare Joy.
I like Mare Joy. It kind of has like a ring to it. But Pajar I just call Pajar. So everyone kind of goes by their own nickname usually. It's a little bit like here in the Maldives. I've recognized that they all have their passport name, like their official name and then their nickname.
Yes, I know. I love it. I love the whole two-name thing. It's wonderful. Looks like Team India just enjoying some shade there. It is nice and hot out there today. The sun is peeking its head, so we definitely have an improvement of weather from yesterday. It was shocking yesterday, unfortunately, but you know what? The show went on. We had really fun waves in the afternoon. Now in round 3, heat number 7, we're just coming down to that 10-minute mark. Is that a 917? I believe I just saw a 917 for this wave. We're talking excellent scores here.
And excellent is what Pajar is all about. So 4 incredible hits of this wave. Look at this last one. That was extremely well done by Pajar. You are correct. That is definitely a 917 to his name. So Pajar comfortably in the lead. 717 and a 917. So that was really well done for him. Now there's a little bit of work to do for green, blue, and white. They have to play a little bit of catch up now because Pajar seems like he's unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, look at that total. 16.34. That is healthy. We've seen another 9 today in the form of Marimar. So second 9 for the day kind of just shows the caliber of the wave, the caliber of the surfers that we have here in the 2024 ASF Asian Surfing Championships. One of 2 qualifiers for those Asian Games, but surfing like that for Pajar, he is well on his way to representing his country on the big leagues.
That's exactly right. So I'm super excited to see his future later on, and especially coming into the QS season. Hopefully he will have a few good results there as well, and it'll be great to see him in the Challenger. So Ziha Wu, a 617. That was the first wave he caught. He's going to be wanting to back that up pretty quickly. He's been pretty quiet. It's kind of a little bit of a Pajar show right now. He's been busy. He's been catching a few waves, but I'm sure that our local surfer and our Chinese Taipei surfer will be getting into rhythm pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's plenty of waves out there. There is plenty of opportunity, so we'll wait and see how they kind of pan out in the rest of this heat. But I'm looking at the rest of the draw. It is action-packed for the last 5 heats of this round, so 12 heats. We'll round out the open men round 3. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to half of our competitors today. Then we'll roll into the open women. 6 heats of them. We say goodbye to half of those ladies as well. So the draw is narrowing. We are getting down to the pointy end. Here is our local surfer, Hassan, tagging that section. Gets a big section. Ooh, it goes down. Buries that nose, unfortunately.
Yeah, so this is our local surfer. He gets a nice first turn in. That was a really good section, and unfortunately goes down on this one. As we were mentioning earlier, I get so afraid when I see these people just kind of head dive. I'm like, oh, that's reef, guys. That's
careful.
Please be careful.
I know it is. It's really like that too, and especially when you're out there as well and you fall in an awkward way. It's the first thing I think of. Mm-hmm. If I fall in an awkward way on reef, I'm like, where's the reef? But I feel like, Hassan, he is one of the local surfers here from Thulusdhoo, so he is going to be able to kind of figure out the lineup. Hopefully he didn't do too much damage on that last wave, but this first turn, it was really nice. It was critical in the pocket, but here just buried his nose. It was kind of a graceful dive, at least, off that wave, but a bit of damage done out the back. He needs to land those second turns to really put himself back in this heat because Yeah, he's got a bit of work to do to get himself up into second, especially with Zihao Wu having a 617 and not really having a backup at this point in time.
Yep, that's right. So Zihao Wu yet to catch another wave. He's been pretty quiet. He's been patient. He has second priority. But I'm sure that he will have another opportunity pretty soon because the waves have been non-stop here at Cokes. I would say this is definitely our best day of competition just yet, or best day since we've gotten here, because we've had a bit of a storm just constantly coming and going, the wind coming and going. So it's great to have a sunny day and good waves.
Oh, definitely. It feels, everyone says this place is paradise, and it is. I 110% agree. Yesterday's weather felt paradise wasn't quite paradising, but today it feels like it's back up there. You can see that beautiful turquoise water. There's boats out the back watching on, wanting to get some of this action. 5 minutes at 45 on the clock. We're coming down to crunch time, but look at these waves rolling through. I mean, pristine conditions here at Cokes. I can't wait for the rest of the action this afternoon. Look at those deeper ones.
Oh my God.
What?
Goodness.
No one is on that wave. That is absolutely mind-boggling to me. I hope we get a little surf this afternoon, but we have a full day of action. So.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge day here in the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. We really want to get through these heats. This is probably one of the biggest rounds and one of the most important. So it's a pretty critical day here, and I think it's great that we're taking full advantage of these conditions.
Oh, definitely. We have to run a full day today, especially when there's waves going unridden.
Ooh.
Just like this one. Zihao, a bit of a mistake there. Losing first priority. So 4 minutes 50 on the clock. Needs a backup.
That's right. So this is the man of the hour, Mare Pajar. Big first turn. Unfortunately, just one. I'd give that like a 5.
He looks the most confident I've ever seen him look in competition ever.
That was incredible. It was a super critical section, a solid wave, so really well done there from Mare Pajar.
I stand by that. I've never seen him look so in form, so confident. He looks physically strong, mentally strong. His surfing is the best I've ever seen it. I don't know what Pajar has been doing, but it's working for him because he, even just this one turn, look at the technique that went into that, the amount of water that came off the back of it too. I don't even think he's hitting 60% yet.
Not yet. He's definitely got quite a lot more in the tank. He's a really well-rounded surfer as well, so I'm pretty excited to see him passing those rounds. I've seen the Indonesian team not really give their 100% in all of their heat, so I'm guessing that's probably a little bit of a heat strategy. They don't want to peak so early on just yet. They've still got a big few rounds to get through before they start to give that heavy game surfing that they usually have. So this is Zihao Wu. He's going to be wanting to replace that 0.8 pretty quickly. Nice first turn, and I'm pretty sure with that he's already done it. Good second one.
Wow.
So really nice surfing here from Zihao Wu. He's got a really nice style to him.
Yeah, I like his style. It's, why does that keep happening to me? And then now out the back, Han having a look at this one. So maybe not committing to that first carve as much as he wanted. Oh, and goes down. He's absolutely sending it, though. He's going for it. And now the local surfer out the back, Hassan, looking for a score. Bit of a snap to start this one off, and he's going to have to pull through that one. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Zihao definitely has bettered his situation. He's got rid of that 0.6. He's going to make Han and Hassan's life a lot harder.
Yeah, so I'm really hoping to see Hassan catch a few more waves out here. You know, it's always great to see the local surfers surfing their break by themselves. There we have a bit of a replay here from our man in green, backing up the 6 he got earlier on. That was the second turn is definitely going to be the money turn of this one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to complete it, but got pretty close to the reef there.
And then here, this was our surfer in blue looking for this one, but kind of just over projected on that last turn. And then our local surfer, Hassan, he is hitting a bit of water there on that first bottom turn. And I think he knew from that point out he hadn't really hit the ground running on that wave like he was supposed to. That is Pajar up and out there, 1 minute 30 on the clock. So I feel like we're going to have a massive switch up. This is the replay of this last one of Pajar. Bit of a bottom turn, huge first turn there. Wow, huge turn in the pocket. He is on point today.
Yeah, Pajar is looking pretty unstoppable as we're reaching the last minute of this heat. So, Pajar, I think I can safely say that you've got this one in the bag.
Definitely. I mean, look at this wave. It's the biggest wave we've seen come through. He tagged that perfectly twice. So he's looking on point. Pajar is definitely going to make his way through this one. Looking like Zihao is going to get the move through as well. Still waiting for his last wave score to lock through. So couple good scores locking through for our surfer from China. He's definitely keeping the ball rolling, keeping that energy high for our Chinese team. Looking like, unfortunately, we will say goodbye to Han, our Chinese Taipei surfer, and our local Thulusdhoo surfer here, Hassan. Great efforts, though. I mean, it's been a pretty incredible run of events for these guys. Hassan looking left, Han looking right. One last roll of the dice here, but they're going to need something pretty big once this next score of green locks in.
All right, so we will be counting this one down. Congratulations, Pajar and Zihao. And we will be heading to a quick recap, and we'll see you guys in Heat 8.
All right, welcome back to the ASF Surfing Championships here in Thulusdhoo in the beautiful Maldives. We are in paradise right now. I mean, what an incredible day we've had so far. We're on to the Open Men Round 3, Heat number 8. We have Dalugoda Arak Chig from Sri Lanka, Rima Magaluna from the Philippines, Wujong Jung from Korea, and Julian Mark from Singapore. So all international affair here today. It has been absolutely pumping all day today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we have in store for the rest of the day. We've got a bit of a set rolling through right now. See if we have any takers. It is our surfer in green. Having a look at this one. Just racing this one back to the pocket. So nothing real crazy there from our surfer in green. Rima from the Philippines. He is a really established surfer across so many different avenues, WSL, ISA. Here is Rima up and riding right on cue. Look at this turn. Really strong in the pocket there. He's carving all the way back around, looking for more through this inside section. Coming from a really strong nation of the Philippines. They had a crazy morning this morning with Marima doing what he did, and huge end turn. Unfortunately couldn't hold on, and this is the replay from our surfer in green, Ujong, carving all the way back to the pocket, looking for some more down the line, but didn't get too much. So we'll see how he can handle the rest of this heat. Our surfer from Korea, we have a Sri Lankan surfer out there, a Singaporean surfer. So Singapore obviously having to travel to many different places around the world to be able to do what they can do, train with their team, get amongst the action here so they can compete with their best foot forward here at the ASF Asian Surfing Champions. Almost 5 minutes gone in this heat. Here's another replay of our surfer in blue, Rima. Huge first turn. Gets a really strong second one in the pocket. And he's just carving straight back around continuously. And he really went for this end section here. Unfortunately, looking like he was going to hold on, but right at the end there, just kind of got pushed off by that foam. And then here's another replay of our surfer in green, looking like he's on a similar board, similar stars under his feet. But yeah, like I said, not too much happened on this wave. So we'll see how the rest of this heat kind of pans out. We're still waiting for scores to lock in for Rima and our surfer in green, Ujung. There's the first score. It's a 4.83 for Rima and a 2.5 for our Korean surfer. Looking like a couple waves rolling through now. Red up and riding. Our surfer from Sri Lanka gets his first turn. Really strong surfer here, but unfortunately goes down on that second turn. Just over 20 minutes to go. Here's another replay of this last wave of red. Snaps his first turn in the pocket. Not sure what went wrong there. Maybe a little too high up on the face, but giving it his best.
Well, thank you, Jesse. You did such a great job here doing it all yourself. But I'm back here helping you to commentate this one because one of our commentators is going for his heat.
Yes.
So we're a bit lost and confused which heats to do, but I'm back here. It's good to sit here with you, though. I know. We never really get to talk about surfing with the last couple of days.
I know. We're like one out from each other, but we always high five each other when we're walking past. I'm like, Oni, my guy.
So, what's been happening? How's the waves pumping? Yeah?
Waves are absolutely pumping. I mean, these surfers, they're going crazy out there. I'm not sure if you saw Pajar in that last heat, but he had a 917 and a 717. He was on fire.
Well, I was just walking past the head judge. Actually, he was really impressed with how much of a talent there are here, especially the Philippine, Indonesian, Japanese, and he was like, man, the surfers here is next level.
Oh, you know? Absolutely. I also feel like Team China is on point this year as well. They are giving everyone a run for their money.
100%. They've been training a lot, hiring a good coach, and their boards, their equipment is just in another level here. And I'm surprised with the technique they have. So like good. Come in here, do a full-on bottom turn, and do a nice big carve. And looks like they've been surfing for years, but not. They just started like a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, just a couple of years ago. It's kind of when they really started investing in surfing, back when they announced surfing was going to be a part of the 2020 Olympics. So I feel like ever since then, I feel like every nation's really been putting in more time, a bit more work. But China, they have been really pushing hard, and it's paying off. I mean, their surfers are incredible. I was really impressed by their junior girls. They were fast, lightning fast, actually. So I'm excited to see our junior women back out there probably tomorrow. But right now we do have the open men. Who have been your standouts?
I honestly, John Mark Chokong really just start my day really good. He throw those big turns top to bottom, and with that aerial that he does, the alley-oop, the full rotation but incomplete, but I still love the energy that he brought in here. You know John Mark Chokong, he's like such a good energy.
Oh, the best. He is so cheeky, but we're going to cross down to an interview with Giada just after this wave, actually looking like Julian from Singapore up and riding. So getting his backhand going, trying to work this one all the way through to the inside, gets another snap in the pocket, and again. All right, that was a pretty nice wave for Julian. We'll see where that score locks in at. Giada, who do you have?
Here with Pajar, the man of the moment right now, a 917. Tell us how you're feeling.
Feel good. Happy to get good wave. The wave's so good. Firing out there. Yeah, happy to get good wave.
Tell us a little bit about your equipment. You're on that sharp eye and it's looking so good under your feet.
Okay, now I change my sharp eye. I use Synergy model. Yeah, it's good. So good for this condition. Yeah.
Tell us what you think about Cokes. Do you like this wave? Do you like competing here?
I'm so like competing here. The wave's so good. Same like my home break. Yeah, so happy to be here.
So you have been surfing incredible, but I know this isn't your 100% just yet. So what's the game plan here? Are you going to be giving us a little more as we go through the heats?
My game plan now, just get the wave, do my best. Yeah, so happy to get some good one. Yeah, just do it like that.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Terutamanya, terima kasih Kemenpora, PSOI, Surfing Indonesia sudah menyupport saya. Dan terima kasih Coach semuanya, Coach Dylan, Coach Dedi. Ya, terima kasih. Dan semuanya yang di rumah yang sudah menyupport saya, terima kasih.
Awesome. All right. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you Giada, and of course congratulations, selamat kepada Fajar. Selama ini Fajar sudah memberikan contoh untuk generasi di Indonesia, where we have at the back, this is a replay for our surfing white, and this is a really good combination of surfing. He really mixed it up, and right here looking for finishing. I really like this one right here. Boom, he pushed it out, and he looked the judge. Yep, I made that, and that's a good reward, as if always finish the wave. And these are currently surfing green right now, looking sharp and fast. Waves are running out. Will he make it around? Not, but yeah. There's a lot of replays here, Jessie.
Yeah, so many replays. A lot of waves went down just then during that interview. This is our Sri Lankan surfer. He is so strong. His backhand has improved so much. He's just looking like he's in really good form. Ooh, very shallow just there. Careful now. And then this is our surfer from Korea, currently in the lead. So wrapping that one all the way around back to the pocket, looking for more work through this inside section. And he is racing, trying to find this steeper section, tags it in the pocket, and that's all she wrote for that wave. But plenty of waves just then, Oni. It was all happening.
Yeah, I love that when you actually, the moment you put your eyes away from a high rise, there's a lot of wave. That's always happened in the surf, isn't it?
Always. Always. Here's another replay of this last wave from our Korean surfer. So really nice first kind of snap in the pocket. This wave, he really engaged his rail, drove it all the way back around, and then he kind of just went to a little bit more work during this inside section. Heaps of foam on the face, so he's trying to get away from it. There's that last snap in the pocket. So rode that wave from start to finish. See where that score kind of locks in for him. That last wave, though, from Lucky, a 5.83. So has him out in a pretty nice first place right now. The second highest score of the heat actually goes to our third place holder, Rima, who has a 4.83. So excited to see what more he can do. Rima, how much do you know about him? I've come up against him a couple of times. He's an incredible surfer.
Look, Rimar is one of my favorite surfers from Cloud9. He's such a good guy and hang out with Filmar Alipayo, and he just smile all the time. And then when you put him in the water, he just the best backside surfing. So you gotta watch out for this guy. Rimar's probably taking it easy, maybe being selective on a wave. It's still plenty of time. 12 minutes to go. I think there is some action for our surfer in blue. And yeah, growing up in Cloud9, this wave is not a strange for him. He knows how to surf backside. I was surfing with him yesterday on free surf. He just demolished the wave.
Yeah, he is such an incredible surfer. I mean, his 4.83, he didn't land his last turn, but the first two turns he got on that wave, impeccable. And I'm sure he's kind of revving himself up, feeding off that energy that Marimar kind of established this morning. I mean, him and Pajar, they've been the two standouts of today. They both have had 9s, excellent scores, which is absolutely insane to me. But tell me, if you were coach, what would Coach Oni be saying to anyone competing today?
I think most of the surfers actually figuring out the wave right now better than it used to be the last couple of days. Because you don't want to push too hard because there is a bump and lump out there. And most surfers like Made Joy today, I watched him a couple of waves that he's pushing it really hard on his bottom turn and pocket where he doesn't have to do that. And as you can see, our surfer in blue right now, currently in third place. Look at that turn. It's really nice. Into another one. You just see the spark on his surfing. He throws a lot of spray, but the wave is not offering much yet. But I think he's looking for a finishing here, Jesse. Looks like there will be a wall. What is he going to do? Bang! Wow, that is so cool. Airdrop into the dry reef. So there you go, Remar Magaluna.
Yeah, that was his 4.83, so that was how he started.
Oh, sorry, that was a replay.
Out. Yeah, that's okay.
Jeez.
And then it's all good.
Tripping.
Tripping. Seriously.
That's what happened when you live in an island like this. You get tripped out and zone out.
Yeah,
so
you're on island time. Full island time.
So I'm not that in the program, but I'm still enjoying myself watching the surf out there. So.
Oni's just trying to find his groove right now. He's totally out of it.
You know me.
Always out of it. But no, so we back to serious business. We got 10 minutes on the clock. Rima needs a score. So does our friend from Singapore, Julian. I just feel like it's still very open in this heat. That 5.83, obviously from Lucky, incredible. He is an impeccable surfer. His backhand is ridiculous to me.
Yeah. Actually, same time yesterday when Remar, Magaluna, and Lucky was surfing at the same time. And both of these surfers are destroying this wave, surfing really good. And I can see Lucky is trying to study the section of the wave. Where do I push hard? Where do I really don't push too hard? Because there's two double section here. There's some section bends away. So on the backside it's a bit hard to actually do that full power turn. You kind of have to just kind of cruise kind of with the speed. You don't push anything so you don't fall out. So that's why Lucky right now figuring that out. So there's not many of a good score yet for our surfing red. 2.83 to replace, but his best wave is a 5.83. 8 minutes to go. I think there's gonna be some good ones coming.
Lucky from that Aragon Bay area as well spends a lot of time going right. I mean, you've been to Aragon?
Yeah.
It is one of the coolest places on earth. I loved it there so much. It is.
You been there?
Yeah, I went there last year for 2 weeks.
You like the food?
I loved the food.
Where did you stay?
I stayed at a bunch of different places, actually. So all up and down along the coast. But I really loved Peanut Farm. Did you surf Peanut Farm when you went?
Is that right? Fun ride, Hender?
Yeah, off the rocks.
Oh, yes. I love that wave. I actually surfed that wave with Mitch Parkinson.
Oh.
Yeah. Me and him made the final. He actually smoked me. I mean, the final, he got like 2 10s or something.
Oh, wow. He did smoke you.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So,
unfortunate.
yeah, you know, me and Mitch Parkinson was growing up in the Gold Coast together and went to Sri Lanka, and that's where I met Lucky. Lucky was there surfing really good and, you know, showing other locals how to do it, you know. So there was a QS 3000, I remember back then. So what's your favorite Sri Lankan food?
There was this curry dish that I had. I can't remember what it was.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh, it was ridiculous. It was so good, and it was one of those ones where it was a buffet, so you could go back for more. Highly dangerous.
How dangerous buffet?
Buffets are dangerous. Oh my gosh.
I think I put so much weight now. I've been eating a lot at the hotel.
Yeah, no, we do have a really amazing hotel partner, Season Paradise. They have been feeding us such delicious food, morning, breakfast, lunch and dinner. It is so good. Last night we had Chinese cuisine, so if you ever get yourself here in Thulusdhoo on the Maldives, we highly recommend going and staying at Season Paradise. Impeccable. We love it.
So you've been smashing the gym upstairs with the pool,
Yeah.
with the view.
A rooftop
See the dolphin?
pool. Yes, I do see the dolphins in the morning. It literally is paradise, and it's just been such an amazing trip, and we're into day 4 today, which is really crazy for me that we're already into day 4.
Time goes fast here.
So fast.
Yeah.
We only have 3 days left.
Wait, stop reminding me because I don't want to know about that.
Sorry. But we've had a real slow kind of last 10 minutes of this heat. No real waves have been coming through. I mean, we haven't seen a wave surfed since that 12-minute mark, so 6 minutes gone by.
I think the oceans are interested in listening to us right now.
Yeah, I think so too. Fair enough.
Our stories are pretty exciting, isn't it?
So exciting. No, but in all seriousness, tell the viewers more about you, because you've had quite an international life.
No.
Yes,
I
go
want
on.
to hear more about Jessie.
Oh, don't be silly. Come on.
Jessie, come on. So you grew up in the North Urban, is that right?
Yeah, I
and
did.
now you live in the Gold Coast? Why you come to Gold Coast?
Well, in Australia, it's kind of the pinnacle of surfing. It's where all of Surfing Australia's centres are. It's where the best training, where a lot of the country's best coaches are. There are some great coaches down in Narrabeen, though, including one called Maddie Cattle, who I'm sure would love to be here coaching one of these teams. But Lucky, taking the spotlight. Thank God. And finishing that wave off there. 4 strong turns. Rima, one big hanger. I love it. I love the approach.
Yeah, I really love the surfing of our Lucky. Lucky really understand this wave right now. So that wave wasn't a great wave, but the way he read to turn, when he's timing everything. Let's look at a replay on this one. Look at this setup turn. Bang. That throws a lot of spray into another one. That float just to get ready for another turn right here. Boom. Actually, he didn't make it right out perfectly, but, you know, I think this one of a good wave so far. And Remar Magaluna at the back. Nice first turn. Look at this turn, though, Jessie. Boosh.
Yeah,
All right.
he's looking pretty in form, actually. Rima, I reckon the best surfing I've ever seen him done was in the Cloud9 QS last year. His backhand was on point. Trying to see him kind of find that groove again. Got a 517 for that last wave. Pretty hard second section to hit. Air dropped out of it. Kind of made a bit of a display of it. I love it. He's entertaining us. He's definitely an entertainer. We have a score to lock in for Lucky. He's got a 583. He doesn't need much to go into the lead. So a 517 and a 483 currently does have Rima in the lead, but my sneaky suspicion is that Lucky is going to find himself in first.
Yeah, no doubt for sure. And I was speaking of our surfing white, though, is sitting really quietly on 4th place. I know he's been ripping lately. I'm sure there will be some wave of him soon because I've been watching him the last couple of heat. Yesterday, Julian Mark Speckarol Teller, I'm sorry I cannot pronounce that last name, but he's been surfing really good, and I'll see if he gets some time to go back to work. There's 3 minutes to go. But our surfing green also from Korea, Ui Jong Jung, currently in 3rd place. Those 2 surfers really need to go to work right now to stay in this event, because our surfing red and white blue is really staying busy, posting some good turns. So the pressure is on for our surfer in green and white.
Yeah, you don't want to be making heats with threes in your lineup. You know, you want to be making heats pretty convincingly, making sure that you have at least a 5 in your lineup. You know, I feel like as we get through the round, that's going to be the bare minimum. Have a 5, have a pair of 5s. You're probably going to look at having to get bigger totals, you know, the 12s, the 13s, because there's people in this draw who in round 3 have already locked in 9s. The talent is insane. The 2.5 minutes on the clock. Priority does sit with our surfer from Singapore. He has been very quiet. So in 23 minutes, he's only had 1 wave. That is, yeah, it's an interesting tactic for this heat. What are your thoughts on the whole sit and wait strategy?
I think he's sitting in the wrong spot. Maybe there is some wider one that Lucky and Remar picked on, because the bigger set is breaks a little bit wider, where our surfing white is sitting deep and more inside. So there is some left there where he's sitting, but the wider one, that's the wave. And now I think there's also gonna be a little bit of change of the tide. Also, during the heat, every 5 or 10 minutes, there's always something change. So I think our surfer in white is trying to adjust it and trying to fight back right now. 1 minute to 45 seconds to go. Will he get on this one? As you can see in the high rise, there is a set coming, Jessie.
Yeah, this is one of those deeper sets coming through. We don't see this very often, but this one looking like it's going to have a good wall. So potentially the waiting game working out for our surfer from Singapore, but just the 1 turn. So currently our Sri Lankan in the lead, Rima from the Philippines in second. Now our Korean surfer chasing a score to find himself up into second. Beautiful bottom turn, cracks the lip there. Oh no, but just hits a bit of bump. So 1 minute to go. Now priority in favour with our surfers in first and second. It's defence time. It's probably where we're going to see Rima and Lucky kind of get a little bit defensive of those first 2 positions.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said yesterday, those 2 surfers are out there in the dark, and they want to study this wave, and they have done their homework. And I think that someone's paddling. I think this is Lucky. Yep, Lucky is on. Sorry, this is a replay of our last wave, our surfer in white. And you know, he's been waiting for this wave for so long, and that's the dangerous part, being waiting. You can end up on the wrong wave, and you lose the time. And our surfer in green going really fast here. The waves front really good that he managed to ride around, but there is just lose the balance. And I think a couple of replays for our surfing. Wow.
Rima, a little bit of a tube
Wow, that was
there.
a nice turn.
2 of them. So Rima wants that first place. He gives us a little fist pump. He's showing us that he likes it. All right, we're going to go to a heat recap and an ad break. We'll be back for Open Men Round 3, heat number 9, right after this.
Okay, what's up, everyone? We are live again. We are day number 4. We just witnessed that last heat, and it's a great performance for our surfer in blue. Was Rema Magaluna from the Cloud9 and came with our Sri Lankan surfer Lucky. So great performance, guys. And now you guys into the next round. But meanwhile, we have our surfer in the water now. Can you, Giada, please introduce who's in the water right now?
All right, so in the water we have in red Christopher Dirani, in blue Ahmed Al Refai, in green we have MD Hassan, and in white we have Mohammed Shah Moradi.
I like your pronunciation. It's getting better.
Thanks, I'm practicing, I'm putting the time in. Alright, so this is our surfer in green right now. A nice first opening turn straight into the second one. Let's see if he does anything here on the inside. A third turn for our man in green. Will he be able to finish it off? It looks like this wave was just going to run away from him. So a few replays to come through. That first wave came in at a 4 for our man MD Hassan from Bangladesh.
So this is one of his throwaway. So I like that he's staying busy, and he's been the busiest man on the free surf too. So I think MD is short for Muhammad Hassan.
MD.
And of course, Ahmed Al Rifai is also just posted a score of a 2-point ride. And now we have to wait for our surfer Christopher Diarani from the Lebanon team, and of course Muhammad Shah Moradi.
Yeah, so only a few waves written for now, as there's a little bit of a break in action. I think I'll take this time to give a big thank you to our organizers right after this replay. So this is the 4 of MD. Really good 2 turns. Sets it up for this third one. Unfortunately, didn't get too much happening here on the inside. Few replays. This is a replay of Blue's first wave. Nice first turn. Straight into the second one. Decides to pull off. And not too much happened here on this wave. So, a big thank you to our organizers, Asian Surfing Federation, the Maldives Surfing Association, and the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. This has all been hosted by the Thulusdhoo Council and managed by the Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo. Here's our man in red from Lebanon. First ride of the heat. Just a few turns, a bit of a wobble there. Falls off, but pulls off. Thank you to our hotel partner, Season Paradise. This has all been powered by Diragu. Our apparel partner, Apparel 360, with their associate partner, Niris Embroidery. Thank you to the printing partner, Print Lab, and our streaming by Slow Tape. A huge thank you for the video highlights, Various Arts Studio. Thank you to our supporting partner, Adaran Select Kuduran Fushi, and the supporting partner, Kuda Vilingili, which is located on the island next door. Thank you to Tarika Express for the travel and for all the water around the comp area, Bon Aqua. None of this would be possible without any of these guys helping us, so a huge thank you to all. So back to this heat, just 18 minutes and a half left. And with that, we're going to head down to an interview.
Yeah, guys, I am with Rima, who got a last-minute win in that heat. You got the win on that last wave. You must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, that way I'm really happy. I got that one, and then I got barrel, and yeah.
Your teammate Marimar put on an incredible performance this morning. Did that rev you up for your heat?
Um, yeah, I saw Mama this morning. Um, that time the wind is really good and pumping, and my time is a bit slow. So I want to find barrel also, but only in the last minute.
And it seems like your team has so much fun. There is so much good energy with the team Philippines. How's it been traveling with these guys?
Yeah. This time is my first time to travel with the team. I want to thank to PC, Ofsa, and to my team, and I think. Sa lahat ng Pilipino na nasuporta sa amin dito sa Maldives, salamat. Sa pamilya ko, sa kaibigan ko, sa lahat-lahat, we love you all.
Amazing. Congratulations. On to the next round. We'll see you guys soon. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Remar. I love his energy. Such a positive man, and I love that he's been training a lot. He's been surfing so much better now. I remember when I went first to the Cloud9, and he's the guy just cruising around and hanging out with all the boys that Filma Alipayo, John Maktokong, and yeah, seeing him here representing his country, I'm so happy to see him here. Yeah.
That it's so amazing, I kind of got emotional just now. The first time, like representing his country and being out there, that must be huge for him.
Big time, and having John Maktokong inspiring the leader of the team is also, it's good. All that team has such a good energy, just brings around that smile, jokes around. Nothing, life doesn't take it for granted. This guy's just always laughing and positive. And when you put in the water, you just gotta watch out because they will smash you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's such an incredible moment. Congratulations, and I'm hoping to see him pass a few more heats.
Yeah, of course, and it's a bright future for Remar Magalona, and getting a spot to come here to represent his country is big time. And then yesterday I've been surfing with him, like I told Jesse before. He's just getting the best wave and trying to figure out this wave, because this is first time for them. Most athletes that come in here, that's part of their job. Your job is to figure out what the waves are like, and trying to understand what the judges are looking for and what turn and what you need to do to get the big score. And that's what the coach are doing here as well. We have all the surfers now bring their coach with them. How cool is that? This is even cool for me when I started traveling around, and it was hard because I have to decide everything by myself, and I learn everything by myself. And like representing Indonesia, surfing around the world, I have to apply for the visa, and then our passport as Indonesian, it's not easy to travel. And same in the Philippines, you get to traveling around the world. It's gonna be a little tough, but everything's possible if there's a dream for all these surfers. As you can see, our surfer in red, our Lebanese surfer, he made a heat yesterday, and now he is in second place. He's been surfing good. There you go. Look at that turn. Really nice. Can he finish it? MD Hassan is currently in first place. But talk me through about this replay, Jada.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid wave for our man in red. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get too many turns in, but that was nicely done. Got a few turns on the inside. We'll see. He's currently in second. Wants to get rid of a 2.33. So now MD is in the lead, a 4 and a 3.10 to his name. Ahmed, a 2 and a 2.23. So we're just waiting for our man in white, Mohammed, to maybe just start getting a few waves. We're about to reach the halfway mark of this heat. Plenty of time for all these surfers to get the scores they're looking for. For many of these guys, this is a great opportunity to be here in Maldives, to surf some incredible waves. I was talking to one of the Lebanese guys earlier, and he said that last year when they came, this was honestly some of the best conditions some of these guys have ever surfed in. So it was a great moment to hear that this morning.
Yeah, it's a historical event because there's so many new ones are coming through, and it's cool to go back home to their country and also talk about the experience. So MD Hassan is gonna go home and tell them that all the up and coming, you need to do this, you need to do that. He'll be the role model that he has to show the generation at home how to do it, and the younger one coming. And yeah, you gotta keep your eyes open. Don't blink because there's a new talent. Especially, they all can come to Indonesia and do training there, go Australia. I was talking about Kanoa was this morning representing Korea. He's surfing so good, and now he's living in America. I talked to him and he said I was there for training. I loved how much they invest on their training, and they're only young too. I say that wow, it's impressed. And for me, when I was 12 years old, I moved to Australia to go to school, and I do the training with Mick Fanning. I have really so much of the people that I always look up to, and Joe Parkinson, and surfing at Snapper Rock, and having a good coach, go to school, and one of the best school for sport in the Gold Coast there. For me, it's just like everything's new, and I grow up in a small little village at Lakey Peak, and for me to see the world with my eyes wide open, and it's exciting because of surfing, So now it's time for me to go back home also to speak about the experience and sharing that, and then I'm happy to share with a lot of not just Indonesian but any nationalities, for example here, people from all other Asian country. That's why I'm so proud to be here to show our Asian region.
Yeah, that's right, Oni. You are one of the pioneers of Indonesia, I would say, of professional surfing. You left Indonesia and went to Australia, one of the places where there are some of the best coaches in the world, and a place where surfing has such a big influence in our sport. So you left so early, and you must be such a massive inspiration for so many kids around the world, especially in Indonesia, because it gives everyone that chance, like, I can do it too. If he could do it, I could do it.
Exactly. We are born of an island of hope. We don't have much, we only have wave. We grow up in an island of there's no many opportunities, and only what bring us out of there is a talent. And the talent of me to grow up on the beach, go surf every day, watching my older brother, and what bring me to the surfing world, got to see Brazil, America, Japan, Costa Rica, and Europe, Portugal, everything, all these places. Just name all the surfing breaks where all the competition is. The island, the small little village boy, he made it to that far, and I'm really so grateful and thankful for that. And then I'm here and talking about surfing. It's like, what a best thing to do, just we're just so good that we can share our love of surfing and the ocean. And I'm so blessed to be a surfer too. I could be a tennis player.
Yeah, definitely those other sports are not as fun as ours. I can tell you that 100%. Not to be biased or anything, but surfing is the best sport in the world.
I know that. I can see you every day at Canggu smiling, cruising with her scooter, with a coffee and chilling. Oh, how good is that?
Yeah, we are very lucky to be able to call Bali our home. We have incredible waves. The consistency is great. And just like Maldives, I'm seeing that the consistency here is almost as close as ours in Indonesia. Even those, we've been here for a week and it's been pretty average, but I would say for average waves, it's been pretty fun.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes I wake up and I'm just stoked to be alive. So good to wake up on this island. There's not many cars around. You can just walk around Highland and you can't believe it. And I hang out with the boys here. I make some couple new friends. And that's why I'm like loving to come in every new place like this. You connect with the local boys, you know, like the people that lives here, and you get to know about their lifestyle and everything, you know, and how the mindset and everything. So that's when they come to my home that I have that friend that coming from around the country, you know. So uh, it's really exciting. That's what we look forward to share our knowledge and life, you know.
Yeah,
So
it's great to be able to be hosted here, and hopefully someday when everyone from Thulusdhoo or Maldives comes to Indo, we get to host them the same way that they've welcomed us here with open arms. I'm so blessed to be here. Everyone has literally, I feel like I'm at home.
yeah. As we can see in the water right now, surfing red, currently in second place. I think he doesn't need much. Ooh, that was a nice turn into another one. So a 2.33 to look to replace for our surfing red, and this is the wave that he is on it. What do you reckon, Jetta?
So nice first turn here. You can see there's quite a bit of whitewash on the face of this wave. He gets a second one. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to close this one out, but that was really well done from Christopher Dirani. I think he'll definitely be getting rid of that 2.33 that he has to his name. He needs a 4, or actually a little more than, probably a little less than a 4 to get into that first, but really nicely done. He managed to keep his board under control. I've said it before, when you're surfing a wave with so much whitewash on the face, there's a lot of bubbles and a lot of movement on that face of the wave, so it's hard to keep the board under control. This is now our current heat leader, MD Hassan, taking off on a really good wave, wraps it around here. Will he get a third turn? And he rides out of it. That is our surfer from Bangladesh. Incredibly well done. He needs to get rid of a 310, and I think he's pretty much got it. Here, second turn, and finishes it off. That was a pretty critical section there for him. He tried to find a little cover up on the beginning of the wave, wasn't able to, but we are about to reach the 5-minute mark of this heat. It is MD Hassan in first. We're waiting for a few scores for him and red to come onto screen. Ahmed in blue is third, and our man in white, Mohammed, in fourth. Really starting to reach that point where he needs to get that bowl rolling, because otherwise it'll be easy to be left behind. This is a round 3, so there is no more rapid charge after this heat. There is no more safety net. We're going to be heading straight into this is an elimination round, so there will be no more second chances after this.
Yeah, we can see our surfer in blue right now. Up and down.
Yep, so a quick, he tried to highline it here. He tried to get around this section, unfortunately wasn't able to. Goes down there, wants to get rid of a 2. I don't think that will be going into his top 2 scores, but he has around just under 5 minutes to get back out there and get the scores he needs. We're only seeing 2 people on screen, so you can really see how much higher the tide is right now compared to this morning.
Ooh,
oh no, someone lost their board. Looking like someone had a little bit of a, not sure if he broke his leash or his leash just unwrapped from his foot. But I'm sure we'll get an update just now of who that was. It is still firing out there. So it is Ahmed who lost his board. He's on the inside. He's trying to get back to it.
Sea urchin's gonna be all over him.
Yeah, fortunate for him, the tide's pretty high, so he doesn't have to literally walk on the reef. He can just kind of swim over it. But with 3 minutes 40 seconds left, he doesn't have too much time to just get back on and out there, so he might have to be calling it.
Depend on the jet ski. If the jet ski gave us a lift out, maybe he would have a chance to get back in at the back.
So we are about to reach the 3-minute mark of this heat. Plenty of time left to have a change in situation. Mohammed wanting to add a little more to his scoreline, only has a 0.43. Right now it's MD Hassan pretty comfortably in first. Christopher Dirani in second from Lebanon. So unfortunate for Ahmed, he did lose his surfboard. It kind of went down onto where that table of reef is. Let's see if he'll manage to get back out there in time to catch one more wave, or if he will be having to call this the end of the line for him. But yeah, as I've said earlier, this is not a repecharge anymore. This is main event, and there is no more repecharge rounds after this. So there's no safety net. He'll be having to really give your all at this point of competition, because otherwise we would have to say goodbye. But in saying that, we are in Maldives on Thulusdhoo, so even if you do drop out of competition, there are so many waves all around the island that you can still go and check out. We have right across from us, our neighboring island has chickens, a really long peeling left. I know that Jailbreaks is pretty close by. We have honkies as well. So many waves to see, so many tours as well. You can be swimming with sea turtles, with sharks. There are dolphins everywhere. You can go snorkeling, or even just having a walk around the island is beautiful, because this place is paradise.
Yeah. Looks like there's going to be a storm coming. You reckon?
Yeah, it's looking a little dark on our screen, so it might be a storm on its way. We've had a few days of storm, unfortunately, lately, so I'm hoping it's not, because I'm kind of loving the overcast sun, but it's sounding like it's just started raining.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. On the screen there is rain. There's our surfing red right now, looking to stay on second place. Ooh, that was a nice turn. 45 seconds to go. He's coming in.
35 seconds remaining.
All right, so this is Christopher, from representative from Lebanon. Jess is walking in with her coffee. I can smell it. Coffee time.
That's exactly right. So this last wave of red was really nicely done. A bit of a set he caught here. One first turn gets a little bit stuck on the top, but this second turn was really good. So I hear we did count this one out. Congratulations to green and red. We'll be seeing you guys in round 4. With that, we're going to be heading to a quick recap of this heat, and we'll see you guys in heat 10. All right, guys, welcome back to the ASF Surfing Championships here in Maldives. I'm in the booth with Jessie Starling. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. I feel like I just escaped the rain. It's just started coming down a little bit, but I managed to speed walk back before the rain started. But nonetheless, waves are still here. We're rolling through the rounds. What even heat are we up to? I feel like we've been here.
I think we are definitely up to heat 10. This is a pretty good heat in our hands. We have in red Hood Ahmed. In blue we have Muhammad Afik Haikal. In green we have Sean Arjang. And in white we have Natri Jariwatan Nawijit.
Yeah, so good looking heat. This is actually a heat with one of my good friends, so Hooves. I travelled with him for the first time all through the Maldives last year, and since then we have been really good friends. I saw him just before he went out for his heat, and he was like, it looks so fun. I was like, I agree. This is him up and riding now. So Hoops from the Maldives, so representing the flag here in his home country. Talking to him after his last heat, super grateful just to have the opportunity for the event to be here. And wow. 4 good turns. I liked it.
Oh, look at how do you call him? Hoops?
I call him Hoobs.
Oh, Hoobs. Okay. Hoobs showing up and blowing up, man. Look at this. First turn was pretty sick. Right in the pocket. Sets it up for the second one. I think my favorite one was this last one, though.
Yeah, okay. I liked it. I mean, there was heaps of energy, heaps of aggression. Word that we use in Australia is pizzazz. Heaps of pizzazz behind that wave. 6.33 to kick off his campaign. That's a good looking score. I mean, we saw Sean and Natri in that repechage round. Sean getting through his heat. Natri actually had the lineup to himself because his competitors, unfortunately, one of them dislocated their shoulder and one of them didn't show up. So Natri literally had a 20-minute heat by himself out there.
That's a pretty good heat.
I was like, I'll take it.
Me too. I'll be like, yeah, it's all right. So this is currently our man in green, Sean Arjang from Iran. Unfortunately, yeah, it just goes down there. A little bit of an awkward fall too. I mean, he went over backwards. 077 has Sean's campaign started. He is representing Iran, so kind of a new nation coming into that surfing world. We haven't really seen too much of Iran. Yeah, that's right. I did have a quick interview with him yesterday, and he I asked him about the surfing, community in Iran. He said it's not massive, but and they don't have consistency in waves, but when they do, everyone's out there all day, so it's the stoke is real. And he was, if anyone ever wants to come, he really recommends it.
Oh, cool! I'll have to find out. We've got to get the seasons of where everywhere is good, and then just travel our way around Asia and surf in all the peak seasons we've got. Bangladesh on our list now. Iran, I'll take it.
I haven't. I know you have, but I haven't been to India or Sri Lanka.
Oh,
so
you've got to go.
Those are definitely top of my list as well. So this is our man Natri. So good first turn here, straight into the second one. Would love to see him finish this one off nicely, back to back with Muhammad out the back on a good looking set. Oh, a little bit of a layback Larry.
Yeah, Muhammad representing Malaysia as well. This is a good wave for Muhammad. He likes it too. Gives us a bit of a finger snap. Says, I'm here. I'm ready to show up. So scores to lock in now for Sean and Muhammad. I think Hooves is definitely the best wave of the heat we've seen so far. Bit of a priority mistake there from our local man. Hooves actually from the South Atolls, so it's a fair way down from where we are. He's from a wave called Tiger Stripes, which is a crazy fun wave. A little bit more push than here, but this wave is probably longer. But this is the replay of our surfer in white, kind of tagging this one all the way through. Nothing too crazy critical on that, but a good start. And then look at our surfer in blue out the back, just really going from turn to turn. Pizzazz.
Pizzazz. Juan's your dad.
Juan's your uncle.
Oh, Juan's your uncle. So here's Hoops.
Oh my gosh. That's it. Juan's your dad. I love it. Yeah, Hoops trying to finish off a second scoring ride there. Not too sure what happened at the end there, but did he get a start? Yes, he did. I like that first turn. Really? Oh, that's what happened. He's over-rotated on that first turn. So, yes, it looked really cool in the moment, but unfortunately couldn't regroup. So, grabbing his inside rail while trying to transition to the next turn. Is it a backup? Absolutely it is, but he has 17 minutes to better that again.
Yeah, so a little fun fact about Natri is he speaks perfect Italian.
That's right.
Yeah, he speaks perfect Italian. I was about to do an interview. This is your man on screen right now. A couple really nice turns here. I think he got a 517 for this, if I'm not wrong. Or maybe Blue got a 517 for his wave. Someone got a 517. Two really nice waves here. But yeah, so Natri speaks perfect Italian. He told me that he spent a year in Italy. He was studying and living there. And he practically speaks better Italian than me.
What?
Yeah, I was so shocked. I was about to start an interview and he comes up to me and he's like, in Italian, tells me, oh, but you're Italian, right? And I was like, yeah, I am. How do you speak Italian? He was like, oh, I lived there for a year. I just left. So really nice finding that out about Natri.
How cool, though. I mean, it's definitely not something that you would probably expect, but the fact that he can come out with that, he represents Thailand, spent a year living abroad in Italy, now he's back here in the Maldives representing Thailand and happens to just meet you, who is Italian and can speak fluent Italian to you. Like, what a crazy world we live in. But talk about crazy, that turn prior to that one, really silky smooth from this surfer in blue. I love the claim at the end. I love it. He's just kind of snapping me like, yeah, you see that one. He got a 517, so has him in second place with a backup of a 233. 467 for the first of Natri and Sean just with a 0.77, but Hoobs, that 633, has him in a good lead. A 3-point ride back up just for that one turn.
Yeah, so he's, I want to say comfortably in the lead, but I don't know, you know, it's, you never really know with surfing, and he's up against some dangerous competitors. So he's going to be having to get rid of that 3 pretty quickly if he wants to solidify his lead and have 1 foot already in that round 4 event.
Yeah, I mean, that round 4, it's where the stakes get that little bit higher. Like we've been saying all day today, we are saying goodbye to half of the draw. Only top 2 moves through in every single heat. It's high stakes, only 50% progression from this round onwards all the way to the final. After this, we've got 2 more heats coming up of the Open Men, and then we're going to roll into the Open Women. So we're going to see all of the best ladies who made it through round 1, made it through that repechage, show their colours again. We've got 6 heats of the women to round out today, so huge day of competition here today. 20 heats. This is heat number 12 of the day, heat number 10 of this round. So we are ploughing through them. A little bit of rain coming over, but nothing really affecting the surf right now.
Yeah, nothing like yesterday. We had to put it on hold yesterday because it was not only raining really hard, but the wind was just affecting the wave way too much. But today was just a little bit of a drizzle, looking like it's kind of calmed down already again. The waves are still firing, and it's going to be a great afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, these guys are already showing the caliber of the waves that we still have, even though that there's a little bit of drizzle. 633, that is no easy score to get, but these guys are doing it in these conditions. A 517 for Muhammad has our surfer from Malaysia in second. And then Natri, who's also competing in that junior division yesterday, he had won his repechage heat, come in for the Open Men's. He'd come in, we did the world's fastest post-heat interview. Then he was the very next heat, ran back out, surfed another heat, won that, got a second post-heat interview. So 2 post-heat interviews in one day. And when you're a surfer, all you want is that post-heat interview, because you've won the heat. It's your kind of reward for putting your best foot forward, taking the win. And he got 2 in one day.
That's exactly right. So he must have been stoked yesterday. So this is him right now on your screen. Nice first turn straight up into this second one. Unfortunately, just gets a little held back and isn't able to ride out of it. But he wants to back up that 4.67. Plenty of time left. We're reaching the halfway mark of this heat. So he's going to get back out there, get into the priority system, and have another chance to back it up.
Yeah, I feel like I was saying yesterday, he looks like he surfs with a skater's style. He keeps a really low profile with his upper body, which is kind of how skaters who transition into surfing usually kind of bring that style across. But we are going to skip down to our friend Oni, who has an interview.
Thank you, Jesse. We got the last heat winner. Congratulations. So you want to introduce yourself and explain for me how you feel out there?
I'm MD Shagor from Bangladesh, and this is my first time in Asia Surfing Contest, and this is really like a great opportunity for me to participate in Asia Surf Contest here. And this wave really bigger, like my country wave really smaller here, and this is really a challenge for me and participate also catching big wave. So really nervous I am here, but I'm lucky and I'm a winner.
I'm really proud because there's not many in your team. How many are you in your team?
This time we are just coming 2% here, and my coach also here, and my country there have many surfers, so we have to like a small wave. That's why we always be scared in bigger place and big wave. So I'm really excited and really happy.
Wow, look at that. For us, like to see you come here and represent your country, we're stoked to see more of you guys. So what's your advice for the up and coming generation that are watching in your home right now?
Good for also that. Like I facing really good surfer here, and I face really big wave here. This is really challenging, and for us, if we are face this thing and we are tell in our next general surfer this what type wave and how they're running, and this is good for my country.
So now that you show them that you can do it, so will you come back and like fight harder and keep training for the next time?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
I show something good.
All right, there we go, guys. Whoever's watching, and we'll see you in the next round. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, that was such an epic interview. Thank you so much, Oni, and congratulations. Our surfers from Bangladesh really showing up. And this is our man in white right now. This is Natri from Thailand, trying to get back into the game here. Let's see if he did anything on the inside. He did finish it off, so that was really well done.
Looked like he liked the feeling of it as well. I mean, there was a bit of a stand tall there. I just can't believe the fact that he speaks fluent Italian. What a cool kind of sneak peek about it. And here we go, Hoobs up and riding, looking to defend first place right now. Lovely first carve. Hits a little bit of bubble there, foamy inside section to work with, but navigates it beautifully.
Your man is showing up.
He's showing up. And then now out the back, Muhammad, he has just been knocked down to third. This wave is crucial. It's important for him. If he wants to get into that top 2 progressive position, he loves a claim. I love that he loves a claim too. Love the passion behind it.
I like that he claims a claim.
Yeah. Definitely. I just think, you know what? Give yourself a little pep in your step if that's what you need. You know, some people are like, no, I'm not going to claim. I don't even think we saw Prajar claim the 9.
Nah, he did not. Prajar is a little low key for that, but you know, here is your man, Hooves.
Yeah, just that last turn was really spicy. Put a little bit of extra juice on that one, and then this wave. This is this critical wave we're talking about. He's currently chasing second position. But this wave gave him more sections to work with than we saw the wave of Hooves. So he gets that little claim, gets that finger point action going. Be like, you see that one, judges? Because it obviously felt nice to him. He has a 5-1-7 in his lineup. That wave, it's definitely going to put him up into second, maybe even challenge for first. We just got to see how that score looks in for Hooves.
Yeah, that's exactly right. For now, with this scoreline, without adding Hooves last wave, he could challenge for first because 5-1-7 is pretty close to a 6-3-3, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look closely into what the judges thought of both of those waves. But Hooves actually had a little bit of a board mishap before entering this event. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Before I get back to that, 5.0 has Muhammad up into the lead, but we do have a score to lock in now for our local Maldivian surfer, Hooves. We'll see how that is going to work out for him. So Sean out there with first priority. There we go. Backs up with a 5-3-3. So Hooves back into the lead. Now Muhammad down into second. And Natri, our Thailand surfer who speaks fluent Italian, looking for a score. But yeah, as I was saying, right before the competition, like I'm not even kidding, the day before I was free surfing with Hooves, and unfortunately, someone bailed in front of him and his brand new board ran into it, knocked the fin box out, had to have a full fin box repair. But that board, he's not riding it. He must be riding one of his older boards, but it's working pretty well for him. Sean, given that one his best, unfortunately goes down, our surfer from Iran, but pretty cool that he is here representing his country. It's the first step for Iran, and it's definitely going to be a big future for these guys.
Yeah, so here is our man from Iran just pumping down the line. Good stuff.
Yeah, he kind of just used up most of that green wall there, so he is going to get out there. Would love to see him try and get a turn in before the end of the heat. 5 minutes 45 to go. So Hooves in the lead. Muhammad, our Malaysian surfer, chasing down first place. It's pretty close between those two. But Natri with a little bit of work to do. He's looking for something in that high 5 range. It's definitely capable within his style, but I'm thinking he's going to have to push a little bit harder than he has been.
Here's your man Hooves right now. Big opening first turn. Straight into this second one. This is going to be a pretty good score for your man Hooves Ahmed. Our Maldivian surfer takes it all the way to the inside. I think that's definitely going to be getting rid of that 5-3-3.
Yeah, those first two turns were super strong. I mean, he's got this great backhand drive. He's just got this ability to really be able to, I don't know, push harder than what you'd expect. I feel like sometimes you see him go up for a turn, but then the turn exceeds what you're thinking based from the bottom turn. But he is so strong. He's got such a good read on this wave. He spends all year traveling up and down on a boat, the Mavahi charter, being a surf guide here in the Maldives and just showing everyone the incredible place that is the Maldives. And I was lucky enough to be a part of that, and I could not recommend it more. And he is so knowledgeable about the ocean, about the waves, about this entire place. And I was actually talking to him just before, and he's like, we'll have to take you somewhere new to go surfing. I was like, yes, let's do it.
You're really selling it. I'm in. You can count me in. So that's going to be a pretty good score for our man in red. We are just about to reach the 4-minute mark, and it's now Natri and Sean playing a little bit of catch-up. They want to get past this heat. They want to be into the round 4. They need those extra points for their country. Every heat counts, and even if you don't make your heat, it's super important to be either in 3rd or 4th, because even if you do arrive in 3rd, you will still get more points than if you're in 4th. So every point counts. The ranking is a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. And the choices made for the Asian Games are based off teams, and if you can get your team up into one of those high positions, you are in for a better chance of representing your country on that big stage, the Asian Games. Unfortunately, Sean just not being able to find an open face, so potentially a little bit of frustration there for Sean, but that wave, yeah, ran off pretty fast. He was pretty far down the line. Pretty smart, I guess, With priority being with blue and white, he's just found himself a bank to himself. Looking like there might be a pretty good wave coming through right now. We'll see if either of our athletes out there take a chance, and it looking like a surfer in white. Oh, that could have been blue. In this blue back shot, my eyes are shocking. Sorry, everyone. But at 2 minutes 40 on the clock, that one's not going to come into play.
Yeah, so a quick up and out. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there, because now that leaves the doors open for Natri. He has first priority. He needs not a massive score to get into second place. So he's out there with priority. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Will he get the opportunity to get back into an advancing position?
I hope so. I'd love to see him just go for it. Hoobs looking for a barrel. He was saying to me before his heat, I wish I surfed on low tide so I could get barreled. I was like, Hoobs, look at it out there. It's asking to be hit. It looks like so much fun. And you're right, he did better his score, 6.83, so extending his lead more. Our Maldivian surfer flying the flag for the host country here. Here we go. Natri with his last roll of the dice. Oh, actually, the fact that he fell off there, he could probably get back out and get one more.
Yep, that's right. He still could get one more opportunity with a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 on the clock. It is crunch time right now for Natri, but his issue is that the guy who wants to keep that second place more than anyone, he has first priority. So I love the fact that he was going for it. Maybe a priority mistake, because it didn't look like one of the best waves that has come through, and he does need a score in that 6-point range. So he's going to have to really kind of play it, a bit of tactics right now in this last 1 minute. Make sure that he can get himself up and ahead of the pack. But 1 minute to go. It's looking like he's kind of surrounded by first and second right now.
Yeah, so Mohammed with first priority will not be making it easy for Natri to be catching a wave. He is looking like he's in a bit of a rough position. Oh, but Mohammed decides to surf instead of use that priority over white. Nice first turn into that second one, lays it back. He will be coming in with that wave.
Yeah, he's going to make his way in, call that one a day. There is a set coming through out the back, so potentially one last opportunity for Natri. Maybe a mistake here. I thought it was interesting he used his priority on this wave, especially when he had priority over white. I was scratching my head a little bit. I think he could probably watch that back and really think about it, because right now, Natri, he's going to have another chance. It is a foamy wave, but he has an opportunity. Tags it. It's not going to be the score he needs, unfortunately, but for Mohammed, this is a big learning curve, because if Natri had made something of that last wave, that would have been all systems over for Mohammed. So pretty lucky. This is a recap. We'll be back for a break very shortly. We are live and we are back. What are you laughing at for the ASF?
I'm just like trying to be serious, like daydreaming and then go. Okay.
Okay, no, we are live and we are back. This is the ASF Asian Surf Championships. My name is Jessie, joined by the daydreamer over here, Oni Anwar.
Oh, daydreaming, you reckon?
Daydreaming.
Okay. All right, so Jessie, we have someone in the water right now. Koku Hanade is in red, blue. Ajiz Ali from India. And Ismail Miglal is in green, represent Maldives. And of course, one of my favorite commentator, Afridun. Wow.
Afridun, he is out there, our co-commentator representing Afghanistan. Afri, though, lives in Azores, speaks fluent German, spent 12 years of his life living in Germany, also lived in Australia. He is a very worldwide man.
Mr. International.
Mr. International.
All right, this is Ismail. I love this guy surfing, man. He knows what to do out here. Getting the rhythm. Look at this turn. Sa! To another one. Boosh.
Am I correct in saying that's one of your old boards?
Nah, he used to. And one of our Japanese distributor who worked closely with my ex-shaper, Nick Blair, and every board that I used to ride, it sends to Maldives, and he get to ride it. And I say, man, do you still have my board? And he say, I used to. I give it to Grom. But speaking of that, we'll just go quick for our last heat winner with Mrs. Giada.
All right, I am down here with Hoops. Congratulations on your last heat win. You're looking super comfortable out there. Tell us a little bit about what your game plan was and if it all turned out.
Well, it's all about winning the first heat of round one. That gave me a lot of confidence. And also, I think it's the magic board that I have with me. And also, it's just my home break, No, I'm not originally from this island, but I'm a Maldivian. So that gave me a lot of confidence.
All right, so that's exactly what I was about to ask you next. Tell us a little bit about your board. I heard you had an incident just before the contest started. And what are you riding?
Yeah, someone actually he was about to fall on me though, and then I dove deep. And then the next thing, he landed on my surfboard, ending my board. Now I'm on an epoxy surfboard, which I borrowed from my really good mate, Aru. And the board is literally amazing, it's doing the job for me. Yeah, and I don't know, I'm pretty stoked about the board.
That's sick. Maybe we'll be having a little bit of a new owner after this. I see that you have such a great support crew here with you. So is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Well, the first thing I wanted to say, thanks to MSA for organizing such an event like this. This is a huge one for me. I've been different places, but having such an event like this at home, this is beyond next level for me though. And I wanted to say thanks to the whole team, especially Coach Ibu, and to my family, everyone who's been supporting all around the world for me. Thank you.
No worries. And Jessie told me you're an incredible surf guide, so I want a little bit of insight later on those Maldivian waves.
Well, yeah, I've been doing surf guiding since 2010, so yeah, I guess a lot of experience. That's what it makes me a good surf guide, and I've been sticking with a very good company, which is a Australian company, and I been surfing all around the Maldives, and yeah, it's all about doing the good job, waking up early in the morning. That got me to this position, and I love different waves where I'm from. I have so many good waves, especially the waves are there gnarly. This is perfect. My waves are gnarly, so maybe that's why, pretty chill about the job.
That's great. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you.
Yeah, Hoobs. We love you, Hoobs. Best surf guide ever.
I love him. He's good energy.
He is. He's got great energy. He is such a nice human being. I mean, the Maldivian people are so welcoming, so beautiful. They are so proud of their country. And to meet someone like Hoobs, who is so passionate about the surf culture here, it was just really a blessing. So then to come here a year later and still have my friend and just get to hang out with him, it's been really fun. So seeing him progress through the draw, it's been amazing to see. He's been surfing really, really well. Definitely one of the best surfers coming out of this region.
Yeah, that backside attack is nice. It's really dangerous. And yes, I've been trying to make him surf one on my board when he said he did his board, but no, he's so humble. Man, I don't want to break your board. It's all good. He didn't even use it. He took it, but didn't even surf it. I was like, so different to other countries like Asian places. You know, give me a board. If you go to somewhere else in my hometown, like they would borrow it and then just like take it and never come back. You know? But these guys are so much humble and respectful in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, what we got in the water right now, Jessie?
Well, we have 16 minutes on the clock. Ismail Miguel, he has a 317. This is your guy, Ismail. He is your friend. He's currently out in the lead. Afri, our co-commentator, has a 0.4 and a 2. He's in second. Koku just with a 1 point ride from Sri Lanka. And then Ajish, not rolling the dice just yet. He does have first priority, but as we've seen this tide come up and really fill in, it's definitely been coming in pulses, these waves. I feel like we've been getting a lot more lulls than what we saw earlier in the morning. So small scores. I expect to see so much more from these competitors, and I think we will in this next 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. There's just plenty of time, and Ismail is yesterday been just kind of gave me a heart attack because he didn't catch any wave for the last until 5 minutes left.
I heard about this. He thought that the heat hadn't started.
Yeah. No, he got the wrong information. He thought the heat hasn't started, yeah. And then the people on the judge stands are waving something that he doesn't understand. And somehow it's like, okay, actually the comp is already started. So
a good indicator is the flag as well. If you don't know that the heat started, always look at the flag. Green means go, yellow means last 5 minutes, red means stop. No more surfing, no more scores.
That is true.
So Oni would know that. He's surfed plenty of events in his life. I want to know, tell me, favorite surf event worldwide that you've been to?
That's a hard question because I have so many memories. I have so many good places that I've been in my life.
What was the first one that came to your mind when I just asked you that?
Ooh. Okay. So doing something therapy part here. Okay, we go back after this. Look at this wave. It's a little bit chopped. Ajit from India, surfing so good lately. He's been in Bali training for this event as well. Look at that turn. Looks like a really nice surfing. He's riding a Kabianka. He got some couple of boards there in Bali with in Canggu. Actually, the boys are going hard in Canggu. So look this replay of this wave. He's the one is leading the team in the Indian team. He surfed this wave really smart. He doesn't over push anything. Nice finishing. Smart surfing for our surfer in blue. This is a dangerous opponent too for all the surfers here. Yeah. So, well, that I was trying to think. My favorite.
I knew you were delaying. I knew you were trying to think.
You should have talked about that one. So, what was your question again? Sorry.
Favorite surf event worldwide? Go.
Worldwide.
First one that comes to mind. Stop thinking. Just the first one that comes to mind.
I don't know. U.S. Open, one of my favorite ones.
Okay, so it's the U.S. Open.
But I never do good there. I never.
That doesn't matter.
But just the hype and energy.
Yeah.
Is so cool. U.S. Open. Also, I like the Manly Pro.
Did you?
Yeah, I loved it. And actually, I won Pro Junior in Kaafu Beach. Back 2010.
Back where I'm from.
Yeah.
All right, we have our Sri Lankan up and riding. Beautiful first turn. This is more like it from Koku. So he is finishing off that wave. Best 2 turns we've seen in the heat so far. We'll see where that score locks in. Didn't need much. That wave's going to take him to the lead every day of the week. So this wave, although a little bit smaller, Oni got a bit of work done.
Yeah, I love this turn right here. Boom. Throw a lot of spray and to another one. So that's really smart tactic because you don't want to play around as the time is sticking out. And our surfer in red will probably jump in second, or maybe third. We're not sure right now because none of the surfers are posting on a big score. But our surfer in Brulu last wave was a 5-point ride. So, and there you go. Is there another score in? There's a 3. That's not a 3.57. Is that right?
It is. It's the 357. So our Sri Lankan surfer goes to second. Ajish out there in the lead with a 5-point ride. So Ajish representing Team India. I actually went there last year and I spent the better part of 3 weeks in India and I had the time of my life. Met so many amazing people. I'll get back to that in a second. Unfortunately, Ismail going down there, but I do have to say a little shout out to my friend back from Mahabalipuram, Mumu. He has his own surf school there. He is one of the pioneers of surfing in India. He has been such a big push. He's been really pushing for the progression of Indian surfing, and he starts people at the basics. He starts people at his surf school, at the beginners. He's got 2 surf schools in India, and he kind of gets to go between the 2 based on surf season, and an all-round great guy, lovely human being. There are so many Indians who are competing but didn't come here, who aren't a part of the team.
Wow.
Another friend of mine, Sugar Banas, she is an incredible surfer, but she didn't get to come here this year. Love to see her compete here. She's one of the best females coming out of India. So the talent in India runs pretty deep.
Yeah, that's cool how you say about that. I've never been there, but our surfer in white, Afridun.
Unfortunately, it goes down. So that was looking like it was going to be a good wave. So Afri, unfortunately, burying his outside rail there. It's okay, plenty of time. 10 minutes on the clock. What happened here? What went wrong for Afri here? Not quite sure, Ani.
I don't know. I think there's a little bump on that wave because the kind of tricky right now. The tide is filling it up a lot. So yeah, I think that's the tide.
Yeah, it probably is. I feel like potentially his front foot a little bit too far forward as well. So he buried his outside rail, but that's okay. 9.5 minutes to go. He's going to get back out there, have 4th priority. So potentially a little bit of a tactic now that he could play is sit a little bit wider, try and get one of Oni's wider sets that we always see him on in the free surfs. He loves those sets that come a bit wider. They are a bit bigger, and Afri just a little bit too deep for this one. So 9 minutes to go. So just to sum all that up, the US Open has been your favorite event to go to compete in.
Yeah, like US Open has that energy that everybody goes down the beach and just, we have a complete of everything. Kind of like sound like I'm spoiled a little bit because it just has everything in that competition. They have this physiotherapies and that's why. And the wave sucks though. That's the only thing. The worst wave probably in the world. Hop, 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 and then do one turn. Then
I've actually never been there. I've never been to the US.
You should go just to go watch and the hype and the energy in it. And yeah, I don't know. Like Manly is nice actually. Sometimes Manly can get really good fun waves.
Yeah, sometimes Manly can get really fun waves. Not often, but it definitely does. And when we get big south swells at home back in Australia, Manly is one of those corners that is just like always fun, always protected, a little bit smaller.
The one everybody, Tommy Myers posting?
The slab?
The slab.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very Bower.
Where's your favorite wave in the northern beaches?
On the northern beaches? Easy, Narrabeen.
Oh, really? That's boring.
What? Careful now. That's my hometown.
Of course you're going to say that.
It is the best wave on the northern beaches, hands down.
Yeah, it is, actually. 100%. It's one of my favorite wave. And always wave there.
Always. It's kind of like here, Cokes, I've been told, is a bit of a swell magnet. It always is able to pick up any swell that comes here to the Maldives. We've seen today there's been plenty of fun waves and swell that we didn't really see too forecasted for today, but there is plenty of waves, plenty on action. Unfortunately, Ismail just going down there. So 7 minutes on the clock, only 1 score of substance, which is that 5-point ride for Ajish. Been a really quiet heat, Oni. What do you do when it's quiet heats like this? How do you keep your mind calm?
Well, it's a really hard one to decide because in the water right now there is some smaller one, but the small one kind of runs off. So you need to find that wave that has no wall and kind of have a short edge so you can do one or two turn. Like right now, there's someone's paddling. I think Ismail is trying not so like this medium rides wave because it's not about getting the big set because the time is ticking down at 6 minutes 30 seconds to go. As we can see, the surfer in blue only have one wave score. So and Koku, it's with a 3.57 and looking to replace a 1 point ride. That's gonna change soon. So in the next 2-3 minutes, it will something change. But Ismail is a danger opponent here. Our local surfer represent Maldives. Ismail is a dangerous too. So he only have 3.17 and a 1.17. And Afridun is currently in 4th place with priority number 3. He needs to replace that 0.97. So soon, there you go. You can see some waves coming through him.
Yeah, a couple little waves rolling through, looking like Ismail having a paddle on the inside here. Doesn't need much to get up into second. Had 4th priority, so did well to find himself this wave.
Wow.
Look at that, surfing really well to get a wave under priority. He was back of the priority list.
Wow.
Finished it off. Best wave of the heat so far. I'm calling now Ajish, trying to defend first place. Would love to see what he got done out the back, but he's milking this one all the way through to the inside and gets the finish. No, he doesn't. Unfortunately, comes unstuck, so we'll watch some replays, but Ismail's wave, really nicely done.
Yeah, I think Ismail will definitely put some pressures on the other opponent right now. Ajist probably is going to extend the lead, and as we can see the replay on this wave, very smart surfing for our surfing green. Look at that, just holding it, timing it. His turn, he's not rushing anything, so he's just turn to turn and finish it off clean. Really smart because the waves out there is a little bit tricky. As you can see, our surfing blue, that's a nice first turn. Look at this turn again. Wow, it's kind of like the wave kind of fatten up here, but still our surfing blue trying to look for a finishing. If I'm not wrong, there is gonna be a section here. Still going into another one. Boom, finish it, ride it out. No. So yeah, change of situation in a minute.
Yeah, I'm thinking Ajish is going to hold on to first place, but Ismail definitely going to get himself up into that second place and leave Koku and Afridum looking for scores. So Ajish backing up his 5 with a 4. Ooh, 6-point ride. Ismail to the lead.
Judges really like the surfing because he put some flow in it. Speed, power, and flow. And then I think, as you can see, our surfing red answered back. He's in 3rd place right now. He needs to look to replace that 1 point ride. I think he's already did on this one. Can he make it this one? Yes, he does. Wow. It's going to be a change of situation again. I don't know. We'll see because I just got that 5-point ride and a 4-point ride. Jesse, what do you think?
I'm thinking it might not be enough. I'm thinking it'll come close, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I love this first turn. Really nice down carve under the pocket. Big second turn there. Gets hung up a little bit though. That might sting him a couple of minor points there. That's the only thing I can think that the judges might say. Maybe not.
I agree with you. Let's see. We're not the judges, but Ismail is in 1st place right now with a 6-point ride. And I think he's looking to replace that 3.17. I think he can do it. Is he out the back yet, or still paddling? I'm not sure where he is in the on the screen.
Yeah, here's the replay of Ismail's though. Take us through it, Oni. You love this wave.
Yeah, I love high line. He's setting like that turn right there. He's going low into another one. He's using every section. So look at this finishing, just bam. He just shows the judges like he's a complete surfer. He's not just messing around here. He's fit every turn he can do. So Ajiz in 2nd place. Ooh, here you go. We got surfing wide. He's looking to replace that 0.97. Yeah, he did. So that was 1.03 for surfer in white. Currently in 4th place. 3rd place is our surfer in red from Sri Lanka. And that is, you gotta, now we can see on the screen our surfer in white up and riding. He looks to replace by 1.03. Our surfer Afridum represent Afghanistan.
Yeah, representing his home country. That's definitely his best wave so far. So we'll see how the rest of this heat pans out for our co-commentator Afri, but he's got a bit of catching up to do.
That's
Nice
a nice
first turn. I like that. Then it gets a bit of a down carve there and races through this inside section but can't quite find too much more. So Afri, best wave of his heat so far. I don't think it's going to be enough to get him up into 2nd place. There's 1 minute to go. Who's going to win? Is Ajish going to try and take back 1st place? Ismail, will he hold on? Koku, will he get the score? It's very exciting right now.
Yeah, I think 2.43 for last wave of surfing white. And time is ticking down for these 2 surfers here for red and white. And Aji's really smart, open up with the wave with the 5-point ride. And you see at the back here, here's the last chance for our surfing red. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that one. Koku representing from Sri Lanka is gonna be out of this event. There's 25 seconds to go. It's just a lot of pressure mode here. Waves kind of runs off.
Yeah, unfortunately not holding on for the finish there. So counting down now. We can hear that beach commentator call it out. There goes the hooter. So it looks like it on his mate Ismail getting the lead. Ajish coming in 2nd. We will say goodbye to Koku and Afri. We're going to go to a heat recap and an ad break. We'll be back for the last heat of the Open Men Round 3 right after this break.
All right, we are back live. As we can see right now, there's might be hopefully there's no storm coming, but we have surfers in the water right now. We got Taki Kanazawa from Japan in red, Alfred Badar from Lebanon in blue, and surfer from Korea in green, Jin Yuk Yang, and of course our surfer in white, Hamad Muhammad, is right now in the water. The waves are getting better, and I think there is some already replays going on here. Take Kanazawa. Look at that turn. Really nice. Wow. Smooth surfing for our surfing red. Fast and explosive. So right now we have 23 minutes to go. I can see this up and riding now for surfer in blue, Alfred Badr. Excuse me for my pronunciation. Here's a replay here again. Up and down. And this is Taki Kanazawa again. Staying busy in this one. So this is a mid-size wave. Wow. Really fast. So already posting 2 good waves. And there we go again. The replay for our surfer in red. Look at this turn. Throws a lot of spray. We have speed, power, and flow. Wave selection wise, not the greatest, but this guy can surf. That's what we want to see. And so all the surfers can just use every opportunity when they're on the wave. But meanwhile, we're going to welcome Giada Lajari back in the booth.
Thank you. I'm super excited to be back. This is the last heat of the Open Men's. We will be going straight into the main round 3 women's. There are 6 heats of the women, and then we will be finishing off today like that. It's absolutely firing still. Here we have someone going left. So Alfred Badir just taking a look at that left. A bit of a float to finish off that wave. Good times here in the ASF Asian Surfing Championships in Maldives. We are currently in Thulusdhoo Island. So here are a few replays being thrown out. This is our man in red. 2 really nice turns. I love how he finished that one off. This is blue. Unfortunately wasn't able to get around that section. But red keeping busy. This is his second wave again. Wraps it around nicely. Hits that section, and wow, I love how much spray he throws every time he actually puts that board in on the top of the wave.
Oh, someone's going left. Wow. So, what did you do during your break, Jada?
I literally sprinted to the hotel and sprinted back to eat.
Good exercise. You don't want to be dealing with cranky Giada when she's hungry.
No, you do not. And that is our man in green. A really nice one turn there. So that is Jinyuk Yang from Korea. Taking a look at that wave.
Yeah, so I'll surf in white right now, up and riding. Hamad Muhammad Humaid Ali Al-Hasmi. And I don't know if I pronounced that right. He's still really happy with that wave. It's not easy to actually ride the wave out there right now. It's a lot of chops and you land into the reef too, so it's really hard to. It's not easy. And there's current too, I heard.
That's exactly right. We're reaching the high tide, so there's a little bit of backwash. It's not an easy wave to be surfing with it, but he did this really nicely. So he was stoked to claim that one. Good job to our man in white, Hamad Mohammed. So Taki Kanazawa's wave comes in at a 5.17. See a replay of our man in red, a quick up and out for him.
Yeah, so Taki is pretty much having the heat to himself out there right now with a 5.17. That 5.17 and a 4.67 pretty much as his heat started, he already got the score. And right now, what would you do if you was him?
Right now, if I was in Taki's position, I have 2 pretty good scores under my name. I would try just sit out the back with priority, get that first priority, and wait for a set. I mean, you already have 2 scores. You don't want anything below a 4.67. So now it's all about waiting for a big score. Didn't you already have lunch?
Yeah, I actually, it's funny when you come around here, so many people, and lunch just disappear like that.
Yeah. Did you get any of that beautiful rice that they had and pasta?
Nah, sorry. So let's not show what's going, but we're gonna go down with the last heat winner with Jesse.
Yeah, guys, I'm with Ismail. Yesterday you had a 5-minute heat. Today you used up your full time. You're looking like you're really finding your rhythm out there.
Yeah, yesterday I had a mistakes. Yeah, I didn't know the heat start. Today I was very ready. Yeah, it was fun. Couple good waves.
It looks extremely fun out there right now. The tide has come up a lot. How does the wave change on the different tides?
I think high tide is a little bit mellow, but the Cox is. I like the mid high. It's been really good fun and hollow. Yeah.
And you've made another round. You're on to round 4. You're gaining some really good points for Team Maldives. How does it feel to represent your country here?
It's amazing. I would love to compete for the. I want to be a support for the Maldives. I'm very grateful for I will qualify for this national team. I was I'm a 42 years old now. I'm just grateful. Thank you for Maldives team. They're supporting a lot. Yeah.
Well, you surf like you're 21. You don't surf like you're 40 at all. Is there anything you want to say back in Maldivian to anyone watching countrywide?
Thanks for the support, everyone. Maldives team, and keep going. I think everyone is gonna be a good result. I hope. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's looking good. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you. Congratulations. On to the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, congratulations. That was such an epic little interview. I can't believe he's 41. I thought he was, like Jesse said, much younger. But that just shows the variety and the age difference that we have in this contest. It's not just locked in for a certain age group. So this is a few of the replays going through. That was Jin Yut Yang and Alfred Badir on a few waves. Right now it is, though, Taki Kanazawa taking the lead, a 5.17 and a 4.67. So he's looking pretty comfortable right now. He will be out the back net with priority. I think he might have heard us, what we were saying earlier, and is going to be waiting with that priority number 1. He's going to be needing anything better than a 4.67 to just improve his scoreline and solidify his first spot to have a position in the round 3.
Yeah, that is correct. I think that Taki is going to be just practicing for his next round on this heat. So pretty much, I don't know, here we go, up and riding right now. Nice turn. He throws a lot of spray in this guy turn. And I can see that bottom turn. Wow. He makes like surfing this wave so much chop, but he looks like he's surfing in such a clean wave.
Yeah, so Taki has really good self-control while he's surfing on these waves. He doesn't really make a lot of mistakes. I really like his style. His bottom turn is super low. He has his face really close to that face of the wave. And you're totally right. He throws so much water in every maneuver he does, even if it's just a check turn. He just throws that big fan of spray. So finished it off really nicely. I think he's definitely going to be getting rid of that 4.67. So well done to Taki Kanazawa.
Yeah, I had a touch of his equipment yesterday, and that board has so much volume. It's so thick that that's why it throws a lot of spray and creates a lot of speed. And maybe sometime it just look at the shark.
Can't believe I'm missing this. There we have it, just to show how alive the ecosystem here in Maldives is. That is a little baby shark just taking a peep around the contest area. That is the bridge that crosses over onto the contestants area and the keyhole. So epic drone view of our little baby shark.
Baby shark. Then the mom's waiting at the back. Maybe they want you to go swim with the shark now.
I'll swim with the shark. That's what I've been waiting for this
the
whole
baby
moment.
one.
It's my moment.
Wow, look at that. Here's go. I think that someone's paddling for this one right now. Blue. Alfred. Bud. And then on his backside here. Nice first turn. Looks like he's doing another turn again. Wow. I love this angle of the drone. Actually really cool. Boom.
Oh, and he manages to kind of stick the landing there. Really nicely done from Alfred Badir.
I think we'll change of situation there.
Could be, yeah. He could be moving up into second place. For now, it is Taki Kanazawa pretty comfortably in first. So this is the replay of our man in blue. Nice first turn. Sets it up for the second one. Wraps it all the way around back to the whitewash. So this is really nicely done from our man in blue. Representing Lebanon. And right behind him, we're seeing a replay of green. Wraps it around. Unfortunately, just gets unstuck. So there we have our man in white, Hamad, on a good looking wave. Goes to the top, gets back to the bottom. Unfortunately, will be falling off there. Isn't able to ride out of that last turn. So a few scores to come through now. Some important scores will be definitely a fight for second, I think, more than first. Taki is looking pretty comfortably out in the lead. His last wave comes in at a 6.50, so he's looking like he has 1 foot already into the round 4. So this is a 6.50. Big first 2 turns. I love his style. Very powerful. Nicely done. That was a beautiful wave from our man in red, Taki Kanazawa. So a little bit of a weird priority moment there. It was green. I think maybe white had priority over him. So he decides to take off.
1 minute 33 seconds left in the clock. Green and fast break.
All right, so as we have a little bit of a break in the action, I want to give a big thank you to the organizers, Asian Surfing Federation, the Maldives Surfing Association, and the Ministry of Sports, Fitness, and Recreation. All of this is hosted by Thulusdhoo Council, managed by the Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo. Thank you to our hotel partner, Season Paradise. And all of this has been powered by Diragu. Our apparel partner, Apparel 360, and their associate partner, Nearest Embroidery. Thank you to Print Lab for printing everything out. And a huge thank you to our streaming partner, Slow Tape. A massive, massive thank you to Video Highlights, Various Art Studio. Thank you to our supporting partners, Adaran Select Huduran Fushi, as well as Kuda Vilingili. Thank you to our travel partner, Tarika Express, as well as Bonaqua for giving us the hydration throughout the entire week for this event.
Perfect. Look at that, some jet ski round coming up. Have you been on the jet ski here?
No, not yet, but another big thank you to our safety and water patrol for having everything, you know, ready to go in case anything really does happen out there. So these drone shots are incredible. It just shows you how small the actual island is. You can walk around the whole island in around maybe 30 minutes, I would say. There is only 3 cars on this entire island and a few motorbikes, but most of the time people tend to walk around and it's such a gorgeous little spot. So super excited to be here. This place is, you know, a small island filled with lots of opportunity. There are so many waves all around this area. So we are surfing cokes right now, but on the neighboring island is another left called Chickens. And I've heard a few other names coming around. I know there is a wave called Jailbreaks close by, a wave called Sultans that is pretty famous. So these are the typical names you hear for waves when you hear about surfing in Maldives. So it's a great opportunity to be out here. Thank you so much for the organizers.
Look at this wave. Who is going to be on this one? Look like our surfer in green, currently in 4th place. Wow. Pushing that one out. And there's 7 minutes to go. Just feeling it. And here you go, up and riding our surfer in red. Just having fun. Stylish surfer with full of power and speed. Look at that. Nice turn. Start. Boom. Check 10 on this one. Coming unstuck. I love the color of his board though. It's actually not an old board, but just the way he just sprayed it, pretty cool. Maybe the laminated like that color.
It's interesting. Here we have our man in blue on his backhand. Nice first turn. Unfortunately, gets a little bit stuck on the top, so he just gets kind of stuck behind the wave, but he's currently in second. Plenty of time to solidify his position with 6 minutes 25 remaining. That was not looking pretty good. That was Jinyuk Yang. So he goes up and out there.
I think he just need to tap that wave, not really hitting it too hard, I think. So like this one here. Just cruising around, not over pushing anything, just cruising here. Look at that one, another float. See, every time you hit it so hard, you always lose control, and sometimes you just nosedive it. Like our surfing green right now, right there. It's a lot of bump and chop, backwash kind of thing. It's like just under 5 minutes to go. Our surfing red, a total score of 13.5, and this is a last heat of the men, and we're moving into the women's next.
That's right. So we're reaching the last 5 minutes of this open men's round 3. This is heat 12. We will be going straight into the women's round 3 open event. We will have 6 heats, and that will be a big moment for everyone here. It's been a big day. So here we have our man in green. Just a quick up and out. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's just pushing it really hard on his turn, I think, which he doesn't need to do it. Because he have that power, you can see he can surf. It's just right here. Wow, he's pushing it too out and his board is sliding out. Like I said, the wave here has so much power because it's a reef break. It's not a beach break. You don't have to be heavy on your foot. You kind of just be gently on your tiptoe, and then when you hit that section, all you need to do like 30 to 40% of your power. That kind of creates control of your speed to come back down on a wave, especially when it's windy and backwashy like this. So my advice is to not push anything too hard, but when you have that competition mindset, you just want to go beast mode out there and just commit it to hit it really hard, because you know you're surfing one of our Japanese competitor who's been posting some excellent scores lately. And right now, seeing that our surfer from Alfred Bar is in second place, staying there, 3 minutes to go. Then of course our surfer in white and green need to get back into work, need to adjust that.
Look at this whole little town. This is where we actually are right now. You can see where we're staying at, like around, I can't really see where the season paradise is, but I think somewhere over there.
Yeah, we were just on top of the season paradise in that first part of that drone shot, but it just shows the little town that we're in. This is Thulusdhoo Island. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the color of the water. You know, it's very few places in the world where you get water like this. So we are so grateful to be here. This is an incredible event. We will be finishing off today with 6 heats of the Open Women's Round 3. So we are getting deeper and deeper into this event. We have, I think, 3 full days of competition left. So it's every day that passes, we're getting closer to crowning a champion here in the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. This wave is of such high quality. I think everyone watching must be, you know, thinking how much fun this wave looks. Every time I walk outside and I look out into the ocean, there's just perfect peeling rights. So it's just an incredible spot to have a contest.
Yeah, definitely. We're lucky there's so many options in the paradise as we looking at some of this next Open Women's event heat next round 3. It's gonna be some exciting heat. Some Indonesian surfers. First heat, we got Japanese surfer Andri Matsuno and a surfer from the Maldives, Mariam Rahil Nasim, and a Filipino, Via Estrelado, and from Sri Lanka. I can't pronounce that name, but of course that will be on next. There's like minutes to go right in this heat. Take Kanazawa with a 6.5, and his best score right now is a 7-point ride. He's comfortably in front, and our surfer in blue is in second place. Third place is white. But look at that, surfing green, he's really trying to fight. He's not giving up yet. I don't know, will he get on this wave? Yes, he does. Look at this. Really nice angle of our drone work, but the wave just kind of runs off. Really frustrating situation for our surfing green right now. You can see that right there. He's not happy with that. Time is running out right here. He probably needed such a small score. So, as we can say, there's 5 seconds to go in this heat. Congratulations to our surfer in red and blue. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to our surfer in white and green. So, meanwhile, we're gonna go for a quick heat recap.
Welcome back to the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2024. We just finished the men's round 3. I'm here with Giada Legati, and we are going to show you the open round women main round number 3.
That's exactly right. We have 12 heats of men all day. Now we're heading straight into the main round 3 of the women. We have 6 heats, and then that's going to be finishing off our day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships.
Pumping conditions. We have some offshore winds, good swell. So these surfers, they are all pretty stoked, I guess, to be able to surf the spots alone. We have surfer in red for Team Japan, Andri Matsuno. In blue for Maldives, the local surfer Aya Nassim. And in green, Via Estrelado from Philippines. Did I pronounce it right? It sounds to me like a Spanish name.
Yeah, it's Estrelado. In Argentina, it would be Estrellado.
True, double L is a sh in Argentina for some weird reason. Sorry.
Yeah, so our double L is sh. But normally, I can't even pronounce the normal Spanish way. Estrellado. Estrellado, maybe?
Okay.
Estrellado.
Well, I'm sure that Via is going to have fun here, because this wave in these conditions like this would be pretty similar to Cloud9, the famous wave from Shiragao, and she is actually on the first wave there, ripping.
That was a really well-surfed wave by Via. So I'm excited to see it. We saw earlier her team partner, John-Marc Chacon, absolutely killing it. So
crazy stuff what he was doing there.
Yeah, I'm sure she got like that inspiration and excited to be pumped up and out there.
She does look for the open face, gives it a little carve on the first maneuver. Second one, also a carve, and finishing it also with a carve. It's a fast wave, so you don't want to lose too much speed. You really want to make sure to make the best out of it. And that's what she did with her first wave. So with that, she will move to first position once the judges type in the scores, and it's 21 minutes left for the local hero Aya and the Japanese surfer to show their surfing on this wave.
Yeah, this is a really nicely surfed wave by Thea. You know, she kept things in the pocket really tight, really clean. So it's definitely a good way to be starting off your heat. It takes the nerves off, and you know, it just shows her, okay, now I'm ready.
Right. It's interesting how, I mean, I guess it's obvious, but still I always find it interesting how different the situation becomes once you're competing compared to the free surf, at least for most of the surfers. So all these girls and boys that you see there, they're ripping. For example, the Korean surfer in the last heat, I've seen him surfing in free surfs, and he was catching so many waves, doing radical maneuvers. But then all of a sudden, when you're in a competition like this, Asian Surfing Championships, you are surfing the first qualifier for the Asia Games, all of a sudden the nerve starts and the surfing changes. But that's not the case most of the time for the Japanese surfer. Well, I just said it, and then this happened. Again, something you wouldn't expect. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for her, for Andri from Team Japan. Because again, this is something in free surf she wouldn't even think of. You know, it would be just automatically landing and going for the next one. But then again, surfing competition is a different beast.
That's exactly right. And free surfing is so different to being out here in the contest zone. You only have 25 minutes, you only need 2 waves, and it's actually super hard. It sounds easy, but when you try to simplify it, but actually when those nerves kick in, it can really affect all the way that you are approaching this heat. And speaking of, I know you just had your heat. I didn't watch it, but tell us a little bit more about what the conditions are like out there, and if you were a coach now and you had to do it again, what would you do?
Well, first of all, I would tell you, don't take me as a coach. Second thing, I had one goal, and that was, to teach the Groms something on this spot, and I think I managed to do that. I showed him to, pretty much not how to do it. Yeah, like, as I said, same thing happened to me, what probably just happened to the Korean surfer, and maybe what happened to Andri, the surfer in red, on her first wave. I was so in my head thinking of what I wanted to do. For example, there was one open face, probably the west wave that I paddled for. And once I did the takeoff, I was thinking, okay, shall I go for a deep bottom turn and really, you know, go full in on the very first section, on the first maneuver, or instead just pump a little bit and try to, you know, make some more maneuvers on that one. And in between that thought, I already had to do the decision and I just fell down. So as a coach, I would definitely say, in this situation right now, where we have 3 surfers, since actually we have the surfer Andri Matsuno on her second wave here, and I do see that we also have the surfer from Sri Lanka in white that we didn't introduce at the beginning. She's also surfing here and having a 0.5 on her first wave. So yeah, definitely I'd say stick to the surfing that you know. Don't, you know, try out things you haven't done before in all the trainings, and then yeah, try to really take one of the open waves, because on this high tide right now there are some super wide waves that break further to the left, and these were the ones that were barreling before. You were talking about John from Team Philippines. He had one of those waves in that heat. Also Amade got barreled, but right now with this high tide they are pretty much all closing. So a lot of closeouts coming here, so make sure to choose the right wave outs, recommend as a coach.
All right, that is some great advice, especially since you just had your heat. You're fresh out of it. This is our Japanese surfer. A quick replay of her last wave, coming back pretty strongly after a bit of a mistake on her first one. We know we saw her on a set wave, but her rail kind of dug and unfortunately went over the handlebars. This is our surfer in green right now. Nice first opening turn straight up into this second one. Let's see if this wave provides anything extra on the inside, but she decides to just pull off. Okay, so she is still waiting for 2 scores now to come in. Her first one and this last one that we just saw the replay of. Mariam now sitting on a 2. Anri a 133, but that is the one she fell on. We're still waiting for some scores for her. Senuri, a 0.5 and 2 scores to come in for Vea. So a few scores pendant. While we wait for that, we'll just watch this beautiful wave go through with no one on it. The waves have been firing all day long. Not a single moment has it gone out of place. So it's been an incredible day here in Maldives.
And it's not only Cokes that is firing, but actually from our booth here we do have quite a good look on Chickens too. And Chickens is firing barrel after barrel. You know, it's I mean, obviously we enjoy watching all this surfers having this amazing waves at Cokes, but I have to say I wouldn't mind getting barreled myself at Chickens right now. So Oni, who are you with? Tell us, whom are we going to hear in the next interview?
All right, what's up, guys? Everyone who's watching live, we've got Taki Kanazawa, my brother. He just won his heat. Man, you look smooth out there. The waves are a little tricky, but how's it going out there, man?
Yeah, this good board, and this is a smart sailboat. That's Erexa, shaper, the Erexa. So good, yeah.
How many liter?
Just 27.
Wow, ちょっとも big, yeah? More flow power.
Yeah, I need power.
Wow, すごい.
Oni-san.
So man, I really like to watch you surfing. You have the style. I love your style. So what's your plan for next?
Yeah, I will do my best. I like Rayback. Next hit is fucking big Rayback.
Big power.
Big power and big Rayback, yeah.
All right. I'm excited to see, and everybody is watching live. You any shout out to your friend?
Yeah,
Roy-san.
Oi, Roy, 見てんか? Oi, oi, 見てんか?
Okay, well, that's it for our brother Taki. So not many questions for you today because you won your heat, but keep going and good luck.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, 頑張れください.
ありがとう.
また後で.
Oh, so good, yeah.
So good, yeah. What an interview. Taki's not only having fun out there in the water, but also with Oni Anwar in this interview. So good, yeah?
So good, yeah. His board's so good, yeah, and he likes layback.
I like power, yeah?
What a bubbly, fun character that he is, and matched up with Oni makes for an epic interview. Every time he wins a heat, we gotta put Oni out there. That was
for sure.
the most entertaining interview I've seen in a long time.
Thanks to both of them. Now we are back at round number 3, heat 1 of the women. It is the Japanese surfer Andri Matsuno against Aya from the Maldives. Philippine surfer Vea Estrado in green and Uswatanage Senuri Madushani from Sri Lanka.
So there we have some of the scores did come through. It is currently in first Vea with a 5.17 and a 4.50. In second is Anri. She has a 6.17 to her name, so just wants to get rid of that 1.33 that she has in her name. And I'm sure that with the surfing that she has, she's going to get rid of it pretty quickly. Mariam sitting on a 2 and Sunuri on a 0.50, so plenty of time left in this heat. We're reaching the halfway mark, so I'm sure we're going to be seeing a few changes in situation while we're here.
And on the right top of the screen you can see all the sponsors and everybody who makes this event possible. Obviously the Asian Surfing Federation, the MSA, the Maldives Surfing Association, and the Ministry of Sports. We just had the Minister of Sports actually at this booth. These are the organizers who also make happen that this surfer right now in green, the Philippines, is able to surf in this heat. But there are a lot of sponsors. This event is hosted by Thulusdhoo Council. It's managed by Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo, the hotel partner Season Paradise, powered by Diragu, apparel partner Apparel 360, associate partner Niris Embroidery, printing partner Print Lab, streaming partner Slow Tape, video highlights is Various Arts Studio, supporting partner Adaran Select Hudaranu Fushi. The other supporting partner is Kuda Villingi. It is the resort of the island of where you can surf chickens. Our travel partner is Tarika Express and the hydrate partner is Bon Aqua.
Alright, so another ride from Anri. She was looking to get rid of a 133 and I kind of missed the first part. Here is the replay though. I'm pretty sure she has comfortably done that. A nice big first hack for Anri. She gets around that section and here a second one unfortunately goes down, but I think already with that first turn she got rid of a 133. Not really the score she might be looking for, but still plenty of time with 10 minutes left. She could possibly catch 3 or 4 more waves.
For sure. Let's not forget that the tide is actually changing this wave a lot. We just had king tides, full moon, so we started the day on a super low tide. The wind was almost off with a little bit of side on it, and now it's offshore, mild winds, but the tide is pretty high, so that shifts the whole wave further to the right. We don't see so many barrels right now, but instead there's a good possibility of an open face, so the athletes do have to change their strategies quite a bit. There's a lot of coaching needed right now to analyze the spots and tell their athletes. The coaches have to tell their athletes on how to make the best out of the condition right now.
That's exactly right. There has been a big change in conditions. I mean, it's still really good, but with the high tide, as you said, the wave does change. It's not so hollow anymore. It's more of that open face, carved, and snaps that we also love to see. And it just has a little bit more water on top of the reef, so maybe athletes aren't as afraid, I would say, to take this wave all the way down to the end because they're not going to be hitting the reef as likely as they would with the low tide.
But we do see a good set rolling in. Is that one? It seems like being one of the wider ones, so these ones are tricky to surf because you have to pump all your way through, and with the higher tide it most of the time won't really turn into a barrel, so unless it's the last minutes and you really need a big score with one maneuver, you better not go for one of these ones. Instead, wait one of those waves who break further on the right side.
Yeah, that's right. So something I find about this wave is it's actually kind of tricky at the same time as being really good, because it's easy to get fooled into catching one of those waves that's just going to run away from you and just close out. Whereas, you know, it's you would think that all kind of just peel open, but it could be just the direction of the swell.
You know, I think that's the bless, but also the negative aspect of a swell magnet, because that's what Coax is. It gets swells from so many different directions. Like, best directions for Coax is either south or southeast in it, but it also works on a southwesterly. But on the other hand, we are facing it right now. If you are open for all those different directions, it can happen that you will have swell from all those directions, and then you'll have those different waves, and that makes it a little bit difficult to decide on which one to go.
That's exactly right. So we are seeing a little bit of a dark cloud approaching out the back. It's gotten pretty dark. We had a bit of a storm come by before, but it passed by quickly, how we've seen the past few days. But looks like there's a bit of a storm brewing out the back. I'm hoping it just stays there until we finish off our day. And conditions are really nice, though. Like, the wind hasn't been disturbing all day. We've only had that little 10-minute window of rain. It's been a great day of competition.
Right. The locals told me that actually at this time of the year, normally they would always have pretty good wind conditions, or if they would have bad conditions, it's more like a 1 day, 2 day thing. Whereas before the contest started, we had almost 7 days straight side shore. That's because two cyclones, two systems were north and south from the Maldives. So the weather system quite different to what people in here are used to it. How is it in Indonesia, where you are based? Do you feel like the weather recently changed a lot to what it used to be?
Actually, yeah, we have been having a lot of really different weather patterns lately. When I was younger, it would always be, you know, simply rainy season and dry season. Whereas now, for example, last year in the rainy season, it hardly ever rained, and we were having swells fill in and glassy conditions. It never rained, so we were surfing our spots that we usually surf in the dry season, and as well as this dry season when we're supposed to be getting swell, we I'll get right back to that as we watch Vea Estrellado. This is the current heat leader. She wants to get rid of that 4.50. This is a really good wave here. Kind of taps it closed. We'll see what the judges think about that one. Right behind her, our woman in blue, Mariam from the Maldives, is going to be backing up that too. I think she's going to have to do a little bit more to be able to get into that advancing position, but really great nonetheless. Having a bit of an influx of waves right now. This is our Japanese surfer, Anri. Got a 317 on that last wave, and I'm sure has already replaced it with this one. Let's see what she does here to finish it off. She needs to do something big, and she does. That was beautifully done by Anri Matsuno.
4 maneuvers on that wave, and the last one, though the wave already got smaller, I'd say was technically the most demanding, so without a doubt she will drop her backup score of a 3.17, and actually, as it seems, she will take the lead of this heat where 5 minutes are remaining. Surfer from Sri Lanka and Maldives still trying to get the first or second position here to advance to round number 4. In the replay you see the Filipino surfer on her wave, carving back to the pocket and going for the finish here with sort of like a floater turn, I'd say. And this is the Maldives surfer, the local surfer, on a little bit of a white washy wave, and after that you will see the surfer from Japan surfing in the pocket. Nice first carve for her, delaying the bottom turn to do another turn there in the pocket. Some good spray on her third maneuver, and finishes in the shallow part So that will be the wave that will give you the lead.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think Henri is going to be going straight into first with that one. She has the highest wave of the heat, is 617, and I think that last wave is going to go into that similar score range. So Bea will be moving down to second. I'm not sure what the judges will think about that last one she caught. The finishing, I feel like, could have been a little bit stronger, maybe, but it's easy to speak from here.
You know what? I catch myself that I sort of always expect the Japanese surfer to be in first position, since Japan is like the dominating country when it comes to Asian surfing, and that was absolutely the case last year. Though in the men's category it was Danny who was winning, but actually Suji Young from China, she was also ripping in the last contest. But nevertheless, all the Japanese in the first rounds, first heats, they were just winning. This year is different because we have also Philippines here, and all the other countries, including China, including the Maldives, got so much stronger. So it's not given anymore, and it's not certain that it will be always the Japanese winning in the first round. So that's really interesting to see.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's easy to be like, oh, Japan's going to win. But we forget that there are so many other nations here that are incredible and have improved so much. This is, I think, the 7-point ride that pushed Henri straight into first. Really well done. And I love the finishing here. She really pushed the tail. She really flared the hands and finished it off really nicely. So a 7 for Henri Matsuno goes straight into first. Now it is Bea Estrelado in second. It's a little bit of a catch-up game now for blue and white, but this is Henri straight back into it. Unfortunately, gets a little bit stuck on the top there and just airdrops down to the bottom of the wave, but she isn't really bothered. You know, she's in first. There's nothing really in her way at the moment. So well done to Henri.
Yeah, and the two South Asian participants from the Maldives and Sri Lanka, they're already in a combo situation when it comes to first position, but they only need to, try to become second in this heat to advance to the fourth round. Easier said than done, though, because the Filipino surfer with 2 above 5 points has got a good position there. She's got third priority, but surfer in blue and white with higher priorities, they still have 40 seconds to make use of this. Well, they would need quite some solid waves here to make, I wouldn't call it a miracle, but the heavy task of advancing here, though.
Yep, I totally agree. So we will be reaching the last 20 seconds of this heat, and I can safely say I think it will definitely be Henri Matsuno and Bea Estrellado. Moving on to the round 4 of the Open Women's here in Maldives. So very well done to Mariam and Senuri. You have done an incredible job, but it's time for a free surf now. So with that, we will be heading to a quick recap of the heat, and we'll see you guys in heat 2 of the women's.
Welcome back to ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2024. I am here with my friend Jesse Starling, and you are going to watch the Open Women Round 3 in Coke's Thulusdhoo here in the Maldives.
Yeah, it's been an absolute action-packed day today. As you said, Open Women round number 2, we have Yasaman from Iran, Jasmine. Actually, no, this is the previous round, so we're going to look at the paper. So in the red, we have Taina Izquierdo from Indonesia, Kailani Johnson from Indonesia as well, so 2 Indonesians in this heat. And then we have Salma Lindrani, she'll be out there in the green from Saudi Arabia, and Chen Wan Yu from Chinese Taipei. So pretty good looking heat, this one. Unfortunate that 2 of the strongest surfers in Indonesia, being Taina and Kailani, kind of coming up against each other so early in the event right now. This is the main round 3. So we're slowly making our way through the draw. Kailani.
Up and riding, wow, on a heavy one. You think we're going to see some tag team from Team Indonesia? Because it's 2 of them that will advance to the next round. Here we see them, Taina Angel Izquierdo and Kailani Kusuma Johnson. Not only are they both surfing for Indonesia, but actually they both have parents from other places. And of course, Salma, our little hero from Saudi Arabia, who told us that her 2 favorite surfers in the world are 1, Carissa Moore, and 2, herself.
I didn't hear that. That is brilliant. Oh my gosh, I love that. I mean, you've got to have some self-confidence, that's for sure. But this is Taina finishing off her first wave there. She was saying to me this morning she was a little bit nervous, so she was going to listen to some real gangster, you know, Queen energy kind of music. And then this is our Chinese Taipei surfer, Chen Wan Yu, just getting absolutely demolished by that end section just then.
Jesse, hold on, help me. What is gangster Queen kind of music?
Well, I'll get back to that in just a second. This is the replay of Chen. So Chen making her way through the repechage round earlier this morning. She's only 12 years old. She is so young. I saw her compete for the first time in Jinzhen Harbour last year.
Did you say 12 years old?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, she is small in stature but big in spirit. So Chen, she really impressed me this morning. Hopefully she can get one of those nice open face waves that we saw her get in the repechage round this morning. But it's more, I don't know, it's specific to who you are. If I was to listen to, it's like energy that can make you feel like, you know, you're on top of the world and no one can kind of knock you off that feeling, you know, that feeling of, all right, I've got good energy behind me, that sassy kind of music. That's kind of what it is. So for some people...
You have to show me some of this later.
For sure. For some people it might be like Latina kind of music. Other people it might be rap. Some people it could be like heavy metal rock. It just depends on the person you are. It's just your kind of hype music.
Bob is your uncle.
Bob is your uncle. Love it. That was a great time to throw it in.
Was it?
Yeah.
I still have no idea what this saying,
Bob's your
Aussie
uncle.
saying means.
Bob's your uncle.
Well, he's certainly not my uncle.
Me either. I don't have an uncle called Bob, but it's just it's a saying we have back home, and it's so funny because it just
Are you
rolls
making
off
this
the
one
tongue.
up? I've never heard. I lived almost 2 years in Australia and never ever heard that somebody told me that Bob is my uncle.
Bob's your uncle.
Well, maybe Bob is Taina's uncle, the surfer from Indonesia, in red, in this nice carvy wave. She's doing 2 nice carves in a row and is also finishing it with that. So this surfer, well, back-to-back Indonesian action. That was actually the first wave of Kailani. So, and then also the Taiwanese surfer. There's still some good waves coming through, eh?
Yeah, great waves coming through. Unfortunately, this wave had a little bit of foam on the face, so it made it a little bit hard for Chen. She had to kind of navigate that air bubble that foam on the face gives to her. Looking like Kailani finishing off a wave there. We'll get a replay of that one. She works really closely with her shaper. Her boards look incredible under her feet. Taina, she's on the DHDs, so an Australian shaper. They do have a factory over there in Bali making her boards for her. She told me that she's on a swallowtail DNA, which, if you know your DHDs very well, you don't usually see a DNA paired with a swallowtail, but it's working for her.
Well, that's some deep insight. So we see a lot of wave surfed here. This again is Kailani from Indonesia. Powerful surfing. You definitely see that she is not only Indonesian but also half Hawaiian, if I'm not mistaken. Very strong in her maneuvers. And together with Taina, who we are going to see next, this is Taina in red, surfer from Indonesia. They are both in the Indonesian team since quite some years. I've seen them both surfing in the ISA Games for at least, well, I've seen them twice in El Salvador. So very experienced surfers, the veterans of Team Indonesia.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and the scores are reflecting that. Kailani just locking in a 6-point ride. Taina with a 4.83 and a 3. So currently the two Indonesian surfers out there in the water. But I feel like as much as these two ladies are friends on land, they are dominant in the water. They're always in attack mode. They're always in that, you know, I need to win kind of mindset, especially Kailani. I mean, when I say that, Kailani is a true competitor. She fights till the very end. She wants to win. She's been doing this for a long time now, but it's interesting of how competitive they are in the water. They are so polar opposite on land. They are the sweetest, kindest humans. So I find it quite interesting how they can have this alter ego in the water.
You know what? We are watching the replay of the Indonesian surfer Taina doing some strong maneuvers in these pumping conditions. And once we finish the replay, we will see another Indonesian, and that will be Oni Anwar, who's giving us the next interview. Actually, no, Jara.
Yeah.
Who is also Indonesian in a way.
Yeah, so it's not Oni, it is Jara. But I'm here with the last heat winner. Congratulations. How are the waves?
Yeah, it's so good. Good wave. So many. Yeah.
So you're here with your team. How is the energy?
Yeah, good.
Good. Okay. Tell us about your surfboard. What surfboard are you riding?
And Justice surfboard?
From Japan?
Yes.
Japanese shaper?
Yes, Japanese shaper.
All right, awesome. Is there anything you'd like to say to your Japanese fans? It can be in Japanese.
Okay. 日本でライブ見ながら応援してくれてる皆さん、応援ありがとうございます。とりあえず次のラウンドに進むことができたので、良かったです。でもあんまり自分のライディングが、自分では納得いってないので、次のラウンドではもうちょっと調子を上げて、いい波に乗っていいライディングをもっとできるように、練習とかで調整してメンタルとかも整えて次の試合も絶対勝ちます。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, awesome. Back to you guys in the booth and congratulations.
Thank you, Jara, and thank you for the interview. Hey, look, the Japanese, they are training so much that there's barely time to work on English or any other skills, but that's fine because we are watching them ripping. And the reason why I said Jara is sort of also Indonesian is she spent almost all her life in Indonesia, in the beautiful wave-blessed island of Bali.
Yeah, so she was actually born in France. I could be getting that so wrong, but pretty sure she was actually born in France, but has grown up her whole life in Bali with her mum over there. And you can tell by her temperament, she has that beautiful Bali kindness about her. So does this lady here, Taina, unfortunately a little bit late to the party. So she needs to... She's a charger, first of all. Taina absolutely charges. She has zero fear factor, and you can tell she throws herself over the ledge of anything. But to be on those sets, she kind of had to highline to get round that open face. She did unfortunately drop square, so it hindered her ability to get to that green water. But all of the all the ladies who live in Bali, or anywhere around Indonesia actually, so kind. The kindest people. Honestly, I love going to Bali. It's just like you've welcomed yourself to a whole new family.
Absolutely. And the good thing for these two Indonesian surfers right now is they're almost surfing alone right now because Chen and Salma are both just 12 years old, so they already won the hearts of everybody in this island and hopefully also your heart for all the people watching this right now. Imagine you are 12 years old and you paddle out in these conditions. That already means you are a winner. But obviously, the experience of the Indonesians in that kind of conditions is a different thing. You know, they're used to surf wave like this. We're talking about Jada being in Bali, spending almost her entire life in Bali. If you surf in Bali, you are used to that kind of conditions.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're also comfortable on these reef breaks. I'm not sure how many reef breaks there would be in Chinese Taipei. I know Chen, I saw her first surfing at Jinzhen Harbour. It's not a reef break, it's kind of this trestles, cobblestone kind of wave. There's no reef, but there is plenty of rocks under you, but they're pretty friendly rocks. They're nice and round. You bounce straight off them. And there's nothing crazy.
Team Indonesia, Dylan, the head coach, and Dede, two of the best surfers from Indonesia, backing up the whole crew. Actually, do I see only Anwar behind Dylan? I don't know. But Jessie, am I allowed to throw you under the bus?
Sure.
Okay, so you were surfing in Indonesia. You told us that. You were just talking about surfing in Taiwan. Now tell me, what's your experience in surfing in Saudi Arabia?
Zero experience surfing in Saudi Arabia, but get me there. I would love to have experience surfing there.
You know what? I haven't surfed there myself yet. And I heard that they do get some swell on the east coast, on the, Persian Gulf side. But what they will have soon is plenty of artificial waves. Not only are they building one, but I heard of 3 projects. So I guess it's just a matter of time until there will be some perfect waves being surfed in Saudi Arabia. And we were talking a lot about the Asian Games 2026 in Japan, but the Asian Games in 2034 will actually be in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
No way! That's a cool little piece of information to know. This is our Chinese Taipei surfer, Chen Wan Yu, up and riding. This is more like it from her. She has improved so much in 12 months. It's outrageous actually. The rapidness her surfing has gone up. And she's found herself a nice long one of those smaller waves, but she really allowed herself to open up, get a few turns under her belt. How it will compare to the less turns, but probably more critical turns of this lady and Tina, I'm not sure, but potentially could challenge for second place. But right now my thoughts are it'll be her best score, but it won't get her into second.
No prisoners taken from the Indonesian surfers. Well, first of all, the replay of the Taiwanese surfer. This will be definitely her best wave. She has already a 2.0, but with this backside surfing of hers, she will get a solid second scoring. The 12-year-old surfer is ripping here. But look at this drop of Kailani. Ba-bam. I mean, unfortunately for her, the wave was too fast. But you can see that she doesn't really want to play safe. She's going all in, as does Tina. We saw pretty much the same sequence of the surfer in red doing a big drop.
Yeah, these ladies, they're definitely not scared. And I mean, it's one thing to be comfortable in big waves, but it's also another thing to be comfortable in big waves on a reef. I mean, there's a completely different factor there, as we can see some of our, looking like our Korean friends waving back, saw that Korean flag in the background. But yeah, these ladies aren't scared. They both absolutely charge. Actually, the entire Indonesian team isn't scared. There's something going on. No one gets scared over there. Looking like we've got Tina, though, having a paddle here. Look at this wall in front of her. Beautiful opening snap to start this one off. Wow, big turn in the pocket there for Tina. And again, so really great surfing there. I liked it.
And I love how she delays her bottom turn. That shows she fully understands the wave. You know, no hectic movements, really waits until she gets to the pocket to release and create all the spray. So this is not only having no fear, but this is also super good technique from the surfer in red, the Indonesian surfer who has also Puerto Rican blood in her veins.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good score. That's going to challenge the 6 of Kailani, that's for sure. I mean, 3 really strong turns. Like you said, she held her bottom turn until right at the very perfect moment where she could really unleash her best turns in those steepest, most critical part of the wave. Looking at a few of the local ladies watching on the surf here today. 7 minutes 40 on the clock. Unfortunately, haven't seen too much of our Saudi Arabian surfer just yet, Salma. Would love to see her potentially move in that little bit further. You can tell she's sitting quite far out. And get herself just a nice clean wall. Doesn't have to be one of those outrageous sets we're seeing come through. It can just be a mid-size wave like we saw Chen Wan Yu get. She got a 4-point ride, but let's look at this replay again.
Wow, beautiful display of technique. Really reads the wave without even looking at it, though it is her backside. So this shows years and years, decades of experience surfing reef breaks. Talking about Salma, even if she won't be able to get a wave in this round number 3, I'm sure with 12 years we will see plenty of more surfing from this, well, young, charming and confident girl who love herself as one of the best surfers, and I love that spirit. That's the right approach. Also, Chen Wan Yu, 12 years old, so the future of these 2 Asian surfers is definitely bright.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so many countries in this event as well that they're taking the first step. You know, this is the start of their country's journey in surfing. We see Mongolia, it's the start for them. Kuwait, it's the start for them. Even teams like Iran, we've got Saudi Arabia. You know, this is just the beginning. It's the tip of the iceberg for their surfing story, and I feel like it's just going to keep the ball rolling. These guys are going to have this snowball effect and be able to come back to this event potentially even next year. 12 months of training, that is a long time to get better at something. So I'm excited to see also how the rest of this heat pans out. Can we see Salma find herself a wave, and what the Saudi Arabian team is going to bring next year for all the athletes who have fallen out so far. But I mean that as well for every country. I can't wait to see what they bring back for the 2025 Asian Surfing Championships.
And the 2025 Asian Surfing Championships will also be a qualifier, the last qualifier for the Asian Games 2026. So there will be 12 slots in this year's event and another 12 slots for next year's event. But this surfer in red, Taina, wants to make sure, together with her compatriot Kailani, that Indonesia is taking one of the slots. And there are 2 ways to get qualified for the countries. One is with the regional sort of card to get qualified for the Asia Games. That means each country participating here is part of one region in Asia that is decided by the OCA, the Organization of Asian NOCs. Here once again live action from Kailani, Team Indonesia, going for some nice carves with big sprays.
Wow.
Also, wow, in this critical part of the wave. So it seems like it's probably will put also the other 2 surfers into a combo situation. They do already need more than 10 points to get to first position, and after this wave of Kailani, probably the surfer from Saudi Arabia and Chinese Taipei would need another combo to actually get to the second position. So will be tough. Back to the qualification. So the 5 areas, the 5 regional areas of Asia is Western Asia, where, for example, Saudi Arabia can get a slot. Eastern Asia, Japan would be one country. Southeast Asia, this is what Indonesia is trying to achieve in a slot in that area. Then we have Central Asia, where, for example, you have Iran, you were talking about them, and also South Asia, where the Maldives can get qualified through. And once we have those 5 countries from the regional qualifications, then the 7 best countries ranked will get a slot. So this is how the 12 countries can get qualified for the Asia Games in this event.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities. I love how it's broken down into regions. This wave from Kailani, though, excellent surfing here. I mean, 4 really big turns. These last 2 were my favorite. Actually, this last one was my favorite. That was a really critical section. It really bottomed out and got pretty shallow through that inside bit, but Kailani attacked it and was rewarded really nicely, an 8.17. So Kailani with the biggest wave score of this heat so far, an 8.17 and a 6, has her out in the lead. Taina in second with a 4.83 and a 7.67. Still a very healthy total. That is an incredible lineup of scores. Chen Wan Yu with a 2 and a 4. So she needs to kind of get a pretty excellent score. She's looking for an 8.5. And then Salma, unfortunately, she is comboed for second. Definitely comboed for first. So 2 waves would require her to get through this heat, but 2.5 minutes. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's doable. But nonetheless, I want to see her try and attack a wave. I want to see her put her best foot forward, show us what she can do just at least once in this heat, because I feel like then you can walk away a winner.
Good point. And she will still continue to surf for the girls under 18, so even if she won't make it through in this heat, she will still have a chance to continue surfing the spot on her own. And there she is, the surfer in white, going a little bit too much rail in the wave, so she didn't have enough speed for that one. Maybe, a little bit of a deeper bottom turn, going more vertical, would have allowed her to finish that one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she just kind of took the wrong line on that wave, and unfortunately it did force her to bury that rail. She did go down, but that's okay. There is 1.5 minutes to go in this heat. Look at these deeper rights rolling through our surfers, opting to sit a little bit wider than where these ones are coming through, but those waves, I mean, so dreamy. They are going unridden. Can guarantee you in the free surfs there'd be 2 people at least on that wave.
Talking about beautiful waves, what's actually your favorite wave in Australia? Tell me that after watching Taina, Indonesian surfer in red, going in the last minute to maybe get first position. She needs something better than a 4.83. That's her backup score. What do you think?
Ooh.
Is there a chance with this wave?
I would say so. It was a smaller wave, but she surfed it up. So I think she could have manufactured a score out of this one. Look at this bowl, this wave bending back at her. Really nice first turn in the pocket. Yeah, this is going to better her score for sure. I mean, there was no real downtime on this wave. She capitalized on every single section with anger and confidence. That last turn, really nice. Yeah, I'm going to say that's going to better her situation. Not sure about the score she needs to get into first, but there it is. It was a 6.5. So they're actually tied on scores, those 2 ladies. But because Kailani has the higher score out of the 2 surfers, she does come in first because she has that 8.17. She's got this wave before the Hooter too, so a bit of a victory lap here.
And let's see if she's able to get rid of her 6.00 with this one. 3 solid carves, and I think if she would have landed it, could have been more than a 6, but with this, not too sure. But you know what? It doesn't matter. She won the heat. Also, Taina got second, so that means 2 surfers from Team Indonesia will proceed to round number 4. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the surfer in white, in green. Well, that's how competitive surfing works. Please stay tuned. We will see a recap of this heat number 2, and then we'll see the next heat from the women's round number 3.
Hi! Welcome back, everyone who is watching live. We just witnessed some excellent surfing for the girls. That was amazing. Tell me about it.
It was amazing. Actually, the Indo girls, first and second. So it was Kailani coming in first, Taina coming in second. Good work for Team Indo. You must be stoked.
I'm so stoked.
So stoked.
So stoked.
But we're coming up into the Open Women Round 3, Heat 3. Arisa Ishii in the red, Nala Lee in the blue, Anissa Tita Flynn in the green, and Diane Nogalo in the white. So we have a Japanese, a Korean, Tyler, and a Filipino surfer in this heat. Lovely stuff. I love when we get a multicultural heat. It's great. But kicking this heat off is, we know her by Annie. She's up and riding on this wave. Ani, thoughts and feelings so far?
Yeah, I love her. She's a really great competitor. Look at that. Riding out. She knows what she needs to do in this kind of situation. It's the answer back. Our surfing wide from the Philippines. Look at that. This is not a strange kind of wave for her. She's been surfing a wave like this at home. So she's probably excited to actually be in this heat. Now this is for her first wave. Float. Oh my. Okay, so not the first wave like that, but I love that risking it, So I have so much respect for the women's in the water right now.
Same. I love when the women put it all on the line. This is our Korean surfer. Just a quick in and out there. But looking like our Japanese surfer, she has been on point, actually. She's kind of cruising on this wave so far. That is better from Arisa, and then she has to pull through. Really good heat, actually. All four of these surfers, really talented women. But like you said, I love Diane absolutely going for it on that end turn. I mean, there's some serious punch out there on some of those waves, especially with this swell coming up. But you're just back in the booth. What did you do for the last 50 minutes?
I just walked around, had my lunch. Thank you to Jessie for taking some takeaway lunch for myself.
You're
because teamwork makes the dream work, I guess.
Because Ani was getting hangry.
I know, I was panicking. I actually got a panic attack. So thank you for saving me. So during the break, I enjoyed myself eating some lunch on this beautiful beach by myself. Actually, there's so many teams around. It's so good to just see the energy around this event. And alive. It's alive. Everybody's excited to see some good action. Tomorrow will be, you see, because in this round, there's a lot of elimination round.
Yep.
So it's more pressure for all these surfers. You can see our surfer from Japan is looking to get some scores on the board. There's really exciting.
You know what I want to know?
Yes?
How many languages can you actually speak? Because every time I hear you walk past someone from a different nation, you yell out something in their language to them. I'm like, how many languages do you actually speak?
I don't know. Like, I have this cockiness about me that I like to say anything that I don't care. I just say it. So that's why I learned so much to speak anything, Portuguese, Japanese, and French, whatever it is. If I see them, I'd be like, I laugh at their accent first. And then I would try to say something in their language. Sometimes they like it, sometimes they don't. So, yeah, that's how I learned. So, I don't know how many language I can speak, but a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
But fluently, how many languages?
I don't know. It's hard question because I got to be with them, like Japanese people, I like to speak in Portuguese, and I don't know, it comes in my mind.
It's very talented. Yeah. But looking like we might have a bit of a split interview with this one from both of our Indonesian ladies competing in that last heat. It was Kailani Johnson and Taina. Take it away, Afri.
Jesse, Team Indonesia is taken over. Tag team action in the last heat. We got Kailani winning the heat, Taina second in the heat. Both of them will proceed to the next round. Kailani, how was it surfing with your friend?
Oh, it's honestly the best feeling ever, sharing waves with one of my longtime friends and longtime teammates when the waves are this perfect too. And, to hear her get high scores and me get high scores. It was just like the best possible outcome. I'm stoked.
And Taina, you too, you didn't take any prisoners, no safe surfing, you went big drops, full on. What was the heat strategy on this one?
Well, I know it was versing her, so I know I had to go all out, and yeah, she was surfing really good. It made me push myself even more.
Awesome. Did that remind you on surfing in Indonesia? Because I would say the waves are sort of similar here, don't you think?
Yeah, there's definitely some similarities, and it did. We were just talking actually about it when we went in, that it reminded us of a wave, but we weren't sure where. But I'm sure somewhere in Lomba or something where we've shared a heat as well, like back in the Grom days. So yeah, it was nostalgic.
Awesome. Taina, anything you want to say to your fans back home in Indonesia?
I just want to say, dari kecil cita-cita Taina terus untuk dukung Indonesia. So I feel really honored, and I want to thank all my coaches and PSOI and Kemenpora for all the support and making my dreams come true.
Terima kasih to both of you, and best of luck for the next round. You.
Oh, I love it. What an interview. Always touches my heart when Taina speak, and also Kai. Those two has been competing, representing Indonesia in the Olympic qualification. And yeah, those are always deep inside of them. They're friends and they love each other as a friend, but at the same time, they have this competitive mindset inside them as well. So I don't know, as a woman perspective, I'm not a woman, so I kind of like. Okay, I'm gonna whatever, Jesse. But it is yeah, cool to see them come in here representing Indonesia to qualify for the next qualification, and yeah, it's pretty cool. And they're just showing wave after wave in that heat. When Taina piled into the next one, got a really good score, and then straight away, Kailani answered back, and then Taina answered back, and that was cool things about surfing, because Mother Nature really offered them some wave today. So thanks to the Mother Nature too for them to actually enjoy. But look at the boat just going past and make the lump on the wave.
I know there gets a bit of boat wash when the boats go past. There gets a little bit of wobble on the wave. But honestly, I look at Team Indonesia, they just seem like one big happy family. Honestly, but fierce competitors in the water, the most beautiful people on land. This lady, though, part of a really similar team, Team Philippines. They kind of give the same energy, that same positive environment as does Team Indonesia. So I'm sure they are cheering on the beach right now for their girl Diane, who's out there looking for first place with that last wave, and I'm feeling like it's going to get her there. But yeah, I just love Team Indonesia. I mean, they are the most beautiful people, and I think Team Indonesia, Team Philippines are very similar.
Yeah, I guess that's true, because that is part of our culture, that really welcoming, smiling to a lot of people that coming visit our country, So it's part of the culture, I guess, the smiling, welcoming, warming smile, and hugging, whatever. But yeah, so we don't have that in Europe or something like that. Sometimes there's so many tourists coming all over Indonesia. We change their mindset, the way they, and yeah, I think as me, I'm pure Indonesian talking about it. I've been traveling around the world, see how things outside there. I'm so blessed to be being Asian and Indonesian.
Yeah, absolutely you are. I love this whole region, and the amount of talent coming out of Asia has been insane. What region has really surprised you in this event that's really been like, wow, I didn't realize surfers from that region surf that good?
Yeah, India.
India, yep.
Yeah, that definitely surprises me, because I've never been there, but I know there were some competition there the last couple of years, that most of some of our Indonesian surfers went there to compete. And yeah, that kind of shocked me how good they are actually. And we can see here some big sets coming through. Some out surfers on the wave. Who is gonna get on this one? Nobody.
Do you want to know something interesting about the Indian QS 5000 at the end of last year?
Yes, please.
I'll tell you in just a second. This is the replay of our Korean surfer. Just a quick and up and out there. But so you guys have a few Europeans who have grown up in Bali, but they choose to represent their origin country, Giada being one of them. She represents Italy. You also have another one who goes by the name Kian.
Kian, yeah.
And Kian made the final of India last year. He was winning the entire heat. Last 30 seconds, Tenshi Awami gets the score and takes out the QS 5000. So, and believe Ketut Agus was in the semi-finals. So Indo actually did pretty well. Although Kian represents Sweden, he is pretty much adopted by Indo. He did really well, and Ketut got third in that event too.
Yeah. So the question is, sorry, I'm just watching this wave. She's destroyed this wave. I'll surf in red. After this replay, I'll answer that question. But look at this surfing, like, oh, really smart surfing. This is a tricky wave to surf, Jessie. I think she is one of the smartest competitors at the moment in this heat. She'll probably surf against Taina or Kailani next round. So that will be exciting for the next couple of days. So yeah, I think it's cool things about having international mix because surfing is all about having one love, so we all share the same wave, we all only surfers knows the feeling. So Kian, since he was a Gram, I remember judging him or watching him surfing growing up in Canggu. There, he's part of the boys, and yeah, Giada. And yeah, really cool, to see this mix, because that makes open our mind to accept many things. So yeah, we're changing a different mindset of how we actually welcome anyone in our region. So that's what it's supposed to be. Like no one should ever and left behind, and wherever they want to be, they should be fit in. And yeah, as a family of a surfing, we all protect this environment together.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's all about.
And I feel like this event kind of replicates that as well. I feel like although each country has their team that feels like a family, it almost feels like the entirety of Asia feels like one big family as well. I mean, everyone is pushing so hard to grow surfing in this region, to see how far they can push the future of it. So it's a real testament actually to Asia and the people behind the ASF, the ISA, all of these people who are putting so much time into events like this and events like the Asian Games. Like, what a cool trajectory surfing is on, and it's a big step forward for Asia too, taking the initiative to have events like this.
Exactly. Yeah, we definitely appreciate all the people that are working hard behind the scene, so we need more of those people that come along with the truth of a loving the surfing, so some of these people that behind the scene is the biggest frother. They are the one who actually make this thing happen, because they care about surfing, being the story about surfing, and that's why we still here. We're putting live events and stuff like that, hiring us to come here and talk about surfing. And yeah, like I said, thanks to them, to actually making the dream alive still.
Yeah, absolutely. So, no, I couldn't
like
agree
Barton
with you
Lynch.
More. Oh, Barton Lynch.
Doug Claw, who's
Lynch.
been like supporting the up and coming surfer like since I was a Grom, and talking about Rip Curl, so he's been the guy who's always, because he loves surfing, he doesn't care about anyone who they were from or how much, that's what I'm talking about, the biggest frother. They're true froth.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're the people we want in that high up positions, those people making the decisions. We want them to feel like surfing is the entire world, because let's be real, it is. But Anissa, she's just finishing off her second wave there, just a single turn. So we have a lot of scores locked in, and 8 minutes 45 on the clock. So it is our Japanese surfer currently in the lead. 5.33 and a 4.67. She's up and riding right now. She has so much attitude in her surfing. She pushes so hard. She drives really hard into her turns too. I mean, that was a good wave. And she surfed that wave up too. I mean, it didn't look like it was the best wave that's come through all day, but she did enough damage to be like, oh, she actually is probably going to improve her situation here.
Yeah, I mean, she's on fire. She already had the mindset when she paddled out. I can see with the way she walked into the lineup with her, I think with her team, caddy. And yeah, these are Surfing Red from Japan. They're such a good team. And so speaking of that, like you grew up in Australia, you know how you started into the surfing world because you also compete as well, right? So can you tell me more about that, being as growing up as a child into a surfing career, professionally?
Yeah, well, I mean, Australia is definitely one of the... I feel like Australia and Hawaii for a long time were the two real dominant nations in surfing, and now Brazil and Asia really pushing the limits for surfing globally.
Yeah.
So actually for me, I started surfing all because of my dad. And a lot of families surf together in Australia. You'll probably go there and be like, oh, yeah, my
For the weekend.
Yeah, you
road
know.
trips.
Exactly. And it's like, you'll probably go surfing. I might see you out there and I'll be like, oh, my dad's out here, my sister's out here, my uncle's out here, my best friend's out here. You know, a lot of people, if you live on the coast, it's really rare to not surf in Australia. So it was kind of just destiny, really. It was... It was like, oh, we live on the coast. All right, let's get the girls into surfing. So my sister actually took it up first, and she got really good really quick. And so the competitive little sister that I am was like, well, if she's going to get good, I want to get good. And then basically since we were I was maybe 14, just been traveling around the world, competing.
How cool is that?
And now my sister True and I get to commentate around the world together too. Yeah.
And you guys still have that competitive mindset now still?
Definitely. We're so competitive with each other. Even when it comes to like commentary as well, we just both love being in the booth, getting more jobs. I mean, she's definitely probably, no offense, she's my favorite person in the world to commentate with, just because we bounce off each other so well. I know, I'm sorry. But she's, sorry, I'm sorry, Giada, but she is literally, she's my ride or die. She's my everything, my sister, and getting to grow up and compete and figure out now this journey with
I've got another question. So before you guys jump into the, like as a commentary show, what do you guys ever speak on the mirror by yourself, like trying to practice and stuff like that? No? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm sorry, you guys see in the back there, like trying to do it.
Oni, is that why you're so late to dinner every night? You're just in the mirror looking at yourself?
Probably, yeah. I have to catch up with you guys. So, oh my.
Oni's just practicing his commentary in the mirror. Blue, up and riding in the mirror.
No, when I was a kid, I always practiced myself being like, here you go, Oni, I'm walking on the beach, up and riding. Like, I'm actually not trying to be a commentator, but actually imagine myself competing as like being the best surfer.
Yeah.
Like, because you do, when I was a child, I always look up to Rizal, Pepan, and all these guys. And then in a commentator on the beach, you'd be like, okay, we call next heat. Like, that's what I used to do. So that's how we practice our English as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For me, growing up, like, where I grew up, it was very surf dominant, and there wasn't a lot of girls who surfed. Actually, when I was growing up, there would have been maybe 5, 6 of us max, and so we would surf with a lot of the boys around my age, and we would just heckle each other all surf. I mean, the boys would be screaming out, hit it, and if you didn't hit it, you knew about it. Like, if you didn't try and push a turn as hard as you could, it was like you didn't want to paddle back out because you knew you were going to get a mouthful. So I kind of love that though, and I feel like it's slightly a dying art form in our sport. I feel like we should be heckling. We should be like, you can hit it harder than that, push harder. You know, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of, not critical feedback, but a little bit of, come on, mate, give it some, you know? So it's very Aussie, that kind of world, but I wouldn't change it at all. I mean, I grew up in Narrabeen, which, if you know Australia, it's quite a local dominated beach. It's very locals only, but once you're in the clique, it's like our own version of
big family.
Our own version of a family, and everyone wanted you to be the best you could, so everyone was yelling at you, pushing you. I remember one time it was barreling, and Narrabeen's a left, and it was barreling, and I would have been maybe like 15 or 16, and I should have pulled in, but I didn't. And I paddled back out, and I got the biggest mouthful.
no.
I was like, oh no. And then so the very next wave, I pulled in. I got so worked. Like I had the worst beating, and I came up. Everyone was cheering and clapping just because you went for it. So.
And that's the cool thing about like having a good community of like developing your level of skill, you know. So you need one of those people in your corner to actually push you. Otherwise, you're just too comfortable in your just zone. And I love that. That's the best thing, you know. I grow up with my older brother too. Same. So you have a older sister. So my older brother always beat me in one event. One time I'm not allowed to enter because I was too young and I was also wasn't the best. And you know, just my motivation's like that. I want to go bigger. I want to do this. You know. So yeah, for that older brother out there who's doing better, just make sure you watch out for your younger brother because they're gonna come for you.
Absolutely. I wanna. If anything, if I had a heat with my sister True, I didn't care if I came third, as long as she came fourth. You know, you just wanted to beat your siblings so bad, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's like having a friend and to go everywhere with. You know, she pushes me more than anyone pushes me. So. Yeah, she's if you're watching True, she's actually currently in Costa Rica, so I doubt she's watching. She's probably sleeping, but hey,
good
True.
night. Good night, True. Hope you're not listening, because Jesse's not talking nice thing about you.
What? I so am.
Okay, so a minute 50 seconds to go in this heat. Our currently first place is surfers in red from Japan, 5.33 and a 6-point ride. And now our surfer in green, representing Thailand, Anissa, is looking like there is gonna be white and blue fighting for second spot to stay in this event. So definitely need some work done here for our surfer in white. We got 3.17, a 3.90, and our surfer in blue. So just a small score, Jesse, only 1.27 and a 1.77. What do you think is going to happen in the next 1 minute and 10 seconds?
I tell you what, other than Arissa, it is close. This heat is super close. I mean, Diane doesn't need much. There's 0.3 separating second from third. So good thing for Diane, she has first priority. What a good position to find yourself in. 50 seconds on the clock. All she needs is a 3, basically. She doesn't need too much at all. So if she can get herself on a wave, 2 turns is all she is looking for right now, or 1 big hammer on a set. So she can't get too picky right now when there's 30 seconds on the clock. She needs to make sure she uses her priority wisely. Giada's left. Here it comes. Layback section there, and another one. Oh, Giada's left is... Giada's frothing right now. She's sitting next to us going, okay.
Giada doesn't even go left. Oh, here we go. Sorry, Giada, I'm just gaming it too. So here we go, 10 seconds. Here we go, surfer in white, still in third place. Time is her enemy. Looks like she's gonna go for this one. Oh, she's listening to you though, Jesse, but unfortunately doesn't make it right out on that last wave. So meanwhile, we're gonna go for a heat recap.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
We're back. Welcome
All
back.
right, welcome back everyone who's watching live. We are in Maldives. We're currently in heat number
We're up to heat number 4.
number 4. All right, there you go. So what's been happening is that our surfer from Japan just took that out. Came in second with the Thailand. Anissa just came second, and unfortunately, a surfer from the Philippines got eliminated. And now, Giada, tell me who's in the water right now.
So in the water right now is our Olympian in red, Siki Yang from China. In blue, we have Sujung Im. In green, we have Camille Spacarotella. And in white, we have Chung Yung Jung. This is our Olympian.
So yeah, our surfer in red is one of the dangerous surfer here. Look at that. She knows starting early is a really good strategy because putting pressure for the other surfer is part of the game plan. But not our surfer in white also has a game plan. Now she's gonna take the next one, answer back with some. What she's gonna do? Oh, just hitting a really bit too hard over there. Everyone's getting on the wave. Jetta?
Yeah, that's right. So this is our surfer in blue. Just a quick one turn and out right now. This is live action. This is Sikyang. Nice finishing turn there for Sikyang.
Yeah, I love how our surfer in blue kicked out really early over here to try and regain the priority over white. But there's white just underneath there. She knows having a priority is really important, but also having a priority can be dangerous because you can sit out there and try and get the best wave, and that time ticks out really fast. So for everyone who's competing, just make sure you pay attention because the time is going to be your enemy as well. So look at those waves just rolling through here. Nobody on it. And looks like white just duck diving under that one. So yeah.
Oni, you heading out for free surf after this?
Well, let's see because anything can change here, you know. So I thought surfer in red was gonna do a huge air here, but a quick tap that one was smart technique because she's trying to look for building her foundation. So like, all the ground scores like 3s and 4s is definitely important score to have an early start of the heat. Maybe I'll go surf. Let's see. I hope there's no storm. I'm a bit scared of the lightning.
Me too. I'm terrified of lightning. I can't deal with it.
Sedikit takut. Okay, talk me through this one.
This is our surfer in green, Camille. Now, taking a look at this one. Nice first turn. Unfortunately, just flies out the back for that second one. Isn't able to complete it, but still so much time left in this heat. There's 9 minutes and a half left. So, you know, there's a 5.83 is Siki Yang's first wave. Sujung Im has a 2.50 to her name. Camille a 1 and a 1.87. So still early days. Everyone has a score on their board. It is Siki Yang who's waiting for one more score, and I think she will be extending her lead.
All right. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
So, looks like we have a couple more hits off for today. So we're hit number 4. And we have number 5 coming up next. We got Jing Wei Wang from China. Isabel, we got in blue, representing Thailand. And in green, we got Ramas Al-Hamzi and Jasmine Studer representing Indonesia. And at the moment now, wow, what a heavy drop for our surf in red. It's gonna just be careful. Let's see the replay in here. What's happened in this one?
She went for the flow, but unfortunately just couldn't land it. But it was a good attempt. So Siki Yang updated her situation. She has a 5.83 and a 2.93. So really well done from our Chinese surfer Siki Yang. Here is a replay, I think, of the wave we just saw. Yeah, pretty unfortunate. A bit of actually a pretty heavy fall. But she's all good. She's paddling back out. 17 minutes 40 left, so lots of time. Lots of time.
17 minutes and 30 seconds. Red in the lead with a 5.83.
Yeah, so it kind of looks like there's a bit of a storm just like brewing out the back.
Looks like there is. That's why I wasn't sure if I'm gonna go surf. But while was they that, I think shortly we're gonna have. Yeah, so we're just communicating with our media people about our last heat winner. So we might not gonna have problem having English translation. So go ahead, Jesse. We'd like to hear for our last heat winner. Jesse's not there.
Hello.
Okay, so everybody's watching live. Sorry, we're just gonna have a little bit of things are setting up for down there as we having our teams ready. Here we go. Our surfing green, Camila, representing Singapore, and trying to see this wave. Okay, so meanwhile after that we're gonna go down with our last heat winner. Go ahead, Jesse.
What an amazing heat that was. Tell me about the surf out there. It looks so fun.
So good wave.
Your surfboard looks really good under your feet. Looks like it's positive direction. How is your board going?
Nice board.
We're just going to get the team hat on. Important that we show Team Japan. How are you going to prepare for the rest of your heats in this event?
Training very hard.
And we'll get you to say something in Japanese back to all your family and friends back home. Anything you want to say?
応援ありがとうございます。波も良くなって自分のサーフィンができて楽しかったので次のヒートは楽しんで頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations. See you in the next round. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you. You did a really good job.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jesse. That was such a cute interview.
I know. Smiling.
Well done. Yeah. All right. So currently we are back. This is Open Women Round 3, Heat 4. We've had a huge day of competition. We started off with two heats of the women's Round 2. Went straight into the Open Men's Round 3. We had 12 heats of men. And then today we are finishing off with 6 heats of the Open Women's. So, not finished just yet. We have 3 heats left. But it's a good day. The waves have been firing non-stop all day long. Never has there been really a moment where the waves kind of got bad. It was just consistent and pumping. No heats, no big lulls in any heats is what I really wanted to say. So it was a day for the books.
Very good, nice. Here we go, up and riding our surfer in blue. Looks like a nice undercover turn right there. Su Jung Im, currently in 3rd place. That is a really tricky wave to serve. It's bigger set, and looks like she just bounced back up the back right now, trying to get back in the lineup. And there is some sets coming through. And yeah, really excited. Look at the back, we got a surfer in red, up and riding. Look like she's going really fast here. What's she gonna do here? Carving through, roundabout. Bang, another one again. And kicks out. Very smart surfing for our surfer in red. And here go answer back for our surfer from the Singaporean. Nice turn there. She makes it out into another one. There you go for Camille, currently in 2nd place.
Yeah, really nice few waves being ridden right now. Siki Yang Well done. Wants to get rid of a 293. I'm pretty sure she's got it done with that last one. Camille Marie also wants to get rid of a 187. So a few really nice turns being ridden there for Camille. They're both paddling back out. We will be seeing some heat replays soon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So 12 minutes in heat number 4, round 3. So we're gonna run next. It will be heat number 5.
You know, speaking of next generations with you, Oni, we'll get right back to that after this replay. So this is the wave of red. She does nice roundhouse cut back here. Gets a few more turns on the inside. So this is Siki Yang, the Olympian. Nicely done. Right behind her, Camille on a good looking wave. Like that first turn. Straight, gets around the section. A little bit of a dead moment there, but kind of tries to lean back into it and finishes it off really nicely. So, Oni, you have a son, right?
Yep.
Noah. Tell us, will you be taking him to Lakey Peak to be the next Prince of Lakeys?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's currently getting ready to rumble in the jungle. He's actually in Portugal right now. And yeah, definitely gonna charge him Lakey Peak left and right. Take control of the lineup. Nah, I'm joking. That's gonna be teaching him humble. So yeah.
Are you gonna teach him the Lakey Peak way, LPB way?
Yep, definitely. He has to learn all the jungle style way. My son, currently right now 14 months, so still young, but I'm already gonna take him out in the lineup.
Has he already stood up on a surfboard?
Not yet. First time. Gonna be. Oh, he's in Portugal right now, so he actually stood up on a soft top on the not in the water though, because it's really cold there. So he has to practice in a warm tropical vibe, so he gets to use it and love it. It maybe turn out to be spoiled.
Is your son goofy or regular?
We don't know yet. We'll
Goofy.
have to see and wait. I think it's gonna be a regular.
My bets are that he's goofy.
No.
Yeah. So that I can take him to Desert Point.
Nah, I want him to be a regular so he can do backside barrel.
Well, he can do backside barrel, but just on rights.
do you like a backside barrel or frontside barrel?
I don't know how to backside barrel. I'm so
You
spoiled.
grew up in Indonesia. You should know how to do that.
That's exactly it. I grew up in Indonesia. I always go left.
Spoiled.
I always go Desert Point, Bingin, Uluwatu,
Okay.
Sandbar. The best waves in the world are lefts.
Maybe you're right. What about J-Bay?
Really? Do you think that's one of the best waves in the world?
I don't know.
No offense. Let's be real here.
What about Cokes? Alright, Cokes right now. You're definitely not welcome surfing at that lineup.
Cokes is good because it has a good left. The left off Cokes is great.
I don't know.
I even have some photos
Whoever's
of me.
watching, you gotta vote for either goofy or regular, please.
Look at Cokes left. I got some sick shots out there.
Is that Cokes?
Yeah, that's Cokes left.
God, that's a really bad photo. All right, so that's shout out to everyone's watching. That's our team from India getting ready. Woohoo!
Cokes left is my new thing.
Shout out to the fans on the beach.
That's exactly right. Afri just saying that. Cokes left is called Pepsi. Nice one, Afri. I accept the new name, but the original name right now is called Jada's Left. So maybe we'll stick to Jada's Left. So it's proven that I came here.
Okay, so right now, everybody, 7 minutes to 45 seconds to go. We have our surfer in red, our Olympian representing China is in front. And of course in second place right now in white. And of green. Green in third. Green and blue has to go to work right now because looking at time, there is still a time out there. Look at that. It's everybody chilling. What's up? What's up? What's going on? Team
That's
Saudi.
Salma, yeah.
Yeah, Salma is the best. I love the character of her. She's
Yeah.
good energy. And yeah, I'm so excited to see what's going to be in the next couple of years. Now they're in the surfing. And they're becoming more and more of the generation growing. So, have you ever been there?
Nope, never. Have you?
No. There's a sick wave pool at Dubai, though. I want to go check that out.
You know, I've never surfed a wave pool.
Yeah, I have.
Hmm.
I went to the
Which
Texas one in America.
The Waco?
Waco, yeah. I went that one.
Really?
And I went to the one in, I think it's Basque Country in Spain.
Oh, the Wave Garden?
Yeah, the Wave Garden. Yeah.
How is it?
The Wave Garden, the waves are more clean. The water's cleaner, sorry. The water, and the one in Waco looks like a fake color water.
Like turquoise fake?
Yeah, so I wasn't really impressed with that one, but the section to do an air, really good. So
Which one, Waco or?
Waco in Texas, yeah.
What about the Basque Country one? How was that
West
one?
Country is a bit smaller, but it's fun. It's really interesting how it works because you get like do 2 or 3 turns and then it goes fat and then disappear.
You know, something I've always been curious about wave pools is the water salty or what type of water is it? Is it
Fresh water.
So do you feel
It's
like
like chlorine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do you feel like your board floats less because it's not
yeah.
salty? Really? So
That's
you feel
exactly right.
heavier?
You feel heavier, yeah. And also, you know what? Depending on like what the location, if you go, there is a wave pool in what's it called? Amsterdam right now, Rotterdam, and that looks really cold. You have to wear a really thick surfboard, maybe 35 liters, because your wets is gonna be cold too. So Italo Ferreira went there. Looks fun. He made it look fun. So.
I see one in Switzerland that I know a few people go to check out. We'll get right back to that as we see Siki Yang now wanting to get rid of a 410 and looking like she's well on the way. So some beautiful surfing here from Siki Yang. Nice lay back there and finishes it off. Well done. Right behind her looking like green, taking a look at that wave but not really pulling the trigger on it. But yeah, there's a wave pool in Switzerland that I know a few of my European friends head to, and it just looks so cold.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about this. But I love that little lie back right there for our surfing red. She has that, how's that turn? It's really hard to do into another one. She looks really angry here, like kind of like I want to smash the lid, and that's why I would like to see. For our surfer in red, currently in first place now. All right, that's last wave, a 6.5. So extended her lead. Now in first place. 4 minutes ago, Giada. So speaking of the wave pool right now, I think the best wave pool that I see is the Kelly Slater one.
You think?
No,
You think
a bit
so?
longer. You can have more variation of surfing. And the other wave pool, yeah, just the same one, you know. They're building it everywhere though.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Wave pools look hard to surf. Like for example, Kelly Slater wave pool looks really fast.
Yeah.
To me, it looks like it's you're constantly having to pump down the line. But the barrel section looks pretty good.
Yeah, it is. And we're speaking, the wave pool looks like a wave pool out here right now. Our surfing wide ripping through this one. Currently in second place, looking to extend her second place or maybe take out the first place. And this is our surfer in blue, currently in fourth place. Wow, sketchy. And yeah, waves are running off. Tide, it's like around a mid tide right now. So looks like there is another surfer piling on this wave. Looks like a surfer in green. Represent Singapore.
Nice wave from Surfer in Green. A little bit small and has quite a bit of whitewash on the face, but she's going through it pretty nicely. So finishes it off. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck. So here is the current heat leader. Nice layback for Siki Yang. Kind of does a bit of a float to get over that section and also doesn't make it past that last section. You know, we've seen it throughout the past few days that athletes kind of just really struggle to finish off waves. Like they kind of just get stuck down there.
Yeah, so right now, 2 minutes to go. Our surfing green has to come back with some good score. And but surfer in white still have to replace that 1.83. His turn. Oh, that was a nicer turn for our surfer in blue. Another one. Wow, okay. She's in the game right now. Another turn again. That's so much better. She looks like she's happy with that one. And of course, that will change the situation because our surfer in white, it's got a 4.17. She really need to replace that 1.83 because our surfer in blue just had a good one. But there is a minute 30 seconds to go. But this is the answer back from before. I think this is going to be a score that she will replace the 1.83. I think it's going to be require bigger score for our surfer in blue.
Yeah, so this was the last of blue. Actually, really nicely done. So, oh no, sorry, this was the previous one of blue. So a few replays being thrown out from the last few waves here in the heat number 4 of the day. Here we see Camille representing Singapore, nicely done here. Then right behind her, we're seeing Siki Yang on a good looking wave. Nice first layback here, straight up into the second one. A little bit repetitive, but it was really well done nonetheless. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish that one off. And this wave from blue, really good first opening turn. I like how she wasted no time between that first one and the second one, and even the third one. You know, there wasn't too much downtime in that wave. I love the excitement.
Yeah.
So a few waves to come through still.
There you go, second place for last. But we think we still have to wait for some scores for our surfer in white. I'm not too sure, but now blue is in second place. Wow, okay, so there's a couple of replays after this. Looks like she's gonna do a nice big float to look to finish off this one. Wow, alright, she ride it out. Nice surfing for our surfing red, but meanwhile we're going for a quick, after this we're gonna go for a quick heat recap.
All right, guys, welcome back to the ASF Surfing Championships here in Maldives. This is currently day 4. In the booth with me is Afri. Welcome back.
What up, Jada? We are watching the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2024. It is the first qualifier for the Asian Games 2026, and these girls in the open women round 3 heat number 5 will compete against each other. In red, Chinese surfer Jingwei Wang; blue, Thai surfer Isabel Faihe Hicks; from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in green, Armas Al Hazmi; and Team Indonesia in white, Jasmine Michelle Studer.
Yeah, so exciting heat ahead. This is the second last heat of the day. We've had a huge day of competition. We started with the round 2 of the women's.
And Isabel is starting this heat with the wave. You see her going fast, but even faster down on that lip. It is beautiful conditions, but still you have to read the wife too, but even better, the waves correctly to be able to finish them properly. So good first pump for her, but then what was it? She sort of digged her rail too much into the waves and didn't have enough speed. What was it, Jada?
Yeah, looking like she just kind of on the way down didn't really engage the whole rail. It was just like kind of half of it, so it just got stuck and went over the handlebars. But it's super early in this heat still, so she has plenty of time to get back out there and try again. This on your screen right now is Jasmine Studer from Indonesia. On her backhand, a little bit of a smaller wave, some whitewash, but also, as I've said about Isabel, it's so early in this heat.
Jingwei Wang from China on her first wave. So back-to-back action. We already have the priorities on the screen. The surfer in green now with first priority, still waiting for her first wave. And Isabel from Thailand, second priority and first position. There you can see the first wave of the surfer in white, going for a smaller wave with a couple of carves and then safely out to get some more waves. And here the Chinese surfer, super fast, one maneuver on that wave, but clean surfing, so she probably will take the lead with that wave. Still 21 minutes left in this heat, and it is an elimination round. That means only 2 surfers will proceed to the next round.
That's exactly right. And as I was saying earlier, so it's been a massive day of competition. This is actually the second time that Jasmine Studer surfs, because we started off with 2 heats of the round 2 of the repechage, went straight into the open men's. We did 12 heats of those where you also competed. Then we are finishing the day off with the open women's. That is 6 heats. So it's been a big day, and it's an important day of the event because we've actually lost quite a few athletes.
Yeah, what a pity that the sun is going down soon. Otherwise, we could keep on sitting here watching that surf, watching these girls ripping in the replay. Surfer in white from Team Indonesia, surfing with her family in a way, because the board she's on is shaped by her daddy.
That's exactly right. So Jasmine Studer is Luke Studer's dad. For those of you who don't know, Luke Studer is a pretty big shaper known in Indonesia. Talking about boards, this board is looking incredible under her feet. That is Isabella Faye Hicks, finishing off that wave really nicely. So she's going to be backing up that 127 pretty quickly. So let's see what type of damage she got done out the back. Kind of highlined it, hits this section a little bit. Nice second one, and here, as we caught up with her earlier, finished it off. So I'll be honest, nothing too crazy throughout this first part of the heat just yet. But it's still early days. I'm sure some of these girls are just like shaking off the nerves. Those first few waves are usually not the best ones. So it's great to see these girls ripping it up. So last of Isabel Higgs comes in at a 5.50. And right After this, we'll head to an interview, but let's watch this wave from Jasmine Studa first, a quick up and out. So with that, we're going to head down with Oni Anwar and the winner of the last heat.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We have the last heat winner. And of course, Siki, you've been inspiring a lot of your team. You represent China in the Olympic. How do you feel right now?
So happy. I'm first, so wave so good. I second come here. I'm very happy. Hair wave so good, and have good food. So beautiful, yeah.
So I guess you have supporting your other team here. What's your advice for now for the rest of the team?
It's big team, so I'm very happy. And my friend, coach, so I'm very happy. It's big team.
And you've been surfing a lot of heat. So how you feel? Your body is ready for the next round?
I'm ready next round. Hey, because hair wave so very good, so long. I really like.
Okay, so you can say something in your own language. So maybe you want to say shout out to your family and sponsors.
OK， 感谢每个队友，为我送板的队友，还有我的家人，以及在岸上为我指挥的教练，所以我很开心进入到下一轮。下一轮我会尽我所力，然后再进入到决赛。
All right, there you go. Everyone who's watching, keep an eye because there will be a day tomorrow. There'll be a good action. Good luck and congratulations. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You. See you guys. You.
Shisha to Su Zhiyang from Team China. Not only is she the heat winner of the last heat, she's also the second placed surfer of the females in last year's event, 2023 ASF Asian Surfing Championship. She was the winner of the under 18 of the girls event last year, and we heard it, the Olympian. She was surfing in Teahupo'o in Tahiti, so she is already with only 15 years. Yes, you heard it right, 15 years. Well, big name in Asian surfing. She was the youngest competing Olympian in the history of Olympic surfing. So there are still a lot of records that girl will set in the next couple of years.
That's exactly right. And she has come so far. Her surfing improves. Every time I see her, she gets better and better. It just shows that time, dedication, and, will get you very far.
Hey, if you haven't seen her surfing Teahupo'o in the Olympic Games, please, after this event stops, go to YouTube or wherever you find the videos and check out how she was ripping in one of the most dangerous waves in the world. Talking about dangerous waves, Korea celebrating a broken board there. Yeah, I mean, look, Cokes is a reef break, and once you have low tide, it is actually quite a dangerous wave, so you have to be careful what you're doing there. But Teahupo'o is a different beast. And CG, you know what? No fear whatsoever. She was charging, going for everything. Actually, I was talking to some of the officials here who were also in the Olympic Games, and they told me they were afraid watching her because she went full on in any section. So, yeah, crazy surfing, not only technically, but also having the right mindset and always 100% from the Chinese surfer.
Yeah, she has that energy about her, that she's brave and she wants to be there for her team. She said she has a big team and she kind of looks a little bit like a captain of that team. So it's great to see her there. And only at 15, I didn't know she was so young. So
crazy,
it's going to be great to watch her in the future. I'm excited. There we have
Team India preparing for the next heat with their coach. It's funny because I was talking to the coach before. He kind of got grumpy because he has to keep on fixing the boards of the Indian team because they too are having fun out there, going for the insides, for every kind of wave. But the cost that you have to pay, as Team Korea just showed us, is a damage board every now and then.
Yeah, I was just talking this morning to, I think it was someone from Lebanon, and he told me actually that he didn't come, but the team here last year had never surfed waves of that quality or caliber, and power. So, they were a little bit afraid in the beginning and they were a little bit hesitant, but they said it was incredible and they felt like they improved so much in the short time that they were here.
Obviously they did, because they have already 2 men who proceed to round number 4. So it paid off working there. And there you can see Team Japan preparing for their next heat. Caddy in left and the surfer in right. It will be the last heat of today, the heat number 4 of the women. But currently it's heat number 5, round 3, open women. Score lead is with Isabel from Thailand on first position with a 6.77. Jasmine Michelle Stutter from Indonesia, third priority, second position. And Chinese surfer Jing Wei Wang still waiting for her second wave. She needs 2.13, 2.14 to get to second position. And Saudi Arabia surfer in green, Ramas Al-Hazmi, still waiting for her first wave to be able to proceed to the next round.
Yeah, I know I've said this before, but it's been a big day of competition, but rightfully so. The waves have been pumping from the moment the buzzer started to the moment the buzzer's gonna end, I'm hoping. I don't see the conditions changing too much from now until the end of the next heat. So it was such an incredible day of competition. It's so rare to see a full day of pumping surf. It just shows the quality of waves that we're actually surfing here. Cokes is one of the best waves in the world. And, they would actually consider this an average day. So imagine on a day that it's actually pumping.
And while we are waiting to see some live action, ladies and gentlemen, I will make use of having one of the elite female surfers in the world sitting right next to me, which is Giada, surfing for Team Italy. She already had many participations with Italian team in the ISA World Games. She's a QS surfer. So Giada, one thing I want to know is on this wave, where especially on low tide it gets fast. I will continue my question, but before, live action from the surfer in red, Chinese surfer, going for a quick snap there, but not being able to finish the second maneuver. So, on a fast wave like this, it is an advantage to have 4 fins to surf as a quad, because obviously you have more speed. Nevertheless, you don't see too many people using quads. What is it that, in which kind of condition would you recommend to surf quads, and are you actually surfing quads yourself every now and then in competition?
Actually not in competition, no. I just find that surfing quads makes the board a little bit more rigid, so your turns maybe won't be as high of a quality as you would like to. Maybe the only contest I would say I have seen people using quads was probably in Nias. I'm not sure if you heard Rafael Castro. He's a Brazilian surfer, a little bit like me, from Brazil, lived a long time in California, now lives in Bali. And he used quads when the waves are really barreling, because they're just so fast, but they are a little bit rigid, so it's not great for maneuvers. But, other people would say otherwise. I know a few people who do like surfing quads even to do turns. I find them a little bit more rigid, so unless it's barreling, I tend to just stay on my thruster or on my twin.
So whenever it's pumping in Indonesia, I know that you are going to Desert Point since you are living in Bali, so it's I would almost say short boat drive to get to Lombok and surf deserts. Is that a wave where you would use quads?
I would use quads in deserts, yes. But even though I still stick to my thruster while I'm there, I feel like it's a wave where you just need lots of speed. But out the back, you can still do turns on some waves. So it's, I think maybe a wave I would really use quads is probably a wave like Kandui.
Why is that?
There you don't want to do turns. You just want to pump for your life and get to the end of that wave. It is such a scary wave, and there you really have no opportunity to be doing turns unless it's like 2 foot. So
So quads is sort of like your life insurance there?
Yeah.
I see.
100%.
What makes Kandui so much more difficult than deserts, for example?
So, sorry, I was just looking at this replay. So I think the difference between deserts and Kandui, there's actually quite a bit. So the takeoff at deserts is so much more mellow. It's actually considered a fat takeoff. Like you just kind of roll into it and you just have to high line or if you want to risk it, do turns and then eventually the wave will just hollow out once it reaches that reef and you just pull in, get barreled and just try make it out. Whereas Kandui, first of all, the takeoff is already at a gnarly like slab. So you're taking off under the lip, and something that my friend Justice at Kandui Resort always says is just paddle as fast and hard as you can. And the takeoff, already from the moment you see the wave coming towards you at Kandui, I'll get right back to that as we watch Isabel Figs on a really good looking wave. Definitely going to be backing up that 5.50 nicely.
Yeah, good read from Isabel on the third maneuver, just doing like a very quick bottom turn, almost more like a pump to finish the wave. Goes down here, looks at the face, good spray on her first maneuver, gives it another spray and bam! Nice little jump on her finish, so that will be a good score for her.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so from the moment you're at Kandui, the wave is just scary. Before it even breaks or before you ever actually turn around to paddle for it, that thing, you're looking down the line at it, and it just looks like a closeout. Like, you're like, why am I even paddling for this thing? But when you do catch a good one out there, you will catch the wave of your life. I haven't surfed so much out at Kandui. I surfed a lot more out at deserts, but it's definitely somewhere where you will get the wave of your life.
Wow, impressive. And the way you described desert, there's actually our surf and green from Saudi Arabia. Nice attempt for the surfer from the Arab country, but unfortunately it didn't work out with the takeoff there. The way you describe deserts, it sounds to me a little bit like a wave that is on the radar right now, and that is Cloudbreak. We have the current CT stop in that wave, and I was lucky enough to surf that wave, and I think it is my favorite wave from all the waves I've ever surfed. And there I don't know if I would call the takeoff a fat wave, wouldn't go so far, but the takeoff is actually quite easy. It's just further down the line where it gets more demanding, but you have many exit points in case you don't really want to go into the barrel. So is desert sort of like that you have the opportunity to leave whenever you want?
That's exactly right. Like, I've seen people who can barely stand up being able to get really good ones at deserts just because of how easy that takeoff is. Honestly, some of those people shouldn't really be out there because it's actually a really dangerous wave, but because the takeoff is so easy, people just think that they can do it anyway. But
there's a section, if I'm not mistaken, that they call surgery's table. That sounds pretty gnarly to me.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Namibia. It definitely has a few different names. They call it Namibia, surgeon's table. There's a few surgeon's tables around Indonesia. I know HT's also has a part called surgeon's table. But yeah, there's definitely a section there that you do not want to be hitting the reef. Actually, recently I saw a few accidents. One of my best friends was there just now, and she left deserts with 4 stitches in her foot and her whole butt cheek, if I can say it, and leg completely scratched up. So she's okay now, but she definitely was in bed for a few days, couldn't move around. So it's actually a gnarly wave. The reef is sharp.
The name of the section.
Yeah.
It's funny, all those names for those crazy sections. There's actually another wave, one of my favorite waves in Indonesia, in Asu island offshore from Sumatra, and that end section is called the nuclear zone.
Oh.
You really don't want to wipe out there. Another fun one is in South Sumatra, and that section is called the cheese grinder.
Oh no, that's terrible.
I wonder what they call the last section of Cokes, because that has some potential for damage too.
I'd call it like urchin zone or something. It's
Right.
packed. But yeah, there's just so many spots in Indonesia that have picked up a lot of skin throughout the years. So,
Well put.
a lot of places that you definitely don't want to be hanging around. And the last of Isabel Higgs comes in at a 5.23, so pushes her straight to first. But now it is Jasmine Suter with a 6.33 closely behind. I really love that first turn. I like that she wasted no time from that second and third one. You know, she saw the section coming at her, and she knows that the judges have really been scoring those finishing waves. And I'm guessing, looking at previous heats before, people really struggle to finish waves off. So it was great to watch her kind of adapt to that situation and finish it off really nicely.
Do you know Jasmine personally? Like, she's also from Bali?
Yeah, I know her from around. Actually, talking about deserts, I spent a few sessions with her out there, her and her dad. I recently surfed, like 2 days before coming here, I surfed with her out at Penang Penang. I know she has a spot in the Penang Cup, so I'm pretty sure that right after this contest, she's going to be heading straight into that.
I saw some footage of you in the last Padang session. Girl, you are ripping.
Thank you. That was actually the same day. So that was the day that I saw Jasmine out there. So yeah, it was firing. And because everyone was in Desert Point, I'm not going to lie, it was kind of empty out there.
No way.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Empty Padang Padang? That exists?
Well, empty. It was like 15 people out, 20 people out.
That is empty for Padang
Yeah,
Padang.
so I consider that pretty empty for out there. I don't think anyone out there could believe how empty it was. And the crowd that was there was really mellow. So it was a bit refreshing, actually, having that again.
How heavy is Padang Padang compared to Desert Point and Kandui?
I would say you can definitely get worked out at Penang. I had a pretty heavy wipeout. I don't know if you remember the first day or two I was here. It's like, oh, my neck hurts. It was because I had a pretty bad wipeout. But I would say Penang, unless it's similar to deserts, whereas the takeoff is really easy. But that second section gets really heavy. So I don't know. I hate to say it, but I think Penang was probably the most mellow out of all. Maybe
Why
not
you hate
the
to
most.
say that? I like surfing barrels that are mellow.
I don't know. I just feel like it's such a powerful wave that I feel like disrespectful saying that.
No. On the contrary. Like, if I can get barreled world class and I don't have to fear for my body, I guess that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess that was really well done from Isabel Higgs. She's looking like gonna head in after that. But more than anything, I think it's just that it's not that it's mellower, but it's less likely to get worked because you have higher chances of making the wave.
So
if you get what I mean.
Yeah, right. It's a clean wave. It's
Yeah,
a high quality
it's
wave.
a perfect wave. But if you do make a mistake at Penang, you will get worked. Like you can get severely injured. I mean, I'll get right back to that. This is a really good wave from Isabel. A little bit of a smaller one, but she managed to work it all the way through. So really well done there from our surfer in blue.
Representing Thailand,
Yeah.
but also having an Australian side, Australian heritage, lives, if I'm not mistaken, in Sydney most of the time. Jesse would know. So half a minute left in this second to last heat for today. Izzy in blue in the lead with 10.73, followed by Jasmine Michelle Stada with priority and a 9.83. And 10 seconds left. I feel like that's probably it with this round. Though there is a good set coming. Let's see if somebody's taken on that one. Not the case. So it's official. Izzy and Jasmine are going to the next round, round number 4. We have to say goodbye to Jingwei Wang and Murmas Al-Hazmi. But big applause to both of them. Nice being here. They have the chance to surf whatever wave they want to surf now. And we will have a small recap and continue with today's last heat of the women. And stay tuned. Bye-bye. Welcome back to ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2024, the first qualifier for the Asian Games. I'm here with my friend Jesse, and we are going to talk you through in this last heat of today.
Yeah, we are. It's been a long day, that's for sure. We've had 20 heats today, 18 of them 25-minute heats. We got rid of that repechage round this morning. So right now in the water, Mirai Ikeda from Japan, Kamali Prakash from India, Yinswang Zhang from China, and Suzanne Escanilla from the Philippines. Really good looking heat, actually. Mirai, if I'm being honest, she's been looking the most in form out of all the women, in my opinion. She is just been so dominant. She's been dominant in the free surfs, dominant in her competitive heat. So hopefully she's going to be able to get herself a good wave here, and looking like she's going to. This is Mirai.
Wow, the Japanese surfer on the first wave. Nice, strong carve there on this mid-sized wave. Third maneuver for her, and she's still not done. Now she kicks off and paddles back. That was a strong first wave for the Japanese surfer, and as always, you have to put the Japanese into the favorite position. She shows us why that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, this wave was incredible. That first carve down into that snap combination was really tidy stuff. Then she got two more snaps after that, so Mirai looking really strong. She's been putting in a lot of time out here surfing before and after the event every single day, and she's actually one of the most dominant surfers in that free surf. She is on every single set wave there is. I've got my eye on her to actually potentially take this event out. Unfortunately, Susan just going down there from the Philippines, one of my favorite teams down here at this event. They have so much good energy about them. It's really great to see.
Yeah, you can see with this wind, strong offshore, you really have to go full on your paddling to be able to take off. Still great conditions, but the wind doesn't makes it a little bit more difficult to get into the wave.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to have to paddle pretty hard to get into these ones, and hopefully that wind doesn't puff up too much. Now, this is Kamali, our sole Indian surfer in this heat. Unfortunately, getting caught behind, super young, just 15 years old. So she unfortunately got knocked out in the repechage of the junior girls yesterday, but this is her chance to keep ploughing through the jaw for Team India, who as well, great energy about Team India, really awesome bunch of humans, and they've come here with a smile on their face, win, lose or draw. They are just happy people.
You were one of the commentators from the first QS event in India, is that correct?
I was. The first ever WSL event held in India last year at Mahabalipuram. One of the most unique and interesting places I've ever been in my life. It was never one of those places where I thought I would go. India, because you never really associated India with surfing. No, at least coming out of Australia, you didn't. And I never really thought I was going to find myself there, full stop. But to find myself there for a QS event, that was absolutely wild. And now I'm obsessed with the country. I cannot wait to go back. I love the people. I love the food. I love the waves. I've made lifelong friends there, and I definitely want to get myself back there. Hopefully we can get an event over there in India at Mahabalipuram. It's a really fun right-hand point break.
You know, India is such an amazing country. It's big. A lot of people live there. It has got a rich history of culture, many thousand years old. The food is incredible. And you were describing this spot, and I have to be honest, I still didn't quite get it. You were saying that there were like 7 temples, and when the tide was changing, you sort of had to take off in one of the temples that were underneath you. Can you explain again what that meant?
So where Mahabalipuram is set up, there's 7 Indian temples, and only one of them is still above land. So due to erosion, unfortunately, the other 6 are now underwater. But where the surf is, when it is low tide, you can see the tip of the 6th one. So the next one over, you can actually still see the tip of it, but they have protected that 7th one. They've actually put a big rock wall around the outside of it, quite like the wall that we walk on to get to our tower. It's pretty much like that, and they're the 7th temple there, and you pretty much line yourself up with that and get to surf this really fun right-hand point break.
Wow. let's talk more about India after Jada's interview with the last heat winner.
All right, so I'm here with Isabel Higgs. Congratulations, you absolutely killed it out there. Just since your heat was ending, it got a little harder, it got windy, and it started raining. Tell us a little bit how maybe your game plan changed throughout the heat.
My game plan sort of changed because I was like looking for like the bigger ones, but then they started shutting down. So then I was just trying to find something with a bit of a wall, yeah.
All right, Isabel, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, where you usually train, and your home breaks.
Obviously, like, I'm half Thai and Australian, and I try to spend like half time like over in Oz and in Thailand, and I usually train at a beach like Manly Beach in New South Wales. Yeah.
That's amazing. It's kind of cold out here, so I'll make this sweet. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
I'd just like to say a big thanks to all my family and friends, my sponsors for all the support, and yeah, thank you.
No worries. Thank you, and congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jada, and thank you, Isabel. She was talking about the northern beaches. So, Jessie, what do you know about the northern beaches, and what do you know about Isabel?
So the northern beaches is actually where I grew up. So I spent the better part of my life living there. I'll get back to this in just a moment. This is our Chinese surfer just tagging away 3 times. Ooh, gets a little bit close to her board there. And now our Filipino surfer getting a few cracks off the lip, finishes that one off, so holds on. 3 big turns there from Susan. But yeah, back to what I was saying. So I grew up on the northern beaches in Sydney, Australia. I spent from birth to 19 at a beach called Narrabeen, which is where they have one of the Challenger Series events. And I absolutely loved growing up on the northern beaches. Isabel is actually from... She just mentioned Manly, but what I was aware of, I thought she was from DY, so I'm going to have to get my facts straight on that. But she trains with a lot of really great coaches coming out of that Northern Beaches region. And she's just a really lovely young girl. I mean, when you hear her talk, you can hear that Australian accent. So she's definitely spent a lot of time in Oz, but now representing Thailand, and it's a promise she made to her grandma.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing story. And she's only 15 years old and already in her second participation here in the Asian Surfing Championships. She was participating in Thulusdhoo last year too, but I can tell her progression is incredible. Last year it still kind of felt groomy-ish, whereas now she's full on ripping, just won her last heat.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of competitors at this event who are kind of surfing in the juniors, surfing in the women's. We're just going to look at this replay of Mirai. Perfect timing in the pocket there. Wow, she's already locked in a 6-point ride. This is going to be a great score for Mirai. Really solid surfing. Are you serious? That was an incredible wave. Wow, start to finish, high intensity surfing directly in the pocket too. That's going to be a great score for Mirai. To the point that I can't even remember what I was just talking about. That's how much that wave impressed me.
Right, the Japanese, they put so much work into the development of their surfing. The whole team of Japan that is participating here, and same was true for last year, they are also competing in the juniors, because Japan is not only aiming the qualification for the Asia Games 2026 and getting the champions in this event. No, they also want to give their young surfers the chance to gain as much international experience as possible. So great surfing.
Yeah, really great surfing from Mirai. Locks in an 8-point ride. So with not even 10 minutes passed in this heat, a 6 and an 8-point ride has our Japanese surfer out there in the lead. Our Chinese surfer currently in second, a 3.67 and a 1.27 is holding her there. Last wave of Susan, a 3.17. She's bang in the game. And Kamali just with a couple of small scores. At this point in time, it's a battle for second. I mean, Mirai, I think she could come in pretty comfortably at this point in time. That 8 is a huge score. Let's look at this replay. I love this wave.
Absolutely. And I love how she anticipates the wave. At the beginning, really staying high line, going for the bottom turn, and then carve after carve, creating spray and clean exit. So complete wave for her. No wonder she's got 14 points already in, 14 minutes left. She's got a comfortable lead there. Put already both surfers from Philippines and India into a combo situation. So it will be difficult to get the first position for the other surfers, but they only need to become second to be able to stick in this event.
Actually, I think all three surfers are in combination right now with our surfer from China, her score being a 367, so she would need more than a perfect 10 to try and get that 14-point combo. So
yeah, we haven't seen that too often that judges will give more than 10 points.
no, I don't know if I've ever seen it, actually. It's crazy, isn't it? But
you know what? John's wave from the Filipino surfer who we saw surfing, I think it was heat number 2 of round 3 of the men. He got a 9.17 on his first wave because it was an incredible wave finishing with the alley-oop. But his second wave had even more potential. He came out of the barrel and then finished it with the air reverse that he didn't manage to complete. But if he would have done so, I think that wave would have been even so much better than his first wave. So that's the thing, you know, as a judge you really have to know what score are you giving, and you have to have the room to, you know, if you're seeing a better wave, to even go higher.
yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to know, what are they looking for? Airs, barrels, are they looking for technical turns in the pocket? It's just something to keep an eye on as we progress deeper into those bigger rounds. 2 nice turns there from Yin Swang. So she's going to try and defend second place for the next 12 minutes, which isn't an easy task because 12 minutes is a lot of time. But turns like that, that's going to make her life a little bit easier.
Do you feel like in a wave like this, it's a big advantage to be a frontside surfer, meaning regular? I mean, obviously, most of the time, unless, you know, it's a strong carve that you want to do, frontside surfing, you'll have a little bit of advantage here. But do you think it plays a big role in this wave?
I think this wave, it favours both. You know, you see Mirai, she surfed that wave as a frontsider should. You know, as a natural footer should surf that wave, really tidy in the pocket surfing, and it was exactly how a natural footer should have surfed that wave, between carves, rios, snaps, add a barrel in. It's probably easier to get barreled here on your forehand. But then you throw in a surfer like Prajar. He is an incredible surfer, and he's on his backhand. He made it look so fun to be a goofy footer today. I mean, it was really impressive. So I feel like this wave actually favours both. I don't think there's one way someone could stance that it would favour them more at this wave. It's so perfect that it allows any surfer standing with either foot forward to really capitalise on any opportunity.
And if you're not keen to surf rights, there is the odd left-hander, Giada's left, they call it.
left, yep. Or there's just chickens at the next atoll over. So there is so many waves. Lohi's, it's not too far. Lohi's
Exactly,
is the left.
really nice left-hander. Then also Pasta, like world-class left-hander. But also, let's not forget about all the right-handers close by. Sultans, Jails. What else do we got? Actually, another supreme left-hander. I'd probably even say my favorite left-hander around this area is Honkies, which is the left-hander right next to Sultans. Such a funny wave, funny in the sense of it really changes its shape. You know, you might take off on a 3-footer, and then the more you keep on surfing it, the bigger it gets.
Really?
It bends so much, almost 90 degrees, so it gets pretty hectic with in the end section. So a lot of character on that wave, super fun to surf.
Oh, wow. I actually haven't heard of that one before, so it'd be interesting to might hop on some YouTube when I get home, have a look what that wave's like. But I mean, so many incredible waves around here. There's Jails. This wave here, it's pretty well known. I mean, I don't know about you in Azores, but in Australia, when people talk about the Maldives, or if I ever say, oh yeah, I was in the Maldives, people say, did you surf Cokes? You know, it's one of the first waves that comes to people's mind. And I mean, with a caliber of a wave like we have in front of us, it makes sense that we have an event so big like the Asian Surfing Championships here, because this wave is world class. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. And the thing about Cokes is it's not only working on good conditions as we are seeing right now, but it's also a swell magnet. So that means if everything else is flat, this is the place to come, because it gets swell from so many different angles, almost 180 degrees. So that's rare, because normally your swell magnet won't hold too much size. It's not the case in Cokes, and Surfer in White proves us the quality of this wave. Open face on her backhand, tries to put as many maneuvers on this wave as possible, and finishes. Well, would you say it was a complete finish?
No, it definitely wasn't a complete finish. She got 3 nice turns in before it though, so the only thing I think the judges might sting her on is where her turns were quite down the line. You see, she didn't really get up above the lip there. That turn is definitely better. This one, it was really nice. She actually brought her body all the way back around. I just think that first turn, the judges may sting it a little bit because it was a bit more of a projection turn, whereas you compare that to someone like Mirai, where she's really going top to bottom. You can see her entire body pivoting from turn to turn. That's why she's getting excellent scores of 6s and 8s. Susan, however, doesn't need a big score. She's only looking for something in that 3-point range. Is it enough to get into second? It potentially could be.
Because Chinese surfer currently in second position is holding a 7.24. Here's the replay from the surfer of the Philippines. It seems like she generates most of the momentum with her hands, but I feel like she could use her head a little bit more, because normally wherever you look, your body will follow. So, you know, once you start looking to where you want to drive, you will have so much more pivot in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she has a really cool style, if that's for sure, but I think the judges are going to sting her a little bit just by the fact that her turns are a little too down the line, and it came in at a 3.8, so just not enough. She still needs another 3 that is going to get her up into that second spot. So similar, she just needs a similar wave, but I think she just needs to commit to those turns just a little bit more, really make sure she's pivoting her body all the way around from side to side when it does come to those turns. Other than that, I mean, she's a competitor. She's been on really great waves this heat. She's capitalized on every opportunity. She just needs to, I think, just get a little bit more vertical with her turns.
So 6:30 left. She's on 4th priority. What would you do in her situation right now? She needs sort of like a 4-ish point to get the second position, but only 4th priority. That means she can't really sit there with the others and just wait for a wave. What to do now?
If I was her, there's definitely 2 distinct banks out here. There is that deeper one, that main peak that, you know, you can see 1st, 2nd and 3rd priority sitting on now. If I was Susan, I would be making my way down wide. I mean, there is plenty of good waves coming through wide. Attack that a section really hard once or really hard twice. I mean, that would be ideal. And just sit there, see if you can pick off one of those wider waves. She doesn't need a big score. She needs a 3.44. Sorry, she needs a 3.44. That is nothing. Well within her caliber. But yeah, the last thing I would do would be to go and hold hands with 1st, 2nd and 3rd priority. There is no need to be near them. When you have 4th priority, sit wide, run your own race down there, try and pick off a few and try and chip away at that score, especially when it is so small of a 3.44.
Up and riding Surfer in Red with priority and 14 points, smashing it, landing it and going for another carve. This surfer from Japan is not, you know, chilling out there, even though she had priority and the heat lead. No, she wants to surf some more waves, making use of this opportunity to surf empty cokes. In the replay, you can see her pumping her way through this section before she releases and creates some spray there. So now she will be in 4th priority, and 1st priority goes with the Chinese surfer, who can maybe even start playing the tactical game here. You know, she's in a 2nd position right now. Susan Escanilla and Kamal Prakesh, they both need some decent score to get the second position. So maybe the Chinese will just try to block the others now. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like China definitely has that potential to really solidify a second place right now. But honestly, if I was at Yin Swang, I don't know if I would be happy with second place with a pair of threes. I don't want to just hold on to second place and make up the numbers. I want second place, and I want to earn second place with good scores, because I feel like as we go further into the draw, threes aren't going to cut it. We're not with the level of surfing like we're seeing from Mirai. She has a 6 and an 8. So I feel like right now, yes, Yun Swang could definitely play the defense card, but I'd love to see her play the offense card. I mean, let's get a 5 on the board. Let's push harder. You know, let's see what you can really do in these last 3 minutes 40 and make these guys' life a little harder. Here she is now.
So that's exactly what she's doing. She wants the surfing to be decisive and not the tactical game. So she went on that one. Honestly, I'm not too sure if it was the right wave to pick.
Not with first priority. That's kind of a wave that you'd probably take when you had third or fourth priority and you're trying to sniff around and get yourself a score. Had really nice bowl to it, but when you have first priority, you want to be on those sets. So she's got 2 really nice turns in here, but nothing of critical. Not even sure if it'll better her 3.57, but we'll just see. And looking like we've got Kamali going from turn to turn on this wave. Snaps that one in the pocket. Kamali back in the game.
For sure, that will be the best score of her so far. If it's enough to get to second position, probably not. But she and whole Team India still have the chance to qualify for the Asia Games 2026, even if she won't make it through, because with the third position already you get more points for your country than you would get with your fourth. So actually for her it does matter if she will come fourth or third. Let's see. And since it's the last heat, we want to thank all the sponsors of this event. This Asian Surfing Championships is organized by the Asian Surfing Federation, the Maldives Surfing Association, and the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. We had the minister already in the booth. There you can see the judges. We are sitting right underneath them. Beautiful island of Thulusdhoo at the back with this crystal clear water we are having around us. So beautiful view, no matter if you're watching the surf or just left, right, behind, everywhere. So this event is hosted by Thulusdhoo Council, managed by Surfing Association of Thulusdhoo. Hotel partner is Season Paradise, powered by Diragu. Apparel partner Apparel 360, associate partner Niris Embroidery, printing partner Print Lab, streaming partner Slow Tape, video highlights partner Various Art Studio, supporting partner Art Daran Select, Huduru Nafushi, and support partner number 2 Kuda Willingili, the island with chickens as their home spot. Travel partner is Tarika Express, hydrate partner Bonaqua.
Mariah really liked the feeling of that wave, and totally understand why. 4 big turns here from our Japanese surfer, straight in the pocket with this one, but look at this next turn.
Bam!
Wow, really great surfing here from Mariah. Carves that one round. That board looks really spicy under her feet. Gets the finish. Look at her. She's feeling it as she's pulling off that one. Some of the best surfing we've seen today. She can make her way in.
30 seconds left. She has everyone in a combo situation. So without a doubt, she will take the heats win from this last heat of today. Now, with first priority, the Chinese surfer Atse, you can count her into the next round too. And unfortunately, for the surfer in white from Philippines and India, Kamal Prakash in blue, it's time to say goodbye. And with this, we finished the fourth day of this surfing championship. We will have a small recap and then we'll see you again.
That is a wrap for day 4, everyone. We've had a huge day of action. I mean, an absolute huge day of action. But unfortunately, we did say goodbye to half of our draw today. Afri, what are your takeaways from today?
That this wave delivers. We knew it from last year. We saw it again. Pumping condition at Cokes. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Oh, me either. Day 5 is coming up tomorrow. We have a huge day of action again. Probably going to see our juniors back out there. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning into day number 4. We will see you again tomorrow for day 5. Bye.